This girl was originally the strongest S-rank female demon king. Just having a single dark thought about her, upon approaching, would cause one to explode and die. But the main character didn't believe it. He took her cosplay fishnet stockings, wrote about them in his diary, and even steeped them in wine. It turns out, due to a system error, the main character had become the demon king of this world, but he was completely unaware of his true identity. Because he was too powerful to level up further, even practicing in difficult dungeons yielded no experience, and he couldn't even equip items. To await his appearance, the demon race dispatched Bellio, an S-rank female demon king of level 97, to greet him. However, the main character thought she was there to kill him. Seeing Bellio was so luscious, he immediately hid in a corner to take souvenir photos. Bellio found it very strange. There had clearly been a prophecy that the review demon king would appear here, but after searching around and still not seeing the familiar face, she pulled out a picture from between her two silicon balls. That was the demon king, the picture she had drawn of the demon king in her dreams. Afterwards, she even hugged the picture and ovulated on the spot. Once she met him, she absolutely had to take him home and slowly learn how to arrange shapes. But the surrounding mortals made her very unhappy. The others all held weapons and retreated, surprised to have encountered a boss right at the beginner village. Bellio merely chuckled upon hearing this. Then she activated her D-rank skill, Absolute Domain, which would cause any bodies with a level lower than the domain to spontaneously explode. The main character, hiding in a corner, saw this scene and immediately turned to look for an opportunity to escape the area. Bellio also noticed something unusual. She hadn't expected anyone to survive her attack. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, instantly kicking away a rock next to the main character, then shooting straight towards Bellio. Bellio felt something was wrong and immediately retreated to dodge the attack. Full of resentment, she yelled, "Roland!" It turned out, the newcomer was the highest level human, level 101, known to everyone as the Hope of Humanity. Bellio, extremely annoyed, pointed at him. "What are you doing here? I'm naturally here to see the review demon king who just came into being." The prophet said some words to him, but he wasn't sure if it was the location mentioned. Turning his head to look at the familiar shop, he confirmed this was the place. Hearing this, a girl erupted with strong killing intent. She said, "Try laying a hand on my demon lord." With that, she immediately grabbed her weapon, leaped high, and attacked furiously, forcing Roland to retreat. Even the picture of the demon lord hidden on her person fell out at this moment. Seeing this, Roland also became interested, and the two fought an earth-shattering battle. The difference in their power levels put her at a disadvantage, but for Lord Demon King, she decided to unleash Berserk to fully restore her status. Roland also feared he would lose his life here, and could only pull out his ultimate move to end everything. Just a second later, Roland pulled out a picture. Seeing this, she immediately widened both her eyes, regaining her composure. It turned out to be the picture of the Demon Lord that had fallen out during her fight with Roland. Roland found the perfect opening and kicked her away. But coincidentally, she flew right next to the main character. She gasped for breath, struggled to sit up, and continued to look at the picture of the Demon Lord, only to see the body. She screamed loudly, cursing the divine official for unexpectedly using such a despicable trick and for ruining Lord Demon King's face. "You truly have a death wish." However, at this very moment, she couldn't have imagined that when she turned her head, she would see the main character. She was overjoyed, having unexpectedly found the Demon Lord she longed for day and night. Roland saw her dazed and immediately swung his sword. She, completely defenseless in front of the main character, was instantly cut down on the spot. Afterwards, Roland walked past the main character to inspect him, truly worthy of being one of the 7 heavenly kings of the demon race.
I didn't expect to be wounded this severely. Unfortunately, with insufficient HP, I can only set traps. I figured I'd wait until the Demon King's descent, lure him into the trap, and then ambush him for a perfect elimination. Then I turned around to look for a spawn point. Turning back, I saw the main character hiding in a corner. Huh? When did the Demon Lord descend? And silently hiding behind me, no less. Roland hastily used his perception check skill, but the terrifying level check result was 4 question marks. His HP also exceeded the limit, making it impossible to probe, only revealing the 3 words, World Destroyer. A 4-digit level completely froze Roland on the spot. Even in his peak condition, he couldn't hope to win. Roland immediately suspected that Bellio's sacrifice earlier was all part of the main character's plan, to have her deplete his HP, and then he would step in to finish things off without much effort. Is this truly the most insidious and cruel Demon Lord? As he thought this, images flashed through Roland's mind. Just a second later, the main character stood up.
Silently, Roland knew it should all be over. In his mind, an image of the main character accumulating demonic energy appeared. With just a gentle move, this world would instantly be destroyed. What Roland didn't expect was that in reality, the main character merely took out a newbie blood potion and offered it to him. "Your HP seems a bit low, but this is all I have. If you don't mind, just drink some to replenish it." Roland didn't know that the main character also didn't recognize his identity. Seeing the main character offer the HP potion, he thought it was poison meant to torment him, but if he didn't drink it, he would surely be annihilated on the spot. Roland could only pretend not to know, then activated his defenses to the highest level, taking the HP potion with one hand. After drinking it, to his surprise, his HP actually increased a little. Seeing Roland's expression, the main character even thought he was mocking him. The main character could only awkwardly explain, "Sorry, this is all I have in my bag." Roland, again thinking the main character was teasing him, immediately asked what the main character intended to do. Hearing this, the main character thought for a moment. "There is indeed something. May I ask how to get to the safe newbie area?" Hearing this, Roland was stunned on the spot. "You mean the newbie area, the place where only low-level people with no combat ability are?" Hearing this, Roland understood everything. An adventurer protecting newbies in the area would surely be defeated by someone in the future. Roland believed the main character wanted to destroy them while they were still weak newbies. For the future of humanity, Roland decided to take the main character to another mysterious place. But just as they were about to leave, a demonic beast suddenly leaped from behind. Roland turned around, drawing his sword with speed. He directly defeated several level 42 demonic beasts. This dance-like fighting style left the main character no choice but to admire him. However, at this very moment, a demonic beast suddenly lunged from behind the main character. It used demonic language to summon its boss. Roland merely watched the main character, wanting to see his true strength. The main character then jumped to hug Roland, saying, "Big brother, just stay put." The demonic beast had by then leaped overhead. Seeing this, Roland simply raised his sword slightly, instantly causing the demonic beast to explode on the spot. In Roland's eyes, he still believed the main character was merely hiding his true strength, and that no matter how fierce the monster, he wouldn't need to intervene. This was absolute confidence in his own power. Seeing that big brother Roland didn't need Belial's corpse, the main character quickly ran to collect the spoils of war. Every item on this boss was divine equipment. He also discovered Belial's fantasy diary. After just a quick glance, Roland reacted strongly. But all of these things were torture for the main character, as he couldn't gain experience or equip items. He couldn't even level up, he could only store them in his inventory. The main character secretly thought how wonderful it would be if one day he could become as strong as Roland. And so, after 2 hours of traveling with the main character, they finally arrived at the peaceful area of University City. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the main character's school. At the same time, at the Demon Tribe's headquarters, all the demon generals were gathered, discussing strategies. Babylon also didn't know what to do, as only Belial had ever dreamed of the Lord Demon King's form. Even if other demons were dispatched, they wouldn't be able to recognize the true demon lord. However, at this moment, Mammon stepped forward and said that Belial had left a clue earlier. That is, if they held this picture, they would surely be able to find the great demon lord. Furthermore, they had received intelligence from a demon spy, stating that Roland had left the demon lord's landing point and brought someone back to the safe zone. Babylon immediately took out the picture. Mammon turned to look and was instantly bewildered. Just a second later, Mammon declared that the picture was completely unlike him. The Lord Demon King must still be out there. We must seize the time to find him. By now, the main character had arrived outside the university, queuing up. Roland also had a thought on how to deal with the main character. It turned out that this university city was actually the biggest trap, because the safe zone received divine protection. It was equipped with a sealing system for all demonic beasts. No matter how powerful a demonic beast was, it would be destroyed by the game rules. Roland's plan was to slowly torment the main character within this place, ultimately destroying him to become humanity's hero. But what he didn't expect was that as he was about to enter, the gate guards dealt a critical blow on the spot. Isn't this the great hero Roland Dunn, the prophet who will destroy the Demon Lord? We heard you went to the Demon King's descent point and immediately annihilated the enemy upon meeting them. Did Lord Roland chop him into pieces? Hearing these words, Roland nervously gestured for them to shut up, fearing the main character would turn hostile and destroy all of them. Hearing this, the main character simply walked over and took out his ID card. So, Big Brother is that formidable? Seeing that the main character was unaware, the gate guards introduced Roland even more enthusiastically. This is humanity's hope. In the prophecy, it was he who led the player team to slay the Demon Lord. Afterwards, they also said to Roland, the bolt sealing system has been arranged in the safe zone. It's equipment that can seal all demonic beasts. Hearing this, Roland hastily jumped forward to interrupt the gate guards. Scolding them, he said, "Do you want this world to be destroyed faster?" After saying that, he immediately ran to the main character to comfort him. Those two were just joking. Actually, the Lord Demon King has always been my idol. As he spoke, he lured the main character towards the safe zone.
As soon as the main character stepped inside, that would be the moment humanity achieved victory. Just a second later, he pushed the main character into the safe zone, shouting, "Let you feel a bit of the immense power from the system." What kind of system power is this? All that was heard was a sizzle-sizzle sound. The imagined sealing did not happen at all, but at this moment, outside, the steel bolt mechanism that was supposed to be sealing the main character immediately broke down. At this point, Roland was utterly bewildered, suspecting that even the system could do nothing to the main character.
The main character put his hands in his pockets, standing still confidently in the safe zone. He thought to himself, if that's truly the case, then I'm relieved. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the divine artifact. A powerful energy flow radiated outwards, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone suspected a monster attack on the university. The guard explained that it was just a temporary system card error. This is a safe zone, protected by the Steel Bolt divine artifact. As long as we stay within this range, we will definitely be safe. But when they turned around, they saw that the Steel Bolt divine artifact seemed to have been deformed. However, this wasn't important. The most important thing was that Roland, humanity's strongest combatant, was here. The main character immediately turned his head and shouted loudly, calling Roland to comfort everyone. At this moment, Roland was so terrified that he was kneeling on the ground. Just one sentence had destroyed the system's divine artifact, transforming it into a heart shape. Everything he had was just a joke in the Demon Lord's eyes. If the Demon Lord merely made a gentle move, he would ascend to heaven immediately. The immense gap in power made him feel deep despair. It seemed that surrender was the best option. Seeing Roland's pathetic state, the main character comforted him. "I heard it's just a temporary card error, nothing serious, yet you're this scared. What an adorable big brother. Big brother Roland, please get up. You are humanity's hope. You can't be scared like this. The game has only just begun." Hearing this, Roland became even more desperate. He asked again, "These things are just the beginning? What exactly do you want to do? Quickly state your demands." Hearing this, the main character thought Roland would offer a system reward. He grabbed Roland's hand with one hand and said, "Indeed, I want you to help me with a small matter. It's to take me to the liveliest place in the university." To continue living in the safe zone, he prepared to learn some basic life skills. With a cheerful face, he praised Roland. "Actually, ever since I was a child, I've dreamed of becoming a hero who defeats the Demon Lord, but unfortunately, I didn't know what to do. But if fate has arranged for you and me to meet, it proves that fate doesn't want me to give up either. Therefore, no matter how arduous the path, I must strive to become a hero. Are you willing to become stronger with me?" Upon hearing this, Roland was utterly shocked, not expecting the main character to enjoy playing this game. He immediately invited 2 NPC doctors to teach skills to the main character. At first, they couldn't be bothered with the main character, but after seeing the large sum of money the main character had picked up from Bellio, their attitude immediately became simple.
But to buy materials for learning life skills, the current amount of money was probably not enough, which put the main character in a difficult situation. He turned to Roland, asking if there was any other way. Roland, thinking the main character was asking him for money, immediately took out all his money and gave it to him. The main character could only reluctantly accept it, telling Roland that he didn't mean it that way. The doctor, seeing this, said that even with this added money, it still wasn't enough. The main character then turned to look at Roland. Roland could only take out his jacket, worth 48 gold, then his weapon, and finally, even his pants were turned into money. Before he even had a chance to fight, the Demon Lord had already defeated him. The chef then said that these things were still not enough. Production skills at least required sea-level combat power. The chef asked if Lord Roland still had an expensive watch. This was a gift his father had given him when he came of age. To curry favor with the main character, he even had to give away the watch. The NPCs were utterly astonished, not expecting Lord Roland to be so generous to an outsider. The doctor then remembered something. They could sell items to NPC merchants to earn money. Here, any item, no matter what it was, had a displayed value. Even equipment dropped by low-level demonic beasts was very cheap. This dealt a considerable blow to countless players. No matter how the world changed, wealth remained the most important thing. So the main character immediately took out all of Roland's equipment. The merchant's jaw dropped the moment he saw them. These were rare S-grade items. Moreover, he seemed to have seen them somewhere very familiar. Looking at the advertisement poster, he suddenly remembered that all these things belonged to Lord Roland. Seeing Nata's astonished expression, the main character continued to take out items. He took out all the equipment he had picked up from Bellio. The merchant immediately blushed upon seeing them. He hastily used his level 99 appraisal skill to check. After examining them, he stood there dumbfounded. He couldn't believe this defensive item was S-grade, valued at 340 gold coins. A nearby player, seeing this, immediately exclaimed, "That's not fair. How can a tattered piece of cloth be worth so much?" Another player picked up a defensive net, utterly fascinated. Some items, the more overpowered they were, the better.
The fabric was airy and light, coupled with a strong, captivating scent. More importantly, this defensive equipment was once worn by the demoness Belial, and its value could reach 680 gold coins. Seeing this, the merchant immediately advised the main character not to sell these items. If sold, they would be reclaimed by the system and cease to exist. This super rare item should be kept. When his level was higher and he wore it, the increased attributes could cause its quality to explode, making him the object of admiration for all of humanity in the future. Hearing this, the main character was momentarily dumbfounded, but that only made him more determined to sell it. In this fused world, some people aim to defeat bosses to save the world, some aim to reach the pinnacle and become the world's #1, and others enjoyed searching for hidden treasure maps. But none of these goals suited the main character. He chose to use money to hire a guiding team through instance dungeons. As long as the boss was thoroughly beaten, he would deliver the final blow and become a hero. This was the main character's path to becoming a hero. Without personally stepping forward, he could still deal with all the demon kings. At this thought, the main character was filled with boundless motivation. Very quickly, his cooking skill rose to extreme level. The chef, seeing the main character come out, was also extremely surprised, not expecting him to have advanced to extreme novice level so quickly. Then, let's start the intermediate level phase. Hearing this, the main character simply said, "I've already advanced to extreme grandmaster level." The chef froze for a moment after hearing this, but reacted just a second later. Extreme grandmaster level? And all of this was caused by the anomalous account. This further strengthened the main character's resolve to defeat the world's final demon king right on the first day of his journey.
Next, it was time to get down to business. After that, he immediately went to the team formation hall. He learned from others that there was a team of 5 ranked players. Captain Haoran had reached level 16, ranking second among the masters. His teammate Lu Ju wanted to recruit more members to make monster slaying much more convenient, but Haoran said it wasn't necessary. Adding one more person means splitting the experience further. 4 people in the team are completely insufficient. Even if it's my own sister, if her strength isn't enough and she becomes a burden, I'll replace her with someone else. After saying that, he turned around to prepare for the dungeon raid. However, at this moment, a screen popped up. It was main character's application to join the team. As soon as Haoran saw it, he felt the other party was being overly clever. He rejected it without hesitation. But just a second later, another window appeared. As soon as he clicked the reject button, many more windows popped up next to it. He initially thought the other party was doing it on purpose, but this time the window that appeared was a trade request. The other party is unconditionally gifting you 10 gold coins. Please confirm. Seeing this, Haoran was so startled he yelled out loud on the spot. He knew that he himself only had 2 gold coins. How could any player possess 10 gold coins right now? 10 gold coins were enough to learn all current combat skills and equip elite items. He couldn't believe someone would just give away 10 gold coins. This made him suspect the strategy of the top-ranked player, but he was also afraid of missing this opportunity. He immediately pressed the confirm button, only to hear a ding-ding sound. The notification of receiving 10 gold coins left him dumbfounded on the spot. But just a second later, he saw main character's team application again. It turned out that main character wanted to hire them to return to their previous house to retrieve items. However, the house was now occupied by a level 18 demonic beast. Main character couldn't go alone, which was why they were hiring them. Upon hearing this, Lu Ju immediately rejected main character. "We are ranked players, we don't have time to play with you." Haoran immediately stopped him. "Lu Ju, since when did you become so heartless?"
We must make the team progress further. Bringing new players along is also acceptable. We accept this commission. But just as the main character took out the key, preparing to open the room door, suddenly a dagger lunged forward, aiming to kill the main character and rob them. Just a second later, a massive demonic beast appeared from the sky, instantly forcing everyone back hundreds of meters. Unexpectedly, a level 22 Grade A demonic beast had appeared in this place. When they finally counted everyone, they realized the main character had disappeared at some point. The cave of this demonic rat had caused him to fall below. Haoran was ecstatic at this sight. "So the player is gone. I guess I'll just inherit his assets." Just then, a flash of white light streaked past, and An Lu rushed forward to save the main character. This action left Haoran dumbfounded on the spot. His plan to get rich had vanished, and the demonic rat also discovered the 2 of them. Eliminating demonic beasts that are 6 levels higher is extremely dangerous. The best course of action is to leave this place. But what struck them as odd was that the demonic rats weren't attacking them. It turned out they had just caught the scent of Lord late-night horror stories. They looked around but saw nothing. It wasn't until they looked down into the cave that they discovered the main character falling. Falling through the air, the main character had accepted his fate. Perhaps after death, he would awaken a god-tier system. With a thud, the main character landed completely unharmed, while the ground suffered severe damage. However, from such a height, climbing back up was impossible. He could only wait for others to rescue him. Suddenly, demonic beasts rushed forward with reverence, greeting the main character in rat language. With a whoosh, all the rats were pinned to the wall by throwing darts. An Lu had arrived beside him, protecting him. After observing, she discovered that the surrounding air wall was impassable, and they could only search for another way to return to the surface. Lu turned her head and told the main character to lead the way, stating that as an assassin, she had to maintain a mysterious image to suit her. Seeing her plead, the main character could only agree, slowly searching for a path. But Lu was secretly smiling behind him. She hadn't expected that merely pleading would make the main character reveal a weakness, and she immediately used an assassination skill to steal something. With a thud, her dagger struck the roasted chicken he was carrying. Lu couldn't believe her critical strike was blocked by a roasted chicken. It turned out that the main character, seeing her health drop, had specifically used a food production skill to give it to her. The main character hadn't expected her to pull out her weapon so quickly. Seeing this, Lu immediately retreated. She suspected that the main character's identity was fundamentally not that of an ordinary player. She was convinced that this roasted chicken was an absolute D-grade defensive divine artifact. Her previous attack would have injured even a level 16 defensive warrior. Therefore, she was certain the main character held a great secret. It wasn't impossible for this roasted chicken to possess powerful poison. If eaten, one would become a puppet controlled by others, so it absolutely could not be eaten. But the enticing aroma still made her take a bite. In an instant, her body underwent a transformation. All her skills were upgraded, and she even completed a job advancement, becoming a true assassin. This wasn't just a roasted chicken. It was clearly a divine offering artifact. She thought of her own vows.
The girl had to pursue the strongest player in this world. At this moment, in her heart, the main character's strength had far surpassed theirs. Just a second later, she bowed respectfully. From now on, I will be your person. Whatever you want me to do, I will accept unconditionally. This action left the main character dumbfounded, thinking she had a terminal illness. Who would offer themselves in return just for a roasted chicken? He then told her not to be so tense. Just protect me well. After all, my current identity is the boss. Hearing this, Lu froze for a moment. Just a second later, her face flushed foolishly. I will protect Xia Dodin very well. At this moment, on the ground, Hao Ran was stunned on the spot. It turned out that a level 35 boss monster had ambushed him. Using only its simplest move, Sneeze, it caused several of them to lose half their HP. They didn't understand why this type of boss should only appear in the wilderness. Why are there so many appearing in this building? Unless this building was originally a high-level dungeon. Hao Ran had now recovered and stood up. He wanted his teammates to go first, while he would block it. Suddenly, a massive claw appeared, directly knocking him away. His HP, which had just recovered a little, plummeted to the bottom again. Nai Ma quickly used a healing skill to restore him. Dao Mao saw this, but the monster continued to attack him relentlessly. Every time he recovered, he was stunned on the spot again. Hao Ran hastily told Nai Ma not to buff his HP anymore. Death might be the best option now. Lu Ju suggested they should flee with all their might. A level 35 boss was not something they could handle. Nai Ma also agreed with this idea, calling Lu Ju to protect Hao Ran together and leave this place.
It was only when she turned her head that she realized Lu Ju had already run hundreds of meters away. My apologies, both of you. Forming a team with you was merely for profit. I never said we would live or die together. At this moment, the evil demon cat stood before Hao Ran, and upon realizing he was feigning death, prepared to deliver a final blow. However, at this very moment, the main character appeared, letting out a meow. Hearing this, the leader cat immediately shrunk dozens of times. It turned its head to look at the main character and meowed. It turned out that, just as the main character fell, the demonic rat creature had blamed itself for causing the demon lord to be injured. Finally, it bit its tongue and committed suicide to atone for its sin. Only then could it forgive itself.
But Hao Ran once instantly killed an A-rank monster 6 levels above his own. Looking across this entire world, no one else could do it, and that's precisely why he earned the title of Peerless Expert. I am the Peerless Expert who one-shotted a level 22 elite monster. Follow me, and I will protect everyone, ensuring your safety. Nai Ma, on the other hand, was so scared he trembled. It turned out there was a terrifying cat standing behind the main character. When he turned his head to look, the little cat treated him like a toy. Only then did he understand that this cat was merely the main character's pet, the most adorable one, both in appearance and personality. The kitten's eyes merely lit up, scaring several people into not daring to speak the truth. The main character was looking for cat food, and Hao Ran grew increasingly curious about the main character. He looked like a good-for-nothing, yet unexpectedly treated this instant's dungeon leader cat as a pet. Spare your lives, and perhaps even more secrets can be unearthed. He then looked at Lu beside him. You did very well, unlike the others who fundamentally lack teamwork. Come, lean into my embrace, and I shall reward you with a strong man's ultimate prize. Hearing this, Lu silently walked over. Suddenly, electricity crackled. It was Lu using a knife to slash and kill several of them. I can't believe you dared to scheme against Lord Ye, truly dying without regret. Hao Ran, lying on the ground, cursed. Lu, what are you doing? And you dare to ask me. After saying that, she stabbed them a few more times. You fundamentally have no idea what a great existence you have offended. At this moment, the
The main character had also retrieved the necessary items. He walked over and said they could return now. It turned out the most important thing was to see the little cat, Bao Bao. An Liu was momentarily stunned upon seeing this. Just a second later, she bowed respectfully and said to the cat, "From now on, we are all colleagues. Please guide me." The main character still thought she was having another fit of madness, so he told her to go back and get checked out. But when he turned his head, he discovered that the other two were severely wounded and lying on the ground. What exactly happened here? An Liu hastily explained, saying that they were too severely injured and she merely wanted to help them quickly end their suffering.
Their HP was only 2/3, yet they were still suffering. The two of you have lost so much HP. It's truly agonizing. You're beyond saving. Milk Demon Palace noticed something was wrong. No matter how much she healed, it couldn't keep up with the rate of HP loss. It turned out An Liu had added poison to the dagger from the very beginning. Haoran, a peerless expert, never expected to die by a comrade's blade. Accepting to give up resistance, Haoran accepted the fate of being eliminated by the system. But they didn't expect that at this moment, the main character took out a bandage imbued with demonic energy. This was the Ghost Mark bandage, the highest grade type. Its value was such that hardly anyone could afford it. Under the bandage's effect, the healing capability for a normal player below level 45 already surpassed 5 Milk Demon healers, and the Ghost Mark bandage could fully restore the HP bar of a level 80 warrior, but its exorbitant price meant few could afford it. Yet in the main character's hands, it was just an ordinary item. It was then that Haoran suddenly realized this person before him could casually produce 10 gold coins and even turn a dungeon boss into a pet. Only a Grand Master level could possess such terrifying skills, and yet he had dared to assassinate him. In his eyes, he must surely be nothing more than a clown. Seeing this, An Liu immediately became excited, thinking that the main character was about to heal them, only to slowly execute them afterward. He admired the main character's methods even more. Seeing An Liu's expression, the other two no longer dared to use their own healing items effectively. "Quickly, use your healing items." But Haoran couldn't believe it. "This is a Ghost Mark bandage. Do we truly deserve to use it?" What foolish talk. Life is the most precious thing in this world.
This statement immediately broke through Haoran's defenses. "Boss, you are my reborn parents." But just a second later, the system window popped up again. The other party proposed a trade. It turned out the main character wanted them to use money to exchange for the bandage. Seeing their persistence, the main character reluctantly accepted their token of appreciation. Once the money arrived, the main character immediately handed over the bandage. In an instant, the bandage unfurled and enveloped them. Not only were their wounds healed, but even their souls seemed to have been purified. The system hastily prompted, "He has taken all your money." Seeing this, Haoran quickly closed the system window, an embarrassed expression on his face. "This is our honor." After use, the levels of all three increased significantly, and even their professional bottlenecks successfully made great progress. For a moment, they suspected this was not a bandage at all, but a cultivation improvement artifact. They hastily knelt down to show their loyalty. "From now on, you are our big brother. Whatever you want us to do, we will follow you to our deaths." "No need for that. It was just a life-saving favor. No need to take it to heart," the main character said. "You still owe me 20 gold coins for the Spirit Rune bandage, an annual interest rate of 200%. No problem, right?" Hearing this, An Liu immediately became interested again, thinking that the main character was using this method to destroy them, as expected of a Grandmaster's insidious scheme. As everyone stepped out of the building, the system announced, "Your party has cleared the Leeching Apartment dungeon, receiving 50,000 experience points." Then they were surprised when a notification from the World system also appeared on the game's World channel. Qin Haoran, An Liu, Xia Ye have cleared Leeching Apartment. At this moment, at the dungeon exit, everyone was buzzing with excitement. The announcement board continued to display, "Having cleared the Leeching Apartment dungeon, Qin Haoran, Lu Ju, Xia Ye, An Liu, Xia Ye ranked first."
Xia Ye was surprised to see this, not understanding what was happening. "Huh?" He seemed to realize something and tremblingly asked, "What? The place we just entered was a dungeon?" Hearing this, Haoran gave an awkward laugh and said, "Yes, that's right." After hearing Haoran's answer, his body shriveled up. "Who am I? Where am I? What did I just go through?" Haoran muttered, "Weren't you putting the dungeon boss on your head like a pet?" The scene shifts to Lolan, where the notification board continuously popped up. World announcement, Qin Haoran, Lu Ju, Xiao Yuan, An Liu, Xia Ye have cleared the apartment complex instance. He read the announcement and froze for a few seconds, then showed a surprised expression. Huh? The Demon Lord cleared his own home? At the University of Commerce City, everyone was eagerly saying, "They're back, they're back." Xia Ye's group was leisurely walking down the street, with citizens surrounding both sides, cheering. "Oh my god, is this the first team to clear the dungeon? Did they defeat the dungeon by overcoming a 10-level difference?" Some of them had experienced this many times and were used to it, but it was Xia Ye's first time, so he was a bit embarrassed. No, I'm just a boss. I was just lying there. Everyone around them was full of admiration. How could they have done this? Someone saw Haoran and recognized him. It's Qin Haoran. Someone pointed at Haoran and said, "Is that the professional gamer who once dominated the leaderboards of countless games?" The person next to him exclaimed, "No wonder." They saw the title Peerless Expert above Haoran's head and became excited. Look above his head. It's the Peerless Expert title. No wonder he's a WCG champion. It's no surprise he could clear the dungeon.
He brushed his hands and said, "It seems you guys also have some knowledge, but passing the instance wasn't my doing." He pointed towards Xia Ye and continued, "It's all thanks to my big brother, this one right here." Before he could finish speaking, a voice rang out, making them stop. "Congratulations, everyone." Hearing this, they turned around and asked, Who is it?" In front of them was Lo Lan, standing with his legs spread, panting heavily. It seemed he had rushed here at top speed, sweat pouring down his face. Everyone exclaimed, "Li Lo Lan!" He muttered, "That was close. They almost spilled the beans. If the Demon Lord's disguise had been exposed, everyone present here would have been silenced. Saving the world once again, truly a display of skill." Then he cleared his throat, regaining his composure. As he approached them, he said, "These players are all outstanding. On behalf of Sky City, I extend to you the highest honor and congratulations." Seeing him, Xia Ye happily greeted, "Big brother Lo Lan." Haoran thought puzzled. No need to shout so loudly, right? Then Lo Lan said nothing, pulled out a rope and tightly bound 4 people, excluding Xia Ye, dragging them along. "I invite the 4 brave warriors to follow me. I will personally present your medals." Everyone there saw this and wondered, 4 people, why only 4? The sleepy cat on Xia Ye's head, seeing him left behind, spoke up. "I'm the boss, so I don't count." He scratched his head and chuckled. "It's all normal, isn't it?" Back at Lo Lan's spot, he now threw a punch at the wall. Then he glared fiercely at Haoran and said, "Talking so much, do you want to die once?" Pinned against the wall by Lo Lan, he was terrified. The hope of humanity, yet he has this kind of personality.
Lo Lan turned back to look at the other 3 with a serious expression. In short, that person's identity was far from simple. Lu Ju spoke up. "Let's just say it's as you said." Lo Lan interrupted, asking, "Do you know why his level and profession aren't displayed?" Lu Ju replied, "It's not that he's hiding them." He frowned, his voice strained. "No, it's because he doesn't have them. He's fundamentally not a player." Hearing that, they exclaimed in shock. "What?" Haoran asked incredulously. "Not a player? Then what is he?" Hearing this, Anlu whispered, "Demon." They turned to look at her. Lu Ju asked, "What did you say?" She smiled and replied, "Furthermore, possessing heaven-defying power, he must be a high-level demon." Lo Lan mused, "I didn't expect this quiet young woman to be so wise. I genuinely feel comforted." He spoke up, "Your guess isn't wrong, but he's infinitely more terrifying than ordinary high-level demons. His true identity is—" His voice paused for a moment, then he declared loudly, "Demon Lord." At this moment, Lu Ju, Haoran, and Xiao Yuan all exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Anlu, however, calmly replied, "Perfectly logical." Lo Lan continued, "He disguised himself as a newbie bug, so he is a newbie bug. To prevent something terrifying from happening, we must play along with him. If we forcibly tear off his disguise and anger him, I'm afraid destruction might descend upon us." After hearing this, everyone thought of Xia Ye's fierce image and the words, "If you already know, then I'll lay my cards on the table." Lo Lan continued, "The 4 of you now occupy 4 positions on the leaderboard, and like me, you are the hope of humanity." Haoran asked suspiciously, "So?" Lo Lan extended his hand, smiling. "Let's cooperate. Together, we'll wait for the right moment and kill him." Haoran hesitated for a moment, then decided to shake hands. Victory must be ours. Seeing that things were going smoothly, Lo Lan also left, happily saying, "Then, happy cooperation." Haoran replied. After a few steps, he turned back and said, "Together, we will protect the truth and protect this world well." Then he gradually sped up, running forward.
At this, Lu Ju sighed. Even though she knew he was powerful, she hadn't expected it to be to that extent. She called Haoran. "Captain, do you really want to cooperate with Lo Lan against Xia Ye?" Haoran smirked slyly and replied, "Of course it's fake, just to trick the NPCs." He recalled Xia Ye's cool demeanor and said, "I'm a professional. I understand the current situation perfectly. No one in this world can defeat him, so why would I stubbornly seek death by confronting him? The one who decisively sold me out when in danger now wants to be a righteous teammate?" Lu Ju closed her eyes and replied, "Indeed, our only goal is victory." Haoran turned to the other 2 girls and asked, "What about you 2? Lu replied dejectedly, "If you 2 are willing to become Lord Xia Ye's dogs, then continuing this team is fine." Hearing Lu call him a dog, Haoran was so furious it felt like an arrow pierced his heart. He recalled Lu's formerly obedient and submissive appearance compared to now. Is this a turncoat woman? She clearly wasn't like this before. Haoran angrily reminded her, "Next time you attack a teammate, I'll fight back." Lu looked defiant and replied, "We'll see." Beside them, Xiao Yuan also spoke up. "Me too, I'll also join." Before she could finish, Howron interrupted. It seems everyone has reached a consensus. He stood proudly in front, declaring loudly, "Then let's become villains together." And so the first human squad officially joined the Demon Lord's faction.
At the management headquarters, the general asked his assistant, "I heard a small team of players has cleared the Lopting apartment instance." The assistant replied, "Yes, resilient humanity can always break through limits and achieve unexpected results." He smiled contentedly. "Good, very good. It seems the day we defeat the Demon Lord is not far off." The general then asked, "Has Laurelon returned yet?" The assistant replied, "General, there's good news and bad news." He said, "Tell me the good news first." He said, "Lord Laurelon has returned." He turned back and said, "Then the mission to kill the Demon Lord must have been completed successfully." Then the assistant timidly continued, "The bad news is, Lord Laurelon brought back." After hearing this, he turned back and asked, "Brought back for what? Do you want to play an exciting, nurturing game?" The assistant replied, flustered, "Lord Laurelon said the Demon Lord was not born as a swaddled baby as predicted." He slowly said, "But as a complete entity." He asked again, surprised, "A complete entity?" Then the assistant gestured. "For the detailed situation, he will explain it to you himself. Please, General, come to the information room. Lord Laurelon is also on his way." At this moment, Laurelon's footsteps were slowly entering the headquarters. The staff there bowed. "Laurelon, Lord Laurelon." Some female staff members whispered, "It's Lord Laurelon." Inside the information room, a staff member said, "Lord Laurelon, the transmission is complete." He replied, "Thank you for your trouble." He continued, "If you have any instructions, just tell me." Laurelon smiled. "All right, you've worked hard." Then he looked at the information board in front of him, deep in thought. The general's voice rang out. "You're here, Laurelon. Tell me, what's the situation with the Demon Lord?" He replied, "It is an existence infinitely more dangerous than we predicted." He twisted a cast iron pen into a heart shape without even lifting his hand. The general exclaimed loudly, "Even the divine artifact system couldn't restrain him, yet he possesses such great power." The superiors immediately discussed, "So why didn't he completely destroy Steel Pen? He probably just wanted to show us his power. What is his purpose?" Hearing the superior's questions, Llewellyn recalled the images with Chaillet and said, "From what I observed, he is forcing me to agree to let him enter the human settlement." After expressing his willingness to compromise, he ceased his gradual attacks. The superiors continued to buzz with discussion. He wants to enter the human settlement. What could that purpose be? Don't ask any more. Even if we keep asking, we won't know the answer. That's right, the thoughts of other beings. How can we possibly guess? Llewellyn objected. "No, I am certain I have figured out his true purpose." The superiors buzzed again. "Oh, really?" As expected of Llewellyn, the fated hero, the hope of humanity, whose wisdom is also exceptional.
Come on, tell me, what exactly is his purpose? He slowly replied, his purpose in integrating into human player society was to disintegrate the relationship between humanity's system, politics, and alliance, thereby completely destroying humanity without expending any effort. Upon hearing this, several superiors exclaimed loudly, "What? So that's how it is? It makes sense. It makes perfect sense." Laurelon said, "When I met him today, he was corrupting our most promising player squad." Another asked, "What then?" He confidently replied, "But fortunately, I arrived in time and successfully thwarted his plan, and I've partnered with that squad." Upon hearing this, a superior proudly said, "Truly worthy of Laurelon Lee, the hope of humanity." So he cleared the star-establishing apartment dungeon also because... Before that person could finish, Laurelon, as if knowing the answer, interrupted. Exactly. That was to build his reputation and charm people. Currently, monsters in this world are divided into two types. One type is influenced by the evil power of the resurrected Demon Lord, mutated monsters from Earth's native flora and fauna. For example, mutated sewer rats, which we call mutated species. The other type, like us, comes from Earth's destiny, the demon race, also subordinates of the world-destroying Demon King, the true enemy of this world. The King Commander of the demon race intends to destroy the world. Human players, led by the hero, defeat them. That is the main storyline of Earth's destiny. But achieving that outcome is not simple. The strength of the demon race is a world apart from that of the mutated monsters. They are the only race capable of balancing and contending with the human alliance for 1,000 years. However, within the demon race, only the most elite individuals are referred to as leader level. The final boss in a dungeon is precisely such a leader-level individual. And dungeons, in reality, are strongholds occupied by the Demon Lord on Earth. By this point, Laurelon's words had angered the superiors due to his purpose. He wouldn't even spare his own dungeon. Demons are truly too evil. Meanwhile, one person quietly said,
I wonder, is it possible that the Demon Lord has actually lost his memory and doesn't know his own identity? Everyone turned their gaze to that superior, asking in doubt, "What did you say?"
They vehemently objected after hearing it. "Absolutely not. Are you trying to say that bending the iron pen which led to the highest echelon of humanity's downfall through their own instance was all a coincidence?" Hearing that, Lolan scoffed, saying, "So naive, it's almost cute." The superior, hearing everyone's strong objections, became timid and quickly said, Sorry, pretend I didn't say anything." Lolan said, "In short, we don't have enough power to fight him yet. We can only wait for everyone to arrive on Earth one by one, and for more players to level up before we have a chance to eliminate him. But until then, I will be responsible for stabilizing him." At this point, the meeting was nearing its end. The superior said, "Then we're counting on you, Lolan. This is the only way. Yes, for now we can only rely on him." "Lolan, you must protect humanity's future well." Trusted implicitly by the superiors, his gaze became determined, resolute, and sharp. Returning to Xia location, he was leaning back on a soft mattress. "Heida!" he exclaimed with comfortable satisfaction. "Ah!" Holding a stack of money in his hand, he thought, as expected, the original world currency has turned into piles of scrap paper. In the apocalyptic world, safe zones are the most scarce resource. I was truly wise to buy when housing prices were cheap, he thought. He had bought a house in the center of the safe zone. The amount Xia paid for the high-end house was 679 gold, 99 silver, and 99 copper. Now his balance had no gold left, only 23 silver and 1 copper. Xia could only afford a bed placed in the middle of the house, and thought, this can at least ensure basic living conditions. But there was nothing he could do but live frugally and wait for housing prices to rise. He himself was a novice with no combat ability. If he wanted to participate in the game, he had to figure out how to earn a lot of money. He immediately got up and opened his inventory, finding it full of roasted chicken, a GKA figure, demon arc bandage, and a Belial egg. Xia looked at the 3 items, rubbing his chin in indecision. Given this situation, he thought, I'm now in a state of hesitation, unsure what to choose. He analyzed the options. Option A, earn money by using production skills from the crafting system to craft for others. Option B, earn money by using gathering skills from the collection system to gather items for sale. Option C, sell existing produced goods for money. And he made a decision. The answer, of course, was...
He gleefully held the Belial egg in his hand, intending to sell it first and figure things out later. Without hesitation, he immediately took it away. Wow, the horn could also fetch a good price. He didn't know what this thing was, but it was certainly not of small value. As Xia was beaming with joy, he suddenly slipped. Ah! The egg in his hand was tossed up and fell to the ground with a thud. He angrily exclaimed, Damn it! He looked at the cracked egg, his face turning pale with worry. If it cracked open, its value would plummet. Necessity is the mother of invention. Xia immediately took the demonic ice pattern and wrapped it around the crack. Then he clasped his hands and prayed, Don't crack any further, please. To prevent the crack from worsening, he decided to seize the opportunity to sell it first thing tomorrow morning. Xia left the egg there and walked away, ordered fast food, took a shower, and then went to sleep. A moment later, the cracking sound from the egg grew louder, making Bao Bao look up. At this point, the cracks on the egg became more numerous and spread faster. The egg burst open, emitting a purple light, and a pair of soft, fair legs appeared. Then the figure of the demon Belial, with white skin and long flowing purple hair, emerged. She was wrapped in the demonic ice pattern. Her face radiant, she said, I am great demon Belial, one of the 7 heavenly king subordinates of the demon lord. I didn't expect such an inauspicious beginning to my appearance, but it's fine. Lord Demon King will destroy the world. That is fate. Belial flashed a sinister smile. Lord Demon King, please wait a moment. Belial will come to find you. She saw Bao Bao and was surprised, letting out a soft, Bao Bao's enormous figure, several times her size, stood towering before Belial. Seeing this, she immediately cowered in fear. Oh.
Belial looked at Bao Bao, hesitating before speaking. Bao Bao. She asked, Why are you here? It questioned, You know me? She replied, I've seen you in my dreams. For a very long time I was deeply asleep, always dreaming. In the dream, an entity showed me a prophecy. 2 worlds would merge, and the Demon Lord would lead an army to destroy humanity. In the dream, you were the closest to the Lord Demon King, and also the great demon who commanded all fierce, violent, and immensely powerful beasts. Bao Bao bared its fangs and smiled. Ha, interesting. Belial continued, The entity in the dream also told me the birthplace of the Lord Demon King. Therefore, after I awoke, I have always been waiting to welcome him, while also evading the pursuit of Sky City and Loalan. She recalled Sky City and Loalan searching for her. He ordered, Search, quickly, find her. Belial said, I have persevered until now. Belial ate a rotten apple, recovering 3% HP. Then she loudly exclaimed, But I didn't expect to be ambushed by Loalan right where the Demon Lord was born. Bao Bao, quickly, let's go find the Lord Demon King. Bao Bao replied, It's no longer necessary. Belial's eyes widened as she looked at it, asking in surprise, Why? It continued, He is not in his nascent stage, nor is he in the state of a baby.
He doesn't need us to protect him. He can bathe himself without the service of a maid. Truly too miraculous.
Not only that, his level now is at least 4 digits, Bao Bao said tremblingly. Hearing this, Bellio was stunned and panicked. What? 4 digits? Bao Bao lay down, licking its paw. I don't know the exact number, but in short, it's a chaotic mess. She asked. What about you? She whispered. What's your current status? Bao Bao frowned. My level is, of course, just a disguise. Lord Demon King and I have formed a bond, so high or low levels no longer hold any meaning for me. Hearing this, Bellio broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe it. A bond? How is that possible? Does that mean you can directly borrow Lord Demon King's power? Bao Bao recalled. When Demon Lord found me, I was only LV35, but we've been together for many years. Our bond is much deeper than yours. It's only natural that he values you so much, Bellio exclaimed. It truly makes one envious. I must also work very hard, and one day I will also form a bond with Lord Demon King. Bao Bao interrupted her. There's still one extremely important thing I need to tell you. Hearing it speak, she looked up at it curiously. An extremely important thing? It smirked. Our master is leading us to integrate into the human world, and now we are undercover. Bellio was surprised. Undercover? Don't tell me.
Integrate into human society to dismantle political systems and alliances. From there, effortlessly, completely destroy humanity. She whispered. So that's the plan. This is what we're doing now. Bao Bao said. Don't speculate. His goal isn't merely to destroy the world. At this point, her infatuation reached a climax. Truly, he is worthy of being the Lord Demon King. He clearly possesses overwhelming combat power, capable of destroying the world with a snap of his fingers, yet he chooses to savor it slowly. What an elegant philosophy of life. Bao Bao specked up. Are you deliberately ignoring what I'm saying? How troublesome. It licked its hand, calmly saying, in short, we must cooperate with him, disguising ourselves as useless amateurs. We absolutely cannot break our cover and ruin his plan. Bellio replied firmly. You can rest assured, she said happily and confidently. Acting, whether as a wife or a maid, I can play the part perfectly. Bao Bao continued. I can't tell you much more. You don't seem very bright anyway, but the master intentionally saved me from humanity's grasp. He must have a profound plan. At this moment, Xia opened the bathroom door, calling out, Bao Bao. He poked his head out and said, I think I heard someone talking.
At this moment, Xia saw Bao Bao with a strange creature on the table. He was surprised and exclaimed, What? What is this? Upon seeing Xia, Bellio shyly said, Master, you're back. But at that moment, Xia only wondered, Did that egg turn into this? He placed Bellio on his hand, then remarked, This big, this kind of appearance, and it can even laugh and talk? At this point, Xia felt overjoyed and shouted, Can't this be sold for a higher price? After Bellio's explanation, he understood. It turned out she was the pet of that exploded wilderness leader. Bellio politely replied, Yes. Hearing this, he exclaimed, How interesting. At this moment, Bellio thought with a bit of embarrassment, It's truly shameful to meet Lord Demon King dressed like this. Thinking of this, she stammered, Master, my clothes. Before she could finish, Xia quickly replied, I sold them all. Hearing this, she froze, and then asked, Then what about my 2 horns, which symbolize my noble demon status? Xia replied apologetically, I'm really sorry, I also... At that very moment, Bellio's mind began to rationalize. I'm going to be sold anyway, so it doesn't matter. Bellio immediately fell into sorrow. How could this be? She recalled Bao Bao's words. Master saved you from the hands of humans. He must have a profound plan. Then tears of humiliation welled up as she thought, Lord Demon King's purpose in saving me turns out to be for money, and now he even wants to sell me to humans. Her body immediately trembled. This is truly... But at that very moment, Bellio's emotions gradually became exhilarated, making her incredibly excited. She imagined having to submit to those despicable humans for Lord Demon King. Being ordered around and beaten by them, she would just have to endure it. But as long as she remembered Lord Demon King, as long as it was for Lord Demon King, she wouldn't regret sacrificing her life. Being so selfless, just thinking about it made her feel her soul was even nobler. But honestly, was Lord Demon King really that short on money? It wasn't easy to be by his side. If she was sold, how could she protect him? After pondering for a moment, she realized something was wrong. After thinking for a long time, Bellio finally spoke up. Master, if you're doing this for money, I also have many other ways. Hearing this, Xia curiously asked back, Other ways? At this moment, Bellio suddenly flew up and glowed, startling Xia, who asked, What is this? Just then, the delivery rider arrived. Boss, your order is here. However, what met the delivery rider's eyes was the sight of Bellio pushing Xia onto the bed. The scene before him at that moment was truly beautiful. With his professionalism, the delivery rider immediately gave a thumbs up in admiration.
The delivery driver quickly left the food and departed. I've left the food there. Seeing this, Xia raised his hand to explain. No, it's not what you think. However, he helplessly gave up trying to explain. Then, Xia turned to Bellio and asked in a low voice, Tell me, how do we make money? Bellio happily replied, Please, master, look at my special ability. After hearing this, Xia was a bit confused. Special ability? Bellio clasped her hands together and trembled as if molding something, saying, "Almost there." Then she closed her eyes, and an "ah" sound rang out. Bellio, my demon horns have grown back. Without making Xia wait long, Bellio immediately broke off the pair of horns and offered them. "Please accept them, sir." And she offered an idea. The master could sell them for money. Seeing this scene, he was a bit startled. Xia trembled as he thought, "So it's horns?" Bellio immediately reassured him. "The horns can grow back every day, so they can be harvested once daily." She pleaded pitifully, "Please, master, don't sell me." But Xia immediately patted Bellio firmly on the shoulder. Then, with the expression of a CEO, he comforted her. "Foolish girl, how could I ever bring myself to sell you?" The system reported, Bellio has achieved the status of the female lead in the work, with a daily transaction amount of 354 gold and 98 silver.
So from that day on, besides pet number 1, Bao Bao, who cost 1350 grams of food, 2 silver, 13 copper per day, there was also pet number 2, Bellio, who cost 3 roasted chickens, 24 copper per day. However, as long as Bellio maintained her mini-state, a sum of money could be saved, because Bellio in her mini-state only needed 3 biscuits per day. Therefore, from then on, except for times when she needed to break horns, Bellio always maintained her mini-state. Suddenly, Bellio looked up and asked, "Master, what's our next plan?" This made Xia ask back in confusion, "Next plan?" Seeing Bellio ask that, Bao Bao, who was beside them, panicked and thought to himself, "Idiot, asking directly like that is no different from breaking the master's disguise." However, Xia still innocently replied, "The normal gameplay is for players to level up and challenge dungeon instances. But our situation is special, we just need to survive." Seeing Xia like that, Bao Bao was full of admiration. As expected of the master, even when role-playing he gives a reasonable answer. Hearing that, Bellio was filled with excitement. "I understand. That means stay put and observe quietly." Xia was a little confused, thinking to himself, "It doesn't seem wrong, but the way it's phrased is a bit strange." Then he explained to Bellio, "Understanding it that way isn't wrong, but at the same time we must accumulate enough wealth so that we have a chance to buy the boss position in the final challenging dungeon instance." He opened the system and said in a low voice, "My plan is to buy raw materials from trades, process and produce them, then sell them to earn money. Items that can't be sold or have too low a profit, we'll just leave them." Xia affirmed with a smile, "That's why you are very important to me."
Hearing this, Bellio was moved and a little surprised. She looked at Xia delightedly and exclaimed, "Master!" Then she resolved, "I will definitely work hard." However, from Xia's perspective, Bellio was simply a cash cow. Early the next morning, Xia quickly stepped out of the gate, but from a tall building, Bellio was secretly watching him. She shyly thought to herself, "It's truly wonderful to be able to help Lord Demon King." In another location, a divine light appeared, causing everyone around to shout, "They've descended! They've descended!" Then a human figure became clear. Seeing this, someone immediately exclaimed, "Lord Lolan, the second high-level NPC, has descended upon Earth." And that was Bishop Bucci of the Musi Church. Seeing this, Lolan happily said, "Excellent, Ken. Our counterattack order has been sounded." Everyone around also cheered in unison. "Once all the high-level NPCs have descended, we can fight a decisive battle and no longer fear the Demon Lord's threats." Hearing this, Bucci smiled. "Huh." Then he scoffed, "You're making a mountain out of a molehill." Lolan frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Bucci replied without hesitation, "Exactly as it sounds. You're overreacting to dealing with the Demon Lord. How strong can a Demon Lord in the form of a child be?" Then Bucci sneered, "That's why we agreed to your plan, for you to risk going ahead with the assassination. But claiming the Demon Lord is too strong is just you making excuses for your failed plan." At this moment, Bucci's face was full of mockery, "And you're considered humanity's hope." Those words were like salt in a wound, making Lolan's face darkened with resentment. Suddenly, Kong Vu ran in, interrupting the tense atmosphere. He hastily shouted, "Report! Report! A level 89 monster has appeared in the south, claiming to be of the dragon race, but is actually a variant originating from lizards. It has destroyed 8 strongholds, player casualties have exceeded 4,000, and 89 NPCs have been killed." He frantically yelled, "Please send reinforcements." The suddenness of the information rendered both Lolan and Bucci silent.
After regaining his composure, Lolan immediately spoke up, "I'm leaving now." Not letting Lolan be in peace, Bucci immediately spoke, "Your ability to act is truly admirable." Hearing this, Lolan replied, "Wait for my return." Lolan glared angrily, growling, "I'll show you how foolish your arrogance is." A moment later, Lolan was already on his warhorse. Kong Vu beside him reminded, "Lord Lolan, please remember to be careful." He looked at him seriously and instructed, "In my absence, the task of monitoring the Demon King will be entrusted to you." Hearing this, Kong Vu awkwardly asked back, "Me? I have to go monitor the Demon King?" Lolan angrily yelled, "Idiot! Do you know how powerful the Demon King is? If you go monitor him, you're sure to be discovered." Startled by the shout, Kong Vu replied, "Then what should I do?" Luolan immediately replied, "Go ask directly." Upon hearing this, he became even more panicked. "Go ask directly, and the other party will voluntarily tell us?" Suddenly, Luolan handed Kong Vu a red bag and instructed, "Take this over there." Kong Vu looked at the red bag with a hint of curiosity. "A gift?" Luolan happily explained, "This is our family's supreme treasure, the dragon claw of Saint Manhwa." Hearing this, Kong Vu excitedly asked back, "A family's supreme treasure, and it's something that can be given away as a gift?" He replied with a confident expression, "Don't worry, my father has agreed." But he still said in a panic, "This isn't a matter of agreeing or not agreeing." His voice trembled. This is very precious, yet you're giving it away?" Suddenly, Luolan clapped Kong Vu hard on the shoulder. Then he happily raised his hand to encourage him. "You can do it. Show the other party our sincerity. They will surely be moved and reveal a little more." Kong Vu could only helplessly, almost tearfully say, "This is truly demeaning." Time was running out, so Luolan seriously instructed again. "In short, in my absence, try to prevent him from doing anything that would harm the people."
Bucci stood high above, looking down, seeing Luolan chattering with Kang Yu. A hint of disgust appeared on his face. How despicable. The hope of humanity had degenerated into a comic book clown. After giving his instructions, Luolan immediately left, while Kang Yu waved goodbye. "I know what I need to do now. Please rest assured, Lord Luolan." His expression became resolute, and clenching his fists, he thought, "I will definitely complete this mission." A moment later, someone else asked, "Are you leaving right away?" Kang Yu, sitting on his bicycle, replied, "Yes, it's an important matter. No mistakes can be afforded." Just as he was about to leave, a voice rang out, "Wait!" Bucci flew down from the upper floor. Seeing this, Kang Yu exclaimed in surprise, "Bishop Bucci?" At that moment, Bucci landed on the ground. Then he approached him and said, "I'm coming too." That statement made him ask incredulously, "Huh?" Bucci, with an excited expression, replied, "I want to see with my own eyes just how formidable this so-called invincible Demon King is."
A moment later, they arrived at their destination. Both of them stood before a tall, luxurious, and prestigious building. Bucci's lips curled into an excited smirk, as if understanding the situation. "So that's how it is. You're looking for a house in this administrative building to house the Demon Lord." His gaze swept around to assess the situation. Bucci nodded, looking at the scenery here. The green belt is very spacious. It can be considered a safety buffer, preventing him from harming others within the safe zone. I must say, you've thought this aspect through very thoroughly. Kang Yu was startled and was about to explain. "No, actually," his words made Bucci freeze. "This entire building was bought by the Demon Lord?" he asked incredulously, pressing further. "It's all his property?" Kang Yu nodded, admitting, "Yes, and the flower garden over there too." Bucci was so stunned that he couldn't control his expression. He thought of that wealth and felt envious. What does it even mean to be able to buy a house in a safe zone? Selling a legendary grade item to a shop for 680 gold coins would allow one to buy a luxury apartment like this in a safe zone. Clearly, this is not normal. Because Bellio is the second to last boss of the final dungeon instance, no player would have been able to acquire the equipment she drops on the forums yet. By the time players can kill her, the 680 gold coins she yields wouldn't be worth much. Previously, less than 1,000 gold coins could buy a luxury house. But in the late game, it would require at least 71,234,567,837 gold coins. This is called inflation. The Demon Lord came to human territory to invest in real estate, preparing funds to establish an army of destruction in the future. I didn't expect him to have such a business mind and be so far-sighted in his calculations. Perhaps I've underestimated you. Let me witness some of your abilities. All right, tell him to come out and greet us. Kang Yu Fluster tried to stop Bucci. "Don't joke around, Bishop Bucci. You can just observe from a distance. Definitely don't do anything dangerous."
Bucci puffed out his chest with sky-high arrogance. A mere generic NPC dares to tell me how to do my job simply because he has a business mind? Don't think that I agree with your speculations about the Demon King. Once I return to Sky City, I will report to my superiors about Luolan covering for the Demon King buying a house. Huh, where is he? Just as he turned, he saw Kang Yu presenting a gift to Bao Bao, bowing sincerely. "Please accept this." Bucci was startled by this scene. Saint Manhwa's Dragon Claw, the ultimate treasure of the Li family, yet he's giving it to the Demon King? Is he using it to curry favor? And when did that chubby cat appear there? Bao Bao sat perched high up, half opening an eye and looking down with an air of arrogance. Kang Yu pushed the gift box above his head, trying to hide his face. "Lord Luolan asked me to present this to you," Bao Bao asked with an air of superiority. "Huh? Luolan? No impression? Have I met him?" This scene made Bucci completely lose face. Luolan's mind must be broken to use the family's ultimate treasure to curry favor with a creature that only knows how to eat, sleep, and lick its butt. On this side, Bao Bao was extremely annoyed. It secretly judged. "I'm only speaking a few words to you because I'm cooperating with my master's plan to cause internal strife among humans." It described how Ron using premium language. "Ah, I remember now, I remember. He's that bully to the weak, afraid of the strong, and very harsh on subordinates." Yet Kang Yu still understood. Yes." Bao Bao reached out and took the dragon claw from the box. Even though it was a treasure from another place, in its hands, it was just an ordinary item. "This thing is quite good for scratching backs. Thanks."
Kang Yu's eyes widened, an inexpressible look on his face. Scratching backs? A legendary grade prop used for scratching backs? Well, if Lord Cat likes it, that's good. Bao Bao wearily dismissed them. Is there anything else? If not, then leave. Kang Yu stammered out his main purpose. Actually, there are a few things I'd like to ask Lord Cat. At this moment, Poochie's blood rushed to his head and he yelled, Enough! I really can't take it anymore.
This little creature doesn't know its place. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll still think you're a top-tier master. He conjured a massive amount of magic, preparing to attack, to open your eyes to the true power of humans. Meanwhile, Kang Yu remained very innocent, as if it were no big deal, only wanting to ask, Mr. Shaw, do you have any plans for world destruction lately? That ability is called Holy Light Judgment, level 42. This is an incredibly powerful skill. It can cause great damage and can also stun enemies. Bao Bao knew he was about to be attacked and immediately stood up on 2 feet. He calmly requested of them, whatever it is, wait a moment before speaking. Both were puzzled by the strange remark. Wait a moment, then speak. Bao Bao turned his face away, looking mischievous. I have an urgent matter. A few minutes later, the sky suddenly turned red, and the shadow of a giant dragon was rushing towards them. It was... From a distance, Poochie suddenly exclaimed, A dragon? How can this be? Kang Yu looked closer and realized, it's not a dragon, it's a mutated lizard. Bao Bao cast a suggestive look at the mutated lizard, his expression still indifferent. Poochie panicked, and the words blurted out unintentionally. Didn't Lolon say he was going to destroy it? Where is he? Meanwhile, Lolon rode a scooter, chasing after the mutated lizard. The dragon flew in the sky. Lolon sped his scooter across the ground, in pursuit. He stood up, ready to fight, and jumped off the scooter. As Lolon charged forward, he drew his sword and attacked the dragon. The dragon powerfully swung its tail, striking back at Lolon. He used his sword to block its attack, but it was very difficult.
Luolan was attacked by the dragon with immense force, fell to the ground and looked very pained. A thick cloud of dust rose from where he fell. That's great, Luolan ran out of there, he's alive. Luolan gritted his teeth in frustration and continued the pursuit. If I could fight it head-on, I'd be absolutely confident I could win. Luolan was still in pursuit, but the dragon had already flown far away. He cursed angrily as he watched its movements, because it knew how to bypass him and head straight for the safe zone. In truth, this dragon had no interest in the strong. It only enjoyed tormenting novices. Below, everyone watched the dragon with concern as it was heading towards them. Both Kang Yu and Poochie were temporarily helpless, unsure of what to do. Although Luolan couldn't stop the monster either, they didn't need to worry too much. This place was a safe zone, protected by a system of the same level as the boot gang. But a harsh truth was about to strike Poochie, related to the boot gang. Kang Yu became an unwilling guide. Did Bishop Poochie just learn this? In the third wave, Luolan Terran had forcibly activated the boot gang system to fight against the Demon Lord. This caused the boot gang to react violently and become like this. He screamed loudly, his face contorted. There was no need for further explanation now. The dragon was rushing towards them at breakneck speed, getting closer and closer. It spat a gleaming lightning orb from its mouth. Poochie panicked, unsure of what to do right now. We're doomed. The dragon attacked, and an entire area of the sky was enveloped by its magic.
Poochie turned pale with fear, speechless. Without any protection, if that attack landed, even low-level players in the safe zone would perish. He clearly knew what the current situation meant. It's over. The attack descended, plunging the entire city into a dazzling light. Suddenly, Bao Bao's eyes glowed. It shot out a powerful, chilling beam of light, completely different from ordinary light beams. The two attacks collided, but Bao Bao's attack won in the very first second. The dragon refused to give up, determined to fiercely press its magical assault. From this corner, Lolon watched the dragon being easily destroyed and was horrified. The expressions of the other two were even more obvious, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. What, a level 84 variant dealt with in just one hit? After the dragon vanished, everything returned to its true nature, and Bao Bao was just a guard dog. After settling down, it inquired, All right, continue. What were you about to ask? Kang Yu was so scared his soul almost left his body. My mind is blank, I've forgotten. He had suffered a memory overload. As for Poochie, it went without saying how regretful he was, lucky he hadn't attacked. He picked up the cross, tears of joy in his eyes. Divine Lord, as expected, you still protect me. Lord Cat, this is a cross passed down through generations in my family. I specifically came to offer it to you. Please accept it. Witnessing this scene, Kang Yu was also helpless, doing a quick about face. He even gave the property deeds to Bao Bao. These are the property deeds for my house in my hometown, and also my retirement savings passbook. Kang Yu poked his head out in complaint. You're even more of a flatterer than I am. Without an unnecessary movement, Poochie waved Kang Yu over. Why are you still standing there dazed? I'm also here to help you out. If there's anything you want to ask quickly. Kang Yu was overjoyed to tears. Lord Poochie, you have finally seen the light of truth. Lord Lolon will surely be delighted. Bao Bao had no choice but to accept them and the request. All right, what do you want to ask? I'll tell you beforehand. I don't know everything. After all, I'm just a guard dog.
Kang Yu, gathering all his courage, asked a long string of questions. I just want to ask, do you currently intend to massacre the safe zones, or destroy the world? Or do you have any other operational plans that would require us humans to risk our lives in defense? We want to be mentally prepared. Buchi unconsciously nodded along. But a second later he realized, huh? That straightforward? Bao Bao still patiently replied, not for now. During this time, Lord Demon King wants to earn some money. He nodded in relief. That's good then.
It remained seated there, saying. After asking, Kang Yu nodded honestly. Yes, Bao Bao ordered. Then withdraw. He immediately turned on his heel and left. All right, only Pucci felt regret. His face couldn't have been more devastated. That's it? St. Maiha's Dragon Claw? My family's heirloom cross? A house in Sky City? My future retirement fund? Just to ask one question? Kang Yu left in joy, the mission perfectly accomplished, at least confirming that the world had not yet been destroyed. Later that afternoon, Xia Ye returned with a cheerful expression, a gold coin in his hand. Suddenly he saw Bao Bao sitting on the gatepost waiting for him. Xia Ye walked over, waving to it. What are you doing at the gate, you silly cat? Bao Bao quickly jumped onto his shoulder, arching its back into light. The two seemed to have telepathic communication. Xia Ye replied, I miss you too. He calmly walked in without noticing the pile of feces on the floor. Suddenly their eyes met. A chill ran through them. Xia Ye suddenly transformed from an angel into a devil. How many times have I told you? He mercilessly flung it outside. Bao Bao was kicked out of the house that night. Sleep outside tonight. Understand? It lay sprawled helplessly, crying in despair. All right. Xia Ye pushed the door open and went inside, complaining. What a silly cat. It just doesn't learn. Suddenly something caught his attention. It was Bellio, her entire body wrapped only in white bandages. Master, I've come to serve you. Unfortunately for her, Xia Ye was a complete idiot when it came to matters of love. He lay perfectly still as Bellio pressed closer, hugging him in various ways. Xia Ye glanced at her blankly and asked, Bellio? She raised an eyebrow and replied, I'm here, master. If we sleep like this, I'm afraid it's not quite right. As soon as he finished speaking, Bellio's entire body emitted a brilliant purple light. I understand. So, how about this? Xia Ye, still maintaining his blank expression, replied, a little better.
Bellio leaned in and hugged his arm, secretly delighted. Good, master, sleep well. He also wished her back, sleep well. Mia Mew, who had just slain a level 84 great monster, was feeling insulted. Why is it like this? Dawn began to break over the top of the mansion. Only Bao Bao had been sleepless all night, crying until her tears ran dry. Xia Ye was woken by the bright sunlight, slowly opening his eyes. He silently watched Bellio, who had been curled up beside him all night. Xia Ye secretly thought, she looks very beautiful like this. His face suddenly turned red like a tomato. Suddenly a pink notebook poked out from under Xia Ye's pillow. As soon as he picked it up, Bellio rolled over shyly. Diary. Pets in this game can even write diaries. How realistic. It's not that I want to snoop, but my hands just can't control themselves.
It roughly said, Lord Demon King, there are many things I cannot say to you, but Bellio is willing to do anything for you. When you see these heartfelt words, you will understand my sincerity. I love you. Xia Ye nodded, flipping to the next page. She really likes that demon lord, doesn't she? This page began to recount her dark days. Bellio fought for Lord Ghost King, bravely tearing ABC Lolan apart in all directions. With one hand, she crushed ABC Lolan, brains splattering everywhere. It was so difficult, Bellio said sadly. Xia Ye froze. Continue reading. He decided to skim through the next few pages to see what was there. And so, what awaited Xia Ye was a blurry picture of something unclear. No more reading, he decided, closing it and returning it to its original spot. Sorry for disturbing. He almost forgot. She was a very terrifying demon. He was almost enchanted. It was too dangerous. Bellio clasped her hands together shyly. Are you leaving? Lord Demon King, are you still here? I've been seen. How embarrassing. She deliberately left the diary here because she wanted Lord Demon King to see it. Her love, determination, and bravery, which she couldn't express directly, were all written in it, conveyed to him. Lord Demon King, is this what happiness feels like? The happy time of that day had passed. That evening, Bellio was kicked out, sitting alone in the cold night. Inside the house, Xia Ye and the kitten cuddled together, sleeping soundly. Baby, you're still the best. She still didn't understand why she was treated this way. Why?
At the same time, elsewhere, Hao Ran's group was deep in animated discussion. After leveling up, their combat power had indeed increased significantly. Lord Xia Ye not only healed their injuries, but also increased the entire group's levels, attributes, and ranks. All of this could only have been achieved by hacking. Lu Ju made a judgment based on the situation. This means we have to flatter the Demon Lord. Hao Ran smirked. You're quite the smooth talker. In other words, we must choose the correct side. The victorious Demon Lord's faction will definitely be ours. Lu Ju nodded. Understood, so you're flattering the Demon Lord. Suddenly, Xiao Yuan signaled to everyone. Xiao Hao, look over there. She pointed out a dark shadow in the distance. Something was rushing towards them. Hao Ran shook his head, unable to see clearly. Lu Ju adjusted her glasses and said, let me see.
She signaled the system to activate a skill. A large magic circle appeared, helping Lu Ju magnify her vision. Marksman's Eye, level 2. She exclaimed, reporting, "I see it. It's a demon. Looks very young, but her rank is very high. This girl is Babylon, one of the 7 demon race heavenly kings, level 101. My lord," she thought to herself. "All of our forces have been deployed to Earth, but we still haven't found the Lord Demon King." Babylon's face darkened and she declared, "This cannot continue. If the Demon Lord's disappearance is related to Lolan, then we'll capture him and question him." Seeing this, Lu Ju thought to herself, "The target seems to be the safe zone ahead, probably looking for the Lord Demon King." Hao-Ran chuckled excitedly. "So she's a colleague? Let's take this opportunity to make her acquaintance. Let's go say hello to her." While flying, Babylon suddenly noticed something that caught her attention. On top of a building under construction, Hao-Ran's group was standing there. What is that? A player squad, or did they hear I was coming and deliberately set up an ambush? Wait, these levels. A number appeared above each person's head. Level 23, level 24, level 23. It's only been open for less than 3 days, yet they've already reached level 24. If left unchecked, this will surely lead to disaster. They must die. With that thought, Babylon enveloped her body with power and charged to attack them. Seeing her charge faster, Hao-Ran remained silent, waiting.
He had just opened his mouth, intending to say a few words of greeting. "Hey, demon race, you're here to find Xiaoye Dai." Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked away by Babylon. Seeing him fly through the wall on the other side, Xiaoyan quickly called out, "Xiao Hao." After that, she landed, making them wary. "You!" Babylon instantly closed in on Lu Ju's face. "Wait, actually, we are—" Before she could explain, she was also kicked away. Seeing her teammate fly away in pain, Xiaoyan helplessly screamed, "Lu Ju!" She could only struggle before being kicked away. Level 3 healing technique. Babylon appeared next to her, threatening, "Am I going to give you this chance?" As soon as she finished speaking, she delivered a powerful blow to Xiaoyan, just like before. Sharp claws enveloped Xiaoyan, but missed. This surprised Babylon a little. "What? You can block my attack? Who are you?" "She is An Lu, the assassin." Babylon also realized, assassin. An Lu frowned unhappily and said, "Let people finish speaking first." She, Babylon, was still stunned by this incident. How is this possible? Can an assassin use a shield? No, even with a shield, it's impossible to block my direct attack. But when she looked again, what she used to block the attack was a dish. Seeing this scene, she was petrified on the spot. Roast chicken.
Rogue passive skill, Chapter Wolf's Will, immune to 1 fatal attack. Cooldown, CD, 29 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 32 seconds. Using a medium-grade recovery potion, restores 500 HP. Hao-Ran said tremblingly, "An Lu, quickly tell her." A powerful golden light stream was attacking An Lu. Her gaze was sharp. It was just roast chicken. Babylon suddenly appeared, asking An Lu, "What is that?" An Lu swung her hand, unleashing a beam of light, which was the blessing of Lord Xiaoye. The powerful attacking light beam was a testament to this body and spirit. Babylon continuously lost her footing. This power belonged to Lord Xiaoye. In An Lu's hand was a brightly glowing golden rope in front of Babylon. She loudly declared, "This is the supreme treasure of this world." Babylon's body quickly leaped away from her previous position. An Lu with effort raised the glowing object towards the sky, then said, "I call it." Without hesitation, she struck it down, shouting, "Victory, Oath Chicken!" The scene was utterly chaotic, with dirt and rocks flying everywhere. In front of An Lu was an extremely large crater. Xiaoyan said worriedly, "Roast chicken looks ordinary, yet it repelled a level 101 great demon." An Lu set her foot down, looking at roast chicken with a smile. "Lord Xiaoye knew I would face danger, which is why he bestowed it upon me." Hao-Ran looked down from above, angrily saying, "Why waste time with so much nonsense? Why not speak clearly? We also belong to the Lord Demon King's faction, so why can't you speak clearly?" The abandoned house was now in ruins after the battle. Babylon stood up, grimacing. What a blunder. A player not even level 30 possesses this power. It's truly incomprehensible. Could she be using hacks? No, I cannot fall here. Suddenly, she shouted, "I must find the Lord Demon King." The system displayed a warning. Leader Babylon, HP remaining 85%, entering Phase 2. Lost sanity 99%, all attributes increased by 120%. Hao-Ran explained in shock, "Oh no, we're doomed. She's transforming, about to enter Phase 2. Babylon's body was gradually transforming with powerful innate abilities. Sturdy parts continuously appeared. We can't let her go berserk, otherwise there will be no talking anymore. Xiaoyan rushed over. "Xiaoya, what do we do now?" He coldly replied, "Don't be afraid. Babylon is right in front of us now. We know where the Demon Lord is."
Bellio rubbed her fur, asking, "Lord Baobao, is this much strength enough?" Suddenly, her gaze froze as she looked outside. A strange figure appeared in the sky. "It's here!" Babylon's body was transforming into a flying machine. Bellio stared blankly, muttering, "Where have I seen that before? It looks so familiar." Her face scrunched up, unable to recall. Baobao's broke up. "Oh really? Maybe you saw it in a comic book?" Babylon slowly approached, calmly replying, "Oh." Hao-Ran cried out in panic, "We know where the Demon Lord is. Xiao Yuan, you tell them." She hesitated. "Huh?
The Demon Lord is in the safe zone, disguised as Gamma BU. We accepted a job to pick up his pet cat. There was a slight mishap, and we were severely injured, but Lord Demon King helped us. A few of his bandages can directly increase our level. We submitted to his immense power and decided to dedicate our efforts to repay his kindness. Xiao Yuan smiled brightly, excitedly saying, "That's how it is." Her explanation made Babylon pause and look at them.
Babylon shouted, "Not only are you using hacks, but you also want to bully me. At least come up with a story that has some logic. Who could believe such an absurd thing?" Hao Ran interjected, "We have proof. This is Lord Demon King. We even took a photo with him." Babylon bent down to look at the tiny screen. She suddenly pulled out a piece of paper from inside and compared it to Bellio's drawing. She fumed. "It doesn't look alike at all. You're definitely trying to trick me." System notification. Enraged, Babylon has directly entered Phase 3. Size increased by 1500%, attack by 2000%, sanity lost by 100%. She shrieked, "Hateful humans, how dare you use hacks to ambush me? I will annihilate everything within a 100-mile radius." A surge of power emanated from Babylon's body, lifting her high into the air. Hao Ran exclaimed in panic, "The negotiation is ruined! Anlu, attack her!" Anlu replied sadly, "Lord Xie's blessing is broken." Hao Ran snapped, "It was a one-time use anyway." His gaze sharpened and he quickly turned around. A notification appeared. Lu Ju has withdrawn from the team. Hao Ran's face stiffened. "So, are we—" Babylon was hurtling towards them at full speed like a fireball. A powerful red energy enveloped the entire sky. Is this the end? Suddenly, a light pierced through the blazing red curtain. Hao Ran stammered in astonishment. What is that?" Babylon's gaze halted, her fiery red eyes turning backward. Hao Ran shouted, "It's that dungeon leader from before. Bao Bao, order Bellio, quickly." Bellio, carrying Bao Bao on his back, flew over. "Stop right there," Bao Bao said. "Making such a huge commotion will affect Lord Demon King's plans." Babylon paused, looking at Bao Bao without a word. Within a few seconds, her body tried to surge forward once more. Bellio, carrying Bao Bao, flew around to dodge the projectiles. Lord Demon King is currently disguised as a human, hiding in the city, executing deeper strategies and plans. If you just stop, I can take you to meet him. Babylon showed no intention of stopping and continued her assault. Bao Bao frowned, slightly annoyed that she wasn't listening. Xiao Yuan quickly said, "The opponent has lost her sanity." Hao Ran continued, "No, even if she hadn't lost her sanity, with Bao Bao and Bellio in her sights, it would still be very difficult to talk to her. Babylon doesn't understand." Bao Bao still stared intently with sharp eyes. Suddenly, its body became muscular with sharp claws. It had had enough. Bao Bao was concentrating on summoning power in its palm. A faint screen of light began to appear before its eyes. Finally, Bao Bao unleashed its attack. Still not enough? An incredibly massive fireball struck down with immense inherent power. At this moment, Xie stood leisurely, gazing at the sky. His hair fluttered in the breeze. The wind is so refreshing. Suddenly, Xie paused for a moment, looking to the side.
He was excited. Today was also a peaceful day. He sold 2 horns of Great Demon X2 and earned 12,098. Bellio and Bao Bao finally landed successfully. Bao Bao said, "Are you calm enough to listen to people talk now?" Babylon was stunned when she saw Bao Bao's appearance. She stammered, I don't understand cat language." Bao Bao continued, "After following the master, I forgot to switch the language back." The system displayed cat language, dog language, human language, demon language. Bao Bao turned and asked, "Why didn't you remind me sooner?" Bellio, still immersed in his role as a mount, said, "I forgot I could talk." Babylon stammered, That is...
Bellio said shyly, "Don't mind these trivial matters." Babylon replied, "You're still alive? Then let's quickly go save Lord Demon King." The safe zone exploded into rebel. Bao Bao continued angrily, "I think you have a death wish." Xiao Yan said excitedly, "Great, we get to live on." Hao Ran patted his chest, "You almost scared me to death." Lu Ju said casually, "What a shame, I already bought coffins for the 2 of you." Xiao Yan's cheeks puffed up. "You didn't bother to come back and save us, huh?" Hao Ran looked bewildered. "Why aren't they dead yet?" "Do you have the right to say that? Is this an omen of a demonic farce?" Lu Ju turned her face away. "We're all teammates. Do you have to be so harsh? I don't even know how I survived." "Perhaps it's an omen?" "I was always observing from afar. It's truly surprising. Outwardly, it's just a chubby, gluttonous cat. In reality, it's an unfathomably deep monster, and it took down a level 101 demon leader with just 1 strike." Bao Bao asked lazily while lying down, "Did you understand everything?" Babylon nodded. "Understood, understood." Lu Ju continued, "How incredibly strong it is. It truly makes one feel overwhelmed." Hao Ran agreed, "Yes, it truly makes one feel overwhelmed." Xiao Yan's eyes were wide. "The feeling is unbearable." Hao Ran said fearfully, "To have survived its grasp back then, honestly, it was thanks to the grace of Lord Xie." Xiao Yan nodded, "That's true, I admit." And Lu was still sobbing. "Lord Xie's grace has turned into fleeting clouds." The 3 of them looked at her. She's still so sad. At this moment, the door opened from the inside. Bao Bao, Xie, and Bellio asked in surprise, "Where did everyone run off to play?" These are chaotic times. Could something have happened? Suddenly, the small screen lit up and made a sound. Oh, we have guests. It's the big brother who led us through the dungeon instance last time. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for saving Bao Bao once again, and for bringing us home. How Ron smiled awkwardly. It was just a coincidence, and we were just lending a hand. Mr. Chaillet, there's no need to be so polite. Besides, Mr. Chaillet was the one who was saved. Chaillet said cordially, don't be so formal. You can call me Aye, and I'll call you Ron. How Ron was surprised. Oh, really? Chaillet extended his hand. Come quickly, come into my house and relax. How Ron continued. Actually, we also brought a small gift. Chaillet asked in surprise, what kind of small gift? How Ron replied, a pet we obtained during our outdoor adventure. We thought you might like it. Babylon level 1, bound on use, details. Add small pet Babylon to collection. This is it. Babylon's eyes lit up. Lord Demon King, I have finally met you.
Xiaye seemed unhappy upon hearing the news, thinking, another demon? Why do they want to give it to me? He said, my conditions are actually very difficult. I'm not capable of taking care of so many small pets. How about you all keep them for yourselves? Babylon fell into a crisis. I've been rejected. What should I do? Why? Am I not worthy of being by Lord Demon King's side? She still refused to give up, pondering internally. No, I must find a way. Babylon suddenly spread her hand, presenting 2 great demon horns. Xiaye was bewildered. These are... Babylon explained, my metabolism is relatively fast. I can produce pre-pairs every day. She shyly said, I hope Master will accept it. He was extremely awkward in this situation, unsure how to handle it. Xiaye spoke up. Well, thank you all. Please come in and sit. Quickly come in. Haoran happily replied, yes. The system announced, Little Pet Babylon has been added to the collection, priced at 12 gold and 98 silver per day, becoming the new female lead. This morning was a beautiful day. Xiaye walked and said, the house is a bit messy. Please don't mind it. Haoran politely said, not at all, Mr. Sha. Please don't be too formal. As soon as he finished speaking, he stumbled and fell straight down. Sha Yuan, startled, asked, what was that just now, Xiao Hao? He introduced, are there too many things scaring everyone? These are some beginner weapons I forged when I was practicing blacksmithing. The arsenal of weapons right before their eyes greatly surprised Haoran. All the weapons had a murderous appearance, astonishing everyone, especially when they learned they were just beginner weapons.
Xiaye was absorbed in introducing some basic defensive items. He observed intently, so surprised he couldn't speak. Going to another counter, he said, those are the little dolls I made when I was practicing sculpting. The dolls had eyes full of bloodlust. Xiaye asked, they're very cute, aren't they? An awkward reply rang out. Cute. Truly very cute. Haoran thought in astonishment. Is this really a home? It's clearly an arsenal. He continued, originally I wanted to sell them, but if I sold them too cheaply, I'd lose money, and if I sold them expensively, no one would buy them. I really had no other choice, so I just kept them at home. He replied, so that's how it is. Xiaye generously said, everyone feel free to take whatever item catches your eye. They're just basic items after all. I plan to try selling some intermediate and advanced items to see how it goes. Haoran was flabbergasted, thinking to himself, these items are only basic? That's right. Even roasted chickens have super powerful abilities, so it's normal for seriously forged equipment to be heaven-defying. He smiled faintly, a thought flashing through his mind. No wonder. A voice rang out. How can we just take them so casually? Xiaye gently replied. You're right. The rewards everyone gets from killing monsters are definitely much more powerful than what I make. Haoran humbly replied. Not at all. As soon as he sat down, he suddenly realized. This sofa, Haoran exclaimed in astonishment. It's also a magic artifact.
Xiaye casually introduced, I also made the sofa. Feel free to sit. Haoran trembled, replying with a hint of anxiety. Okay. He secretly sat down, muttering, it's not just the sofa, the coffee table, the floor, the windows, top-notch. Xiaye spoke up. Bellio, please bring water for our guest. Bellio brought out cups of mystical blue water, making Haoran suddenly think even the water seemed to contain powerful demonic energy of evil. He and Xiao Yuan both turned pale with fear. Seeing this, Xiaye said, to save on water bills, I opened the well behind the house and use well water to make tea. Haoran replied, is that so? The well of eternity, how impressive. Haoran's face at that moment clearly showed confusion. He pondered in silence, combining it with the feeling he had upon entering, wondering if this entire architecture had become a magic artifact. Xiaye's house, in Haoran's eyes, was something utterly terrifying. Suddenly he burst out laughing. If I had any hesitation before, at this moment I completely understand. It doesn't even take 3 days to produce such materials. This existence is truly too powerful. We must submit to him, so he accepts us into the department's faction.
Xiaye gently spoke. Everyone, please drink the tea. Everyone quickly complied, finishing their cups of tea. Xiaye began. I heard that a fierce battle just occurred in the safe zone. That's the Babylon you all obtained in that battle, isn't it? Haoran stammered. Yes, that's right, although... Haoran suddenly thought, could it be that he wants to blame us? Xiaye offered praise. What a surprise, the battle was so intense. Haoran said in a panic. We didn't expect this to happen either, Xiaye continued. Fortunately, the outcome was good, wasn't it? Haoran blurted out.
What outcome? Xia gently said. Of course, I mean that everyone is still alive, and moreover you can appear in my house sitting together drinking tea. How fortunate. Hao Ran pouted and replied, That's right, we came immediately, not wasting a single second. Xia smiled brightly, raising his glass. Therefore, congratulations. Hao Ran was embarrassed. Yes, congratulations. Hao Ran excitedly thought. He must have accepted us. Xia entertained them very warmly. Drink some tea, everyone said in unison. Okay. Xia opened with a question. The roast chicken I gave you last time must have been all eaten, right? Anlu briefly thought. Lord Xia, he clearly observed the battle just now. He knows I used the victory vow chicken, special item. Xia smiled. I still have a little left. Keeping it just takes up space. How about I share some with everyone? System notification. Receive 20 roast chickens from Xia. Each person received 20 roast chickens from Xia. Anlu secretly thought. The supreme victory vow chicken, special item. Such a precious treasure, and he generously gave 20 to each person. Lord Xia, I will definitely not fail your favor. She suddenly spoke. And I won't allow them to fail you either.
Hao Ran thought to himself, although his teammates were a bit sick, it was still bearable. As long as Lord Demon King recognized them, it would be fine. Next, as long as nothing unexpected happened, they could safely stand on the winning side until the game ended. The doorbell suddenly rang. A surprised voice rang out. Someone rang the doorbell. Lo Ran stepped forward and said, Mr. Xia, I've come to visit you. May I come in? Xia curiously asked, Big brother Lo Ran, why are you free to drop by today? He replied, I just heard a small battle happened outside, so I deliberately came to check in. Mr. Xia, is everything all right with you? If you need any help, you can tell me any time. Suddenly, Lo Ran's eyes widened when he saw Babylon and Belial. He exclaimed in surprise, Belial isn't dead, why is she here? And there's another one. This isn't good. Lo Ran immediately fell into deep thought. Upon entering, he was utterly horrified, realizing that this architectural structure had become a magic artifact. Lo Ran could only gape, observing everything. War supplies, equipment, soldier puppets, weapons. He thought, this seems a bit much. As expected, he's preparing for world destruction. The entire structure was his stronghold. He briefly thought, where did we go wrong to displease him so much? Lo Ran pondered, walking and calculating. I must stabilize him. Xia led Lo Ran into his living room. Lo Ran suddenly realized that it was the team that had cleared the Qingxing apartment dungeon instance. Why are they in the Demon Lord's house? Hao Ran also thought in surprise, Lo Ran is here too. Lo Ran looked extremely displeased, thinking to himself, could it be that they sensed the Demon Lord's abnormality a step before me and came to investigate? As expected of the first team of humans, truly outstanding. My heart feels comforted. He suddenly raised a finger, signaling. It seems Lo Ran's goal was to cooperate to prevent the Demon Lord from destroying the world. His enthusiasm made Hao Ran worried, a bad premonition.
Xia saw this and was curious. That's right. Do the two sides know each other? Lo Lan smiled and quickly replied, We do. Hao Ran showed his displeasure, not responding. He spoke up. The great battle just now was quelled by them. It's not easy to truly live. Everyone must have suffered many casualties, right? Lo Lan frowned slightly, realizing, Are you intentionally provoking us? He replied, Indeed, casualties are unavoidable. Xia continued, Honestly, this world is very interesting, and I truly don't want it to be destroyed. But I am powerless, so I can only rely on everyone to save the world. Lo Lan immediately showed his attitude, thinking to himself, I see, he finds it too boring, so he wants to destroy the world. If that's the case, he lowered his head and replied, I understand what to do now. You want it to be interesting. I wonder if Mr. Xia finds elves interesting enough. Xia was excited. Elves? Are there elf races in the game? Lo Lan said, I know an unexplored area called the Ancient Elf Kingdom. If found, there surely will be. He was delighted. What you said makes me very interested. If I have the chance, I really want to go and see it. He immediately resolved. Excellent. I will go and catch it. Xia was confused. Catch it? Do you mean catch it for me? Hao Ran sat there observing, secretly calculating. There's a good show to watch. The hope of humans is being humbled before the Demon Lord. He gently expressed, Although Big Brother Lo Lan values me, which makes me very happy, I am just a novice with no combat power. To open up the future for humans, you should value him instead. All eyes turned towards Hao Ran. Xia affirmed, He is the most excellent player. Hao Ran immediately protested. Wait, Lord Xia has misunderstood the relationship between me and Lo Lan. Actually, Lo Lan interrupted. As expected of Mr. Xia, nothing can be hidden from you. Indeed, I am cooperating with the first squad of humans. Hearing that, Hao Ran immediately flew into a rage. He continued, If we've already been discovered, there's no need to hide anything anymore, right? Hao Ran asked again, What are you talking about? Lo Lan excitedly said, We've been discovered, so let's act openly. This time we'll go together to search for the elf. We can definitely cooperate to achieve our goal. Seeing this, Xia was also delighted. Really? He replied. You can rest assured. Xia burst out laughing. That's great. I knew it. We're all the same kind of people. Lo Lan quickly bid farewell. We're setting off now, he added. Come visit us next time. Everyone was pulled along by Lo Lan. Hao Ran still couldn't believe what was happening, completely misunderstood as being part of the opposing faction. Hao Ran spoke up.
Although I don't know what you're all so distressed about, I assume you've been thoroughly intimidated by the Demon Lord's arrogance, but there's no need to be so scared. Even the Demon Lord will be powerless once he sees our cooperative relationship. We just need to bring the elf back, and everything can still be turned around. Hearing this, Hao-Ran was utterly exasperated and swung a punch. The punch missed Lo-Lan, shattering the wall behind him. Lo-Lan seemed surprised by Hao-Ran's action.
Hao-Ran yelled, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Lo-Ran, bewildered, repeated Hao-Ran's words. "You did that on purpose?" Realizing he was being insulted, he became angry. "Well done. From childhood to adulthood, you're the first person to talk to me like that. I don't know where you get the nerve to be so aggressive with me." Hao-Ran stepped closer and sneered. "Oh, really? Can I show you where I get my strength from, then?" With that said, Hao-Ran raised his hand and cast a spell. Immediately, a roasted chicken appeared, astonishing Lo-Lan. This is?" Hao-Ran said smugly. "Ta-da! Impressive, isn't it? Roast chicken." Lo-Ran replied, "Thanks, I'm not hungry." This made Hao-Ran feel awkward. From behind, Lu Ju spoke up. "Captain, I don't want to be too talkative, but you're so stupid I really can't stand to watch." Interrupting her, Hao-Ran replied, "Shut up, he knows what you want to say." He silently looked at Lo-Lan, thinking, "I simply cannot conflict with him. If I ruin the plan to infiltrate the Demon Lord's inner circle, I'm done for. Of course I know that." Interrupting Hao-Ran's train of thought, Lo-Ran spoke up. "I don't understand why you're unhappy. You should feel honored to be able to cooperate with me, the hope of humanity." He asked, "Even if that's true, what do you want to cooperate on?" Lo-Ran continued, "I just said we enter the uncharted territory, capture an elf, and bring it back to offer to the Demon Lord so that he postpones his world destruction plan." Hao-Ran said with a disdainful expression, "Listening to your words, where does that sound like a righteous role?" Beside him, Xiao-Yan whispered into his ear, "Xiao-Hao, just now when we were inside, Lord Xia intended for us to cooperate with Lo-Lan." Xiao-Hao's group communicated telepathically. Lu Ju spoke up. "Perhaps he has some plan that our pig-headed brains cannot comprehend." Hao-Ran said helplessly, "Your sharp tongue doesn't spare me either." Xiao-Yan cautiously said, "Actually, it's also possible the Demon Lord just said it casually." Hao-Ran retorted, "This is the Demon Lord. Every word and action relates to world destruction. How could he say it jokingly?" And Lu said, "I understand now. He told us to find an opportunity to directly dispose of Lo-Lan." Hao-Ran replied, "Do you think we can defeat him?" Lo-Lan spoke up, "So what's the plan? Do you want to cooperate? Humanity cannot anger the Demon Lord in the short term, but that's not a long-term strategy. Only when the players mature can we unite our forces for one final battle."
The player's potential is limitless, and you are the best squad, deserving of cultivation. If you go with him, you can reap many rewards far exceeding your current level. Except for women, everything else is yours. How about it? This must be very appealing to you, right? Hao-Ran turned around, agreeing to Lo-Lan's proposal. "Let's go then." But he refrained from shaking hands, fearing that Lord Xia might misunderstand. From above, behind the glass door, a boy stood observing. Xia's eyes shone brightly, excited. "This is great. It seems they really like each other. I must firmly cling to the big thighs of Big Brother Lo-Lan and the first squad of humans. Otherwise, if I encounter difficulties, I won't know who to ask for help." He trembled with excitement, thinking, "Haha, I truly am a genius." Behind them, Babylon and Bao Bao watched Xia intently. Although they didn't know what Lord Demon King was doing, he truly was a genius. In the sky, thousands of red number sequences appeared. Hao-Ran stared blankly, not knowing what they were. Then he turned to ask Lo-Lan, "You mean here?" Lo-Lan smiled confidently and smugly, replying simply, "Yes." Unlike a dungeon instance, this place has not yet been explored. The place we must enter is this: Ancient Elf Kingdom, a restricted area for level 92. He also didn't know what was behind the door. The only thing that could be determined was that the level of the monsters inside far exceeded the current dungeon instance, possibly even comparable to high-level demon race on Earth. The so-called elves are races that once existed in our world, besides humans in the demon race. This is the first stage of the special worldview training.
The squad nodded sleepily upon hearing this. Hao-Ran replied perfunctorily, "So that's how it is." Lu-Lan continued, "This world in the beginning wasn't just inhabited by humans in the demon race. Didn't you read the main storyline?" Hao-Ran, feeling a pang of guilt, explained, He was just focused on increasing his progress, so we skipped all those parts. Otherwise, how could you have taken the lead to become the first squad?" Lu-Lan helplessly explained, "According to the lore, the technical skills of humans all came from the Western deities, borrowing divine power to resist the brutal demon race. After 1,000 years of conflict, the world was constantly engulfed in war. During this period, other races couldn't compete with humans and the demon race for survival resources and gradually went extinct. However, there was actually another race with power equal to humans in the demon race. That was the elf race, capable of wielding the power of nature with immense energy that could tip the balance. But the elf princess, unwilling to submit to any faction, sacrificed herself to seal the elf power. To this day, elves have become creatures of legend. Lulan explained at length. Understood? Haoran replied. Understood. In short, even neutrals were wiped out by you guys. Lulan continued. Behind this door is the former Elfland, but whether there are still elves inside, he isn't sure. The system warned repeatedly. Players are advised not to enter. Do not enter. Do not enter. Hey! Haoran grimaced and asked. Wow, the warnings have filled up the entire inbox. What level are you guys even? Are you planning to lead them to your heaven? Lulan calmly said. As long as it can make the Demon Lord a little happy, this risk is bearable. Moreover, even if any unexpected situation arises, it's fine. I've brought all the family treasures with me. With that, he opened the system and pulled out various items. Lulan pulled out an unknown number of things. And all these things. Luju and Haoran stared, dumbfounded and speechless. They were at a loss for words. The hope of humans, in an attempt to please the Demon Lord, had prepared a pile of evil artifacts and was now leading a group of weak individuals into a restricted treasure hunting area.
Loran put away the props. What he showed you was only a part. Just leave the fighting to him. You can rest assured. Haoran replied. Hearing that, you guys can rest assured. Loran said, the task of finding equipment, experience, gold coins, and props is yours. If you understand, then everyone, let's go. Haoran replied, great, very happy, very much looking forward to it. Loran grumbled again, excellent, you finally realize how good it is to have his help. Haoran replied boredly, exactly. He rambled on, although you guys are fierce, very rude, and don't respect him, there's no other way. Right now, only you are the most outstanding. He will train you, but when facing unknown dangers, everyone must conserve resources. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage in combat. System notification. Entering combat. Enemy A-rank monster. Good luck. Upon hearing this, Loran angrily shouted, does it have to be this fast? Xiao Yuan tremblingly said, she's sorry, it seems she stepped right on the trigger. Immediately, a giant muscular monster with a bird's head appeared before everyone. Ignorant humanity dares to trespass here and disturb the peaceful sleep of the elf. Blood-red roaring beast, A-rank monster. This is the only warning. Leave here now and never return. If you comply, it may spare your lives. Hearing this, Xiao Yuan bowed deeply and pleaded, I'm sorry, it's all her fault. You can do whatever you want to her. Please don't be angry. Her actions made it embarrassed. Really? If you say so. At this moment, Loran shouted loudly, you guys fall back. Leave it to him. Immediately, the squad pulled Xiao Yuan about 100 meters. This also angered the blood-red roaring beast. Loran summoned a cube with a glowing red eye. Li Family Supreme Treasure, S-rank demonic artifact, Hell Breakthrough Demonic Ancestor. The system panel appeared. Hell Breakthrough Demonic Ancestor increases all attributes by 30% for 5 minutes. After it ends, enters a weakened state. Movement speed slows by 45% for 30 seconds. Loran, in his transformed state, charged forward. He unleashed countless lightning-fast attacks on the blood-red roaring beast. Haoran stood watching in a daze. Wow, he's really suppressing this boss. But why is the hope of humanity using a demonic artifact? Xiao Yuan turned to Haoran and said, Xiao Hao, they should help him a bit. Before she could finish, she looked over and saw 2 people calmly starting a fire. What are you 2 doing? Haoran casually replied, what's wrong with lying down? Xiao Yuan's face froze, as if what he said was the most natural thing. On this side, Loran and the beast were still fighting fiercely. He jumped up to deliver a decisive blow. 1 last HP. The blood-red roaring beast cried out in panic, don't come over here. Before he could touch the beast, Loran returned to his original form. The system's voice rang out. Buff duration ended.
The beast stared blankly at Luolan, seemingly not understanding what was happening. Sensing an opportunity, it immediately counterattacked. It was its turn to strike back. It launched a direct blow at Luolan, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere. The blood-red fierce beast continued to swing its mace, smashing it directly where Luolan was, causing the ground to shatter completely. Xiao Yuan screamed in panic, quickly save him, he's really going to die.
The blood-red roaring beast continuously pounded the ground where Luolan was standing. As the dust settled, a figure stood tall, revealed. Haoran stood in front of Luolan, blocking him, which surprised the beast. Luolan called after, Mr. Qin, what are you doing? You must know you're no match for it. Before he could finish, he saw Haoran conjure a roast chicken. Luolan couldn't understand, thinking, what are you doing with a roast chicken? Under Luolan's bewildered gaze, Haoran charged forward, holding the roast chicken. Luolan angrily shouted, is that how you charge in? Are you trying to bribe the boss with food? Come back! He admitted that Haoran's way of thinking was unique, but he didn't know much about the boss. Do you like roast chicken or not? The blood-red roaring beast, which was originally a chicken species, replied curtly. It was furious. What is little devil LV-26 trying to show off? The blood-red roaring beast swung its mace high, intending to finish off Haoran. Chen Hao used the enhanced roast chicken and approached. He swung the roast chicken with all his might at the blood-red roaring beast, hitting its skin. Unexpectedly, the boss was actually cut in half. Luolan stood frozen in bewilderment for 5 seconds. He completely didn't understand what had happened. Luju and Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration, as expected of the divine artifact bestowed by the Demon Lord. It looks ugly but possesses such immense power. This divine artifact is incredibly powerful. Who would have thought they'd be given 20 roast chickens? Luolan grabbed Haoran by the collar and shook him. Why didn't you say you had such good stuff earlier?
Haoran calmly replied, "You yourself said you were fully prepared." Luolan rolled his eyes, then said seriously, "Indeed I was fully prepared. If I had endured through its weakened state, I could have killed it. I have great confidence in my abilities." "Oh right, let's go see the boss kill reward." It was a large bright pearl emitting a glow. Luolan winked and said, "He said it's all yours." Luolan used a rune bandage to heal his wounds, recovering 40 HP. They gathered around the spirit pearl. Xiao Yuan said, "I'm so excited, Xiao Hao." Lu Ju, standing beside him, spoke up, "Your luck isn't good. Let me do it." The bright pearl transformed into various items. Haoran said, "The reward is really not bad. This amount of money is completely enough to have fun in the early stages. Mineral elements and earth essence will be necessary to enhance equipment in the later stages." The system panel listed the received items. Haoran felt even luckier to be a minion of the Demon Lord. He thought, "Too bad. Compared to the Demon King's roast chicken, these are just trash." Xiao Yuan wondered, "No equipment dropped?" Lu Ju chimed in, "Too unlucky. Let me do it." Haoran spoke up, "Actually, trading the roast chicken for these things is a bit of a loss, but it's better than nothing. When we get back, they'll split it evenly." Luolan stood watching, deep in thought, saying nothing. Then he suddenly spoke up, remembering something. "The item you used just now didn't have the power that normal items possess. Where did it come from?" Luolan summoned his sword. "Could it be that the Demon Lord gave it to you?"
Luolan questioned, "Could it be that such powerful items were bestowed upon you by the Demon Lord?" Xiao Yuan quickly replied, "We found a rare treasure chest while leveling up. We just needed to put in 998 coins to get super powerful items." "Wow, your luck is really incredible," Haoran standing by added. "That's right," Lu Ju thought to herself. "Finding items that easily kill level 100 monsters while leveling at level 20? Only a fool would believe such an absurd lie." Luolan fell silent after hearing the explanation. Seeing this, Lu Ju cautiously thought, "This doesn't feel right. We'll probably have to fight." Luolan turned away and said, "You guys divide the rewards. I'll go scout ahead." Lu Ju was utterly shocked. He actually believes it? Could it be? Her face went blank. He's an idiot. Haoran glanced at Lu Ju with a smile, then suddenly remembered something Luolan had reminded him of. Lu Ju asked, "Reminded you of what?" Haoran continued, "The Lord Demon King giving them such powerful items. Honestly, that doesn't make sense." Lu Ju wondered, "What do you mean?" Haoran said with sharp eyes. "Of course." Lu Ju also chimed in with him. "Of course." Haoran said, "He really wants to raise elves." Lu Ju agreed. "That's right. That's why he gave them the items to help them kill monsters." Haoran spoke up. "Exactly. Because the difficulty of this land was all within the Demon Lord's calculations. He already knew that they fundamentally couldn't win by themselves." Lu Ju assented. "So everything is clear now." Both were filled with determination. "Then we must find the elves so that Lord Xia can see our sincerity."
Xiao Yuan stood from afar, watching the two people laugh and talk. She wore a sinister smile, her intentions unknown. "The LV-10 Throne of Plunder Guardian will not allow you to take another step." It had sharp teeth, blood-red eyes, and roared loudly before swinging its claws to attack Haoran and Luolan. It used its pointed tail to lunge straight at Luolan. The attack was parried by his sword. System notification. Luolan used Space Traveler's Melody module. He used his sword to flick away the Guardian's tail, then agilely moved along its tail. The Throne of Plunder Ghost Guardian roared when it saw its tail severed into pieces by Luolan. System continued to notify. Qin Haoran used Enhanced Roast Chicken. Qin Haoran used Rogue Rank C Professional Skill, Trash Chaos LV-1. Countless pieces of trash fell from above, striking the Throne of Plunder Guardian. It roared furiously. Where did all these props come from? Suddenly realizing something, it fell silent, cold sweat breaking out.
Haoran used all his strength to unleash a decisive blow. At the same time, Luolan also delivered a finishing move. The two simultaneous attacks struck the fallen Throne Guardian, completely defeating it. "No way," Luolan and Haoran said. "That was an easy finish." The Guardian opened its system to report. The system announced, "Your report has been received. Upon review, 4 points of the opponent's dignity value have been deducted." It asked, "What happens next?" The system replied, "What next? There is no next." It looked bewildered. Why is that? The fallen Throne Guardian lay sprawled out, knocked out cold. The system announced the items Haoran received. At this moment, a foot was standing in a puddle. Luolan stood before the door and spoke. "Ahead lies the elves' throne. If the elves are still alive, there must be clues inside." But the elves sealed themselves away, not wanting their power and treasures to fall into the hands of other races. Therefore, danger certainly awaits us ahead. Anyway, let's not accidentally trigger any mechanisms again right after entering the map. No sooner had she finished speaking than the system announced, "Warning, entering combat." Luolan, fuming, turned to Haoran and yelled, "Can't you be a little more professional?" Haoran immediately mimicked Luolan, turned to Xiaoyan and yelling, "Can't you be a little more professional?" Xiaoyan, feeling wronged, immediately defended herself. "It wasn't me, it really wasn't me. I was so afraid of stepping on a mechanism that I didn't even dare to move on my own." Suddenly, a colossal monster stood towering before them. Its immense size utterly astonished Haoran and Luolan. The monster began to question them in its terrifying voice. "Ignorant humanity dares to intrude and disturb the peaceful slumber of the elves? Have you lived too long and grown tired of life? This is your one and only warning. Leave this place and never return. If you obey me, I might spare your lives." Hearing this, Luolan involuntarily spoke.
Doesn't that sound familiar? Seeing their fearless expressions, the monster was astonished. What? Then it aggressively reared up and threatened. So what? Your ignorance will send you to your doom. Come, mortals, feel my wrath. But they showed no fear. Hao-Ran turned to speak. It's very similar to a game I used to play back then. Or is this game copying that one? Lolan chimed in beside him. I find it familiar too. Seeing their nonchalance, the monster exclaimed. What? It paced back and forth thinking. Let me think again. Wait a moment, just a moment. Then while it wasn't paying attention, they went around to the back and discovered a clone, muttering, I'm almost there. Suddenly the clone startled and turned to look.
So the clone was caught, put into a bottle, and cried in disbelief. Is it this easy to be caught? But when Hao-Ran saw this, he said, That's good. At this moment, the system announced, Illusion of Elf King's throne dispelled. The entire team received 8,990 experience points. Leveled up, Qin Hao-Ran received the 3D Quick Battle item. Loran, standing at the door, spoke. The teleportation gate has opened. It seems to have just opened the forward outpost of the Elf King's throne. Hearing this, Hao-Ran replied, Is that so? With such low difficulty, I thought it was just a minigame. Lu Ju also chimed in, and besides, it's very weak. Their words were like arrows piercing deep into the clone, making the clone angrily shout, I am merely the master's clone. My master is the strongest elf in the kingdom. Master? Hao-Ran wondered. The clone then recounted. After the princess sacrificed herself, the kingdom was destroyed. Everyone died. Only my master survived, and by herself protected the kingdom for 1,000 years. She is the strongest elf. With her here, no one can covet the elf's legacy. Hearing this, Loran and Hao-Ran immediately revealed sinister expressions. You said she's an elf? Excellent. Our trip here wasn't in vain. Where is she? After hearing this, the clone was helpless. Your priorities are really strange.
The clone explained that at first the elf was walking around, saw a strange mushroom, and then took a bite. As a result, the elf was severely poisoned and then lay motionless. Because of eating the poisonous mushroom, Xiang Xiangyu still... At this point, the clone was speechless. A moment later, they were led before the soul of the S-rank elf, Ma Yin-Yu, a level 101 soul and the ruler of the ancient elf kingdom, the strongest boss in this land. From a distance, Hao-Ran and his group saw this and wondered, A soul? Why is it a soul? They whispered amongst themselves. Xiao Yuan asked, Could it be that she's dead? But Hao-Ran objected. The demon lord wouldn't send us here on a wasted trip. Impossible. Lolan, standing nearby, agreed. Exactly. Absolutely impossible. Unless injured by external power, elves are immortal and indestructible, Lolan added. The illusion protecting this place has just been broken by us. Then he mused. There are no signs of a struggle in the throne, so it's definitely not murder. Hao-Ran immediately scoffed. Not murder? Could it be suicide then? Upon hearing this, Lolan replied, Suicide? A very bold speculation. Before he could finish his sentence, Lolan exclaimed, Look over there. It's her body. His eyes suddenly widened. I understand now. Lolan confidently presented his deduction. She protected the ruins alone for over 1,000 years. During that time, she was eroded by loneliness, gradually losing herself. Her soul split into evil thoughts, while her body and good thoughts fell into a deep sleep. The condition to clear this dungeon instance is to defeat her evil thoughts and awaken her. The clone in the bottle gaped, thinking to itself, He got it all wrong. Is that what he calls a body? It's clearly a corpse. Lolan, with a smug expression, turned to the clone and asked, How was my guess? The clone immediately praised. Your deduction is flawless. You are incredibly intelligent.
At this moment, he realized another difficulty. The elf warrior was different from the ordinary A-rank monsters outside. With S-rank strength, even I wouldn't be confident of an easy victory. Finishing his words, he turned to look at Hao-Ran and asked, What do we do now? Immediately, Hao-Ran raised his hand and replied, I'm out of items. Lolan sighed. It seemed they had no choice but to use this move. Even when ambushing the demon lord, he had never used his strongest item. At this moment, Mars's spirit detected intruders. Oh, someone broke in, she exclaimed. She seemed to go mad, unleashing her power and roaring. Then let your blood appease my wrath. But something was suddenly thrown at her head, then fell to the ground. She looked at the greenish object and wondered, What is this? Then Mars thought, If it's placed on the ground, it must be meant to be stepped on. However, before she could step on it, the green object erupted with immense power, creating a plume of green smoke that left her no time to react. Hao-Ran also asked in surprise, What is that? Lolan, standing beside him, calmly explained, I originally prepared it to use on the demon lord. This is one of our family's heirloom treasures passed down through generations.
It was an S-rank artifact, the Plague Trap, borrowing the power of the 4 primordial great demons. It unleashes plagues, causing immense damage and powerful crowd control. Its weakness is that it inflicts excruciating pain on those affected, making them wish for death and unable to resist. Hao Ran yelled in panic, "Your family heirloom treasure is terrifying," and thought to himself, "Why does it feel like my clone next to me is also speaking? But acquiring and using are two different things. Aren't you supposed to be on the good side?" At this moment, Hao Ran remembered Xia tea, which resembled the Demon King's tea. On the other side, Mars's soul was enveloped by a green fluid. Before she could react, countless plagues coiled around her body. Just then, the system announced, "Mars has been afflicted by the plague trap, feeling her strength drain, unable to resist, and in immense pain." Seeing this, Lolan leaped down from above, full of triumph. Good, she's under control. He then swiftly charged towards Mars's bound soul. Simultaneously, he activated Gas Mask, Enhance Strengthen, Attack Power Level 13, All Attributes Boost Level 10, High Grade Luck Boost Level 14, and the Hell Breakthrough Ancestral Module, Legendary. Lolan let out a yell, then unleashed his full power towards Mars. Just then, Mars saw him flying in from somewhere and shrieked in surprise. However, being bound, even though she saw Lolan, she couldn't retaliate and was hit by his attack. At close range, Mars clearly saw Lolan's appearance, causing her to exclaim in surprise, "High-level NPC human." But seeing his terrifying expression, she immediately changed her mind. "No, that's not right." Denmars remarked, "It should be said that he's a true demon." At this moment, Lolan, like a demon out of control, continuously unleashed attacks on Mars, causing her to lose a significant amount of health.
Seeing this scene, the clone character cried, a villainous smile tinged with fear. "This is outrageous. As an NPC, he's leading a bunch of low-level players to bully others, even using unethical attack methods?" Hao Ran, standing nearby, commented, "I didn't expect his full strength to be so powerful. He truly lives up to being the hope of the humans. It seems I underestimated him before." Upon hearing this, the clone character was startled and turned to ask, "What? The hope of the humans?" Hao Ran immediately turned to look and ask back, "You know?" The clone character replied, "Not long ago, a voice showed us a prophecy. After the two worlds merge, a player will appear who can lead the brave ones to destroy the demon race, defeat the demon lord, and be called the hope of the humans." At this point, the clone character looked at Lolan, tears welling up in his eyes. "It's actually him? I'd rather just despair." Meanwhile, Moss had begun to rage. "Don't underestimate my millennium of unwavering will." With that, she gathered her strength and exploded in a burst, blasting away the OE trap that was binding her. Seeing this, Lolan wondered, is the OE trap's duration almost up? Looking at Moss's remaining HP, Lolan couldn't help but feel regret. What a pity, it's still a bit short. Now it was Moss's turn to counterattack. She screamed, "How can I let humans like you take away the child we risked our lives to protect?" As she spoke, she attacked Lolan. Lolan merely responded indifferently. "Is that so?" Then he cleaved Moss in half with a single sword strike. Unfortunately, this strongest elf warrior must have forgotten. After that strike, Moss spurted blood and slowly fell. Lolan reminded her, in her previous life, she died from eating poisonous mushrooms. At that moment, the atmosphere became quiet as before. Lolan slowly sheathed his sword. Just then, Hao Ran jumped down and praised, "Not bad, huh?" Lolan spun around and said coldly, "Cut the flattery. Go examine that corpse." Upon hearing this, the clone character couldn't believe his ears. After torturing his master to death, he only wants to examine the corpse? Can this really be called hope? Then the clone character saw Moss's soul disappearing in despair, causing the empty vial to fall to the ground with a clink. The atmosphere fell silent, making Lolan wonder, "Strange, there's no reward, and I don't even see the little elf?" He began to deduce, "Some things are not within my calculations. Did I perhaps defeat the boss incorrectly?" Seizing the opportunity, Hao Ran immediately scoffed. "Are you only now realizing that your approach has issues? What do we do next?" Lolan looked at the corpse and muttered, "This really isn't working." He made a decision. "Then I'll just have to bring this back to the Demon Lord." Hao Ran was startled and asked back, "The desiccated corpse? Are you serious?" At this moment, the room suddenly shook, then was enveloped by strange characters. Everyone cried out in panic. "What happened? It's an earthquake trap."
Hao Ran, seeing this scene, immediately blamed Lolan, fearing that his evil demeanor and words had angered Ziling in the ruins. Lolan quickly explained, "No, it's not that. I must have touched the elf seal while carrying this corpse." Looking at the corpse on Lolan's shoulder, Hao Ran wondered, "When did you start carrying it?" This is the highest level elf sealing technique, and furthermore, it's being unsealed. As soon as he finished speaking, a door opened in the distance. Lolan curiously asked, "What's being released?" Hao Ran, his face pale, yelled, "Please put that down quickly or it'll be too late." A graceful figure slowly appeared, speaking in a sweet voice. "Mars Gigi,
It was Sylar, the elf princess who had been asleep for 1,000 years, now awakened after the seal was broken. She stepped in, her voice full of worry. I can't feel sister. Moss, where is sister? Seeing Moss's corpse being carried on Lolon's shoulder, Sylar fell silent. Then she collapsed to the ground, her petrified body gradually cracking. The system reported, the elf princess who had been asleep for 1,000 years has fallen back into slumber, logging out.
Seeing that scene, Howron's group was utterly horrified. The elf princess was shattered. After finally finding a living elf, why was she shattered like this? Lulon immediately concluded, at this point, I think she can still be salvaged, at least better than the elf I'm carrying. Hearing that, Howron was completely shocked. Is that the main point? Without further explanation, Lulon chattered, rather, this is the main point. Help me carry this corpse, I brought glue. Howron wondered, glue? Lulon quickly replied, yes, first take off her clothes. After that, a power emanated, creating a huge explosion. Then a rainbow-colored path pierced through the ancient elf kingdom. Next, the rainbow-colored path quickly pierced straight through the earth. At this moment, only a charred corpse remained. Howron looked at the corpse and asked, now what? Lulon casually replied, it's not even as good as a dried corpse. Howron angrily yelled, don't mention dried corpses anymore. Howron covered his face in discomfort, feeling that they had narrowly failed. At this moment, An Lu from behind, filled with murderous intent, spoke up. Even a failed mission deserves a return to meet Lord Demon King. I will kill you all first, then commit suicide. Lu Ju patted An Lu's shoulder. I'll go search other ruins to see if there are any survivors.
Hearing this, Xiao Yuan replied, I'm going too. And Liu also followed. Lu Ji reminded, put your swords away. Lu Ji was looking for an opportunity to slip away, but Lorlan suddenly exclaimed, wait, could this be? The true legendary elf treasure, the Alpha Wisdom Stone. So this is what the elf princess wanted to destroy in the recent explosion, the item the main elf lineage wanted to seal 1,000 years ago, the S-rank artifact, Alpha Wisdom Stone. Lorlan sat down next to the corpse, looking at the stone. He frowned and said, an S-rank artifact has enough power to influence the balance of the world. For 1,000 years, all the knowledge and methods of controlling elf power held by the elf race had been gathered within it. Haryanran asked curiously, so possessing it is equivalent to possessing elf power, the third type of power that can rival divine power and magic power. Lorlan's expression turned sinister. With it, we no longer need to fear the Demon Lord's threats. Now I can wash away the humiliation I've recently endured. He was about to reach out for it, but Howran stopped him. Wait. Lorland asked puzzled. Mr. Qin? Howran asked gravely. Are you saying you won't hand it over to the Demon Lord? He scoffed. Mr. Qin, are you playing too deep a role? All of us were only trying to appease the Demon Lord to stabilize him. Now that we have the artifact in hand, we'll have a chance to destroy him. How could we possibly hand it over? Hearing these words, Howran fell silent for a long time. Then he burst out laughing. Haha, so that's it. I finally understand. Lorlan wondered. Understand what, finally? Howran's eyes gleamed. I finally understand why the Demon Lord wanted me to accompany you to find the elves. Seeing his expression, Lorland also tensed up. Why? Howran quickly replied. I originally thought he was just bored and wanted to find elves to keep his pets, but I didn't expect him to have already planned everything, knowing it all beforehand. If I'm not mistaken, he already knew the Alpha Wisdom Stone was here. He knew elf power couldn't fall into the hands of humans, which is why he told us to follow you. Lord Demon King entrusted us with an important mission. He truly cares about us. I'm crying. Lorland said uncomfortably. I'm very sorry for breaking my promise. I cannot hand this item over to you. I must take it back to Sky City. With it, humans can resist the Demon Lord, and we can avenge the humiliation we've suffered. However, when Lorland held the stone in his hand, it turned out to be a mineral element, a heat extraction core, and a blueprint. Lorland's face went blank. Huh? Haryanran's group quickly laughed. Let's take this opportunity to make a quick escape.
At that moment, Lolan slowly stood up and asked, what did you just do? Howran replied with a smug smile. My apologies, Sir Hope of Humans. Please don't be angry. Just a small entertaining skill. Qin Howran had used the professional skill, Rogue Rank C, a type of street magic used to swap the positions of two ordinary objects, which was said to have no real effect. Lolan calmly continued to ask, turning the tables? That's truly surprising. Do you really think you can defeat me? Normally, we certainly couldn't defeat you, Howran replied with a laugh. Lu Ju put on her glasses and continued, but if we persevere to the end. Her eyes were full of determination, ready for battle. She chanted, 10,000 bullets fired, miraculous roast chicken version. As soon as the incantation was uttered, thousands of roast chicken transformed into bullets, hovering behind Lu Ju, making Lolan disbelieve his own eyes. What? Without letting him say another word, Lu Ju began her attack. Countless roast chicken flew in the direction she pointed. Go! Seeing the roast chicken about to rush towards him, Lolan channeled his power. He used the skill Divine Shield Power, Rank S.
Luolan was enveloped by a red shield, fending off the attacks of roast chicken. Miraculous roasted chicken again? Didn't you say you ran out? Howran honestly replied, I did run out, but everyone else on the team still has 20. After escaping the storm of roast chicken, Luolan slowly emerged from the smoke. So that's how it is. His face was filled with indignation. You guys were prepared from the very beginning. Without further explanation, Luolan charged towards them and activated his skills. King's Blessing level 23, increasing all attributes by 10. Freedom Blessing level 13, granting 10% immunity to movement restrictions for 8,355 seconds. Punishment Halo level 18, increasing attack damage by 4.6%. Xiaoyan also joined the fight, saying, "Xiao Hao, I'll block him. Everyone run." But her move couldn't stop Luolan. He glided past Xiaoyan, thrusting his sword straight towards Haoran, who was behind her. Luckily, Haoran quickly used a roast chicken to block Luolan's attack, but Luolan's gaze was incredibly calm as he stared at Haoran. Haoran, meanwhile, was struggling immensely to block his attack. Very quickly, he couldn't hold on any longer and was sent flying by Luolan's skill. Haoran slid a long distance across the ground before finally stopping, with only a sliver of health remaining. He gave a bitter laugh, thinking to himself, "Although I managed to reluctantly fight him thanks to the victory pledged chicken, in a direct confrontation, the level difference is indeed still—" And besides, thinking of this, he angrily blamed Xiaoyan. "You said you'd block him. You should have at least held him back for a second." Xiaoyan stammered, "I did my best. I really did." To atone, she attacked again. "This time, I'm sure I'll block him." Xiaoyan activated Fiery Star Art level 4, concentrating magical energy in her hand and firing it as high-speed energy bullets, dealing 788 damage. Enhanced Roasted Chicken increased the damage from 788 to 8,358. The skill flew rapidly towards Luolan. It collided with his skill, creating a massive explosion. Lu Ju watched the explosion, her eyes sparkling. A dazzling light, the light of a divine artifact exploding. On the other side, Luolan was also struggling to defend himself. He thought to himself, "Are these roasted chickens endless? I can't keep depleting my resources like this. I still need to get my hands on the Wisdom Stone." As he was thinking, suddenly from behind, Li activated Backstab level 6, attempting a sneak attack. Thanks to his agility, Luolan managed to parry the blow. Haoran spotted the stone on the ground and recalled, "It flew out during the attack just now." He urgently instructed, Li, crack a stone first.
Then An Liu quickly reached out for it. "Okay." But Luolan, standing nearby, shouted, "Don't even think about it." He used the hilt of his sword to forcefully jab An Liu's stomach, making her clutch her stomach in pain. After that, he quickly reached out for the stone. Just as Luolan's hand was about to touch the stone, Lu Ju appeared, kicking the stone towards Haoran, the captain, who caught it. Haoran leaped towards the stone, his voice firm, "I can get it." Luolan frowned, glancing at the flying stone. Just as Haoran was about to touch the stone, the scene shifted to Xia speaking. "Stop fighting, don't hurt each other because of me." It turned out that Xia was turning on the TV for the two girls at home. He said in a low voice, "The TV is fixed, I'm going to take a nap. You two behave and watch TV." The two girls replied in unison, "Yes, master." As Xia left, he thought, "I didn't expect that after developing skills, an engineer who trains to Grandmaster level can also fix TVs. It seems I can save a lot on repair costs later. Living in this world is truly not easy. I have to be careful with every little thing." He skipped happily and wondered to himself, what should I practice next? Bellio and Babylon looked at Xia with immense reverence. Master has truly paid too high a price to deeply infiltrate the human world. On the other hand, Haoran was delighted. "I got it." But suddenly, a hand reached out and covered his eyes.
Luolan gently pushed him back and then caught the stone. Seeing the stone fall into Luolan's hand, Haoran was surprised. He frowned, wondering, "What? Why did it suddenly teleport here?" Lu Ju was also confused. "We clearly didn't stop attacking. How could it have teleported there under our assault?" An Lu seemed to discover something and spoke up. "Look, the target we just attacked has turned into a doll." Luolan replied smugly, "It's just a rogue rank C skill. I used to play around with this when I had free time." Luolan had used the rogue C-rank professional skill Street Magic, a move that swaps the positions of two objects. Normally it has no effect. Haoran angrily gritted his teeth, looking at Luolan, intending to say, "You?" But Luolan didn't let him continue, immediately kicking him in the face. Xiaoyan anxiously shouted, "Xiao Hao!" Lu Ju spoke up, "How dare you!" However, he couldn't blame him at all, even feeling quite pleased. Before Lu Ju could finish, An Lu chimed in. "Agreed!" Luolan raised the stone high, his voice cold. "It's time to end this play." From the stone, a stream of purple-red lightning appeared overhead. The group hastily took out Roast Chicken to use his shields to defend against Luolan's move. But his move was too powerful, making Haoran's group unable to withstand it. Their HP was now only a little. Lu Ju spoke up. "Is this the power of the S-rank artifact Stone of Wisdom? Even the Demon Lord's promised victory chicken couldn't withstand it?" Xiaoyan beside him worried. "If this kind of item falls into the hands of the humans, the Demon Lord will be in danger." Luolan stepped in front of Haoran. "I thought we were a good match."
As a first-generation human player, yet you've sold your life to the Demon Lord to this extent. Don't you feel ashamed? Haoran still replied mockingly, "Regarding this, what right do you have to tell me off?" Luolan continued, "Even if humans are at a disadvantage, there will come a day when they rise up. I have never doubted the prophecy of human victory." Haoran still used a mocking tone, "But in my heart, I'm very doubtful."
Lolan felt helpless and speechless. He turned his back and walked away. Haoran wondered, "Aren't you going to kill us?" Lolan calmly replied, "There's no need. Even if you have no bottom line, there are things I absolutely cannot do. Wait until I bring the Stone of Wisdom back to Sky City. Then you'll realize how foolish your narrow-mindedness is." As Lolan left, Lu Ju immediately spoke up. He took the precious gem. Haoran replied, "I saw it. Such a powerful item falling into enemy hands means the mission can be considered a complete failure." At this moment, Anlu drew her blade. "As expected, I should still kill you all, then commit suicide." Xiao Yuan asked fearfully, "Xiao Hao, I'm very scared. Can we withstand the Demon Lord's wrath?" Haoran replied emotionlessly, "What do you think?" Just then, Lu Ju, while using both hands to block Anlu's dangerous attack, replied, "Otherwise, let's go back and report first. The power of the Alpha Stone is too great. So many roasted chickens still couldn't defeat it. There's nothing we can do. As long as we express ourselves honestly, perhaps Lord Demon King will be understanding. What do you think?" So they brought Sylar's petrified corpse and placed it before Xia. He looked at the corpse and asked him, "Is this the elf you spoke of?" Haoran replied awkwardly, "Ah, yes, but not entirely." He tremblingly held up the bag. "Another third is in here." Upon seeing the bag, Xia froze. Haoran asked Xia's opinion. "Although the most important part is gone, do you think these will suffice?" Xia's face suddenly darkened. "Is this what happened?" Seeing this, Haoran immediately trembled with fear. Oh no, still angry. Meanwhile, Lu was utterly captivated. Lord Demon King is so handsome. Even when angry, he's still so handsome. Xia looked at them with an extremely terrifying expression.
At this moment, in the game world of Sky City, the voices of people around echoed. "Lord Lolan, welcome back. Lord Lolan, was the mission smooth?" Someone saw Lolan and teased, "Oh my, it's been a long time since we've seen Lord Lolan smile so happily." Lolan happily announced, "Very smooth, extremely smooth. We humans have finally obtained true hope." Hearing this, a staff member asked again, "Really? That's wonderful then." At this moment, at the door, the secretary reported, "Counselor Yuri Dick has been waiting for you for a long time. Please report to him personally." Lolan quickly replied, "Understood." Inside, the counselors were sitting silently, waiting for Lolan to enter. The man with a stern face looking at Lolan was Yuri Dick, the 7th among the 12 counselors of Sky City. He said seriously, "You've returned, Lolan." Then he asked again, "Tell me, Lolan, Your Excellency, how have humans obtained true hope?" Lolan replied, "I obtained it." He confidently took out the stone and introduced it. The elf's treasure, the Alpha Red Stone. The red stone emitted a shimmering light, hovering before them. On the other hand, at this moment on Xia's side, he spoke up. "Why isn't anyone saying anything? Although I couldn't see what a real elf looked like, you all thought of giving me a gift. I was very happy. It must have been bought from a souvenir shop near the dungeon instance, right? Moreover, a 1-to-1 exchange rate is probably very expensive. What a pity, it's broken." Seeing Xia's cheerful demeanor greatly astonished Haoran and Anliu.
Haoran's expression suddenly changed. "That's great, Lord Xia isn't angry." Anliu secretly wondered, could he be showing me favoritism? Xia excitedly said, "What's more, I just happened to learn a related skill, so perhaps I can fix it." Xia's words struck Haoran like a bolt from the blue, leaving him bewildered. Could he also be using glue? Anliu was disappointed again, so he wasn't favoring me after all. Xia looked at the corpse thoughtfully. This chest area is the most damaged. If it can be restored to its original state, then there's no problem. Hearing this, Haoran also fell into thought. Though Ran once said, the chest and abdomen are where elves accumulate power. That explosion was intended to prevent the elf from falling into our hands. It released all of its own energy. Doing so also meant complete death. Her energy and soul had followed that explosion, returning to the world's operating energy, like a drop of water merging into the vast ocean. If one wanted to retrieve that drop of water from the immense ocean, it was fundamentally impossible. Thinking of this, Haoran slowly spoke up. "Mr. Shah, I'm afraid it cannot be restored to its original state." Xia replied regretfully, "Is that so? What a pity." Xia took out a box. "There's no other way. I'll just have to use the chest I molded 2 days ago as a replacement." Xia's words left Haoran utterly bewildered. "Huh? A replacement?" Xia looked into his bag to compare. It's not much different." Then he created a new chest and decided to choose this one. After that, he put on his gloves and thought, even though I can't fight, repairing dolls can be considered professional.
He began the recovery process. At this moment, he just needed to follow his heart's intuition, find that omnipotent button within, and all operations could return to their original state, simplifying the complex. One is all is... Before he could finish the sentence, the system suddenly appeared. "Press F to fix the elf doll. If you are using a controller, press B." Xia shouted, "Now's the time." Then he concentrated the power of light, transferring it all into the corpse, causing it to shoot up. Did it succeed? Haoran was utterly astonished by this sight. This is energy gathered within her body? At this moment, Sylar slowly opened her eyes, her voice stammering. Next, what met her eyes was Xia's terrifying appearance staring at her. She widened her eyes and looked. Why is the Demon Lord here? Then Sylar noticed something strange had changed. Then she touched her chest with her hand, muttering to herself, "My cup size?" Sylar couldn't believe her eyes, shouting, "It's become an A."
Overwhelmed with grief, Siler logged out once more, sinking back into sleep. This time, I really don't want to wake up. Don't save me. Please don't save me. Howran's expression was grim. Just now, she absolutely came back to life. What an incredible, heaven-defying power this is, completely altering the laws of energy flow, truly an omniscient and omnipotent existence. Suddenly, Xia looked up and smiled. I didn't expect the souvenir doll everyone brought back to be so realistic. I really like it. Howran's eyes widened in astonishment, and he mumbled, Doll? The elf princess that the human demon faction has coveted for 1,000 years, and he treats her like a doll? And Leo looked bewildered. Doll? So this is Lord Xia's taste. I understand now. I understand everything. The noble elf princess falling into Lord Xia's hands can only become a puppet for him to play with. Lord Xia appears cold, but in reality his heart burns like fire, overflowing with spirit beasts. It's truly amazing. I must also find a way to become such a woman to gain Lord Xia's favor. Howran stammered. There's also this that comes with souvenirs. A small ball appeared in his palm. I hope you accept it. Xia was excitedly surprised. The creature that emerged from the ball said, Is that so? This is all your enticement. Feel my 10,000-year hatred. You are seeking your own demise.
He smiled and said, Quite interesting. I feel like I could change them a bit and make them into alarm bells for the gate. If you all aren't using these items, then I'll take them. Howran smiled and said, Please take them. Xiaoyang said awkwardly, I don't have anything to give in return. He continued, Give what in return? You're too polite. Babylon thought to herself, So that's how it is. These people are trading with the Demon Lord. I want to hear what exactly is more precious than me, that they wouldn't hesitate to betray their own kind just to get it. Xiaoyang continued to ask, Have you finished all the roast chickens from last time? Howran replied with a smile, Yes, we finished them all. They were truly formidable in terms of combat power. He smiled, It's good that you all like them, as long as the flavor is right. I still have some salted roast chicken. I'll give them to you all too. They replied in unison, Thank you very much. Babylon was astonished. What? Chickens? I am a dignified elf princess, and you people are trading me for a few chickens? Suddenly, a faint, fragrant aroma wafted past her nose. Babylon's cheeks flushed with delight. It was truly fragrant.
No, the main point isn't the taste. The main point is that I've now fallen into the Demon Lord's hands. What should I do? Howran waved. Then we'll go continue leveling up. Xia added, Keep it up. Welcome to visit again next time. He nodded. Yes, yes. Howran stood at the gate, waving for a while with An Liu beside him. Lu Ju spoke up. How was it? Howran asked. You two are back? Lu Ju continued. We split into two groups. We're in charge of preparing for the worst, aren't we? Xiao Yuan excitedly said. Xiao Hao, you're amazing. You used the money from this harvest to buy a very good plot of land in the cemetery, so even if the Demon Lord kills us, we won't become wandering ghosts. Howran coldly said. The Demon Lord isn't blaming us. Xiao Yuan turned and ran off. Got it, I'm going to recover now. Lu Ju pulled her hood. Keep it, you'll need it sooner or later. She turned back and asked, What exactly happened? Howran replied with a smile. Turns out the elf anomaly we brought back was just a small doll. He was very happy, and even gave us 10 salted roast chickens. Lu Ju's eyes widened. Holy crap, a new divine artifact of taste, and 10 of them. He nodded. That's right, his power truly gave me a new perspective, constantly making one feel. They all looked up together. Choosing the right side is truly great. Lolan smiled confidently and said, I got this, the red and Vanstone. Everyone in the room started to stir. There's nothing there, what's going on? Could it be that Lord Lan made a mistake? Impossible, Lord Lorelan is the hope of humans. I understand now, it's the kind that only intelligent people can see. I see it. It's truly outstanding, worthy of being the hope of humans. Lolan looked at his palm in surprise. What? It was just in my hand. How did it disappear in an instant? Everyone started whispering again. So it turns out it's not something only intelligent people can see. We should have known earlier. Uri Dik said in the deep voice, Stop making noise. The elf princess has revived. The Anfan stone is an elf artifact. It's normal for it to return to her hands. Lolan's eyes widened. What? You said the elf princess revived? He continued. It's not just you. I've also always paid close attention to every action of the Demon Lord, and I must say his acting is too good. Lolan excitedly said. But the elf princess exploded right in front of me. There's no way she could have revived. Suddenly, Uri Dik stood up and slammed his hand on the table. Exactly right. Given this situation, two possibilities cannot be ruled out. One, you have been deceived by him. From the moment you arrived in the real world, you have been under his control. Lolan's attitude was a bit wary. I have nothing to argue against. He looked up again to listen further. And the second possibility, Uri Dik's face darkened, emphasizing, You have betrayed us. Babylon closed her eyes tightly. Those humans actually abandoned her here and left. Her lips trembled slightly because she was quite resentful. Xia Ye spoke up. All right, in the end, it's just the two of us left. Babylon trembled. He knew she was awake. With just the two of them left, what did he want to do to her? What should she do? She had to fight. But if she fought the Demon King, could she win? Suddenly, Xia Ye placed a hand on her hair. Don't be afraid. It's just the two of us. You can open your eyes and see. No one will hurt you. Babylon's facial muscles relaxed. His words were so gentle. Is this the Demon King? Why is he so gentle?
Elf's passive skill, True Sight Eye.
The baby body began to shrink, truly still very terrifying. Xia panicked. Why is this happening and shrinking? Kang Yu walked in, a little startled, muttering, "What?" U's face darkened. Second possibility, you have betrayed us. Lorlan was suddenly agitated, awkwardly exclaiming, U coldly raised a hand to signal. Blazing red laser beams simultaneously began to appear from all directions. At this moment, Lorlan was trapped by a transparent pink barrier. Everyone in the room was astonished. Kang Yu exclaimed, "Impossible! Lord Lorlan is the hope of the humans, who will ultimately defeat the Demon Lord with the players. How could he betray—" Before he could finish his sentence, his body was thrown backward. "Betray?" Lorlan's eyes widened as he watched Kang Yu's body pinned against the wall. "What?" Suddenly, Kang Yu froze with a buzzing sound in his ears. "It's 007. An extremely gloomy smoke appeared on the floor. U was pointing a gun at Kang Yu. Everyone was stunned. "Lord U, that is—" He explained. "That is God Mingmo's S+ grade divine artifact, bestowed upon us, Demon Slayer weapon number 3. It can borrow the creative power of God Mingmo." Kang Yu's eyes changed, exuding an irresistible power. He bowed. "Everything you say is true, Lord U." He smirked, confidently saying, "This is more like it." Lorlan, on his side, stared furiously. "Your Excellency U, you—" Lorlan was surprised to see the gun barrel pointed at him. Someone spoke up. "Your Excellency U, this isn't quite right." He continued. "Special times call for extraordinary measures. Now that things have spiraled out of control, we must implement more decisive actions. Whether there's betrayal or not, just look at the serial number at the bottom and you'll know." Bao Bao looked up at this moment, letting out a questioning sound. Xia was putting on his shoes, preparing to go out alone. He smiled and said, "Are you asking me what I'm going out for? I want to get this elf doll appraised. I don't know why it won't turn into a human no matter what I do. I'm worried it might be broken, so I'm going to a shop to ask." Suddenly, Bao Bao's eyes sparkled as it looked at him, letting out a sound. Xia closed the door. "Be good at home and don't cause trouble, okay? This house relies on you. Don't let any bad guys in." Suddenly, dark clouds simultaneously gathered, covering the blue sky. "Huh?" Xia looked up in surprise. "Why are there so many dark clouds? Could it be—" He chuckled, scratching his head, wondering. "Is it going to rain?" Xia continued to skip along. "How lucky, I have an umbrella." Yuri Dik Dik still pointed the gun. "You don't want to resist me either, do you?" Poochie's face was determined as he stood firm. "Bishop Poochie." Yuri Dik Dik continued. "I remember clearly. You must be like me, part of the Warmounder faction, right?" Poochie replied, "That's right."
If we have to fight, we are indeed the belligerent party, but the Demon Slayer weapon, borrowing the power of Mosk, is our strongest trump card right now. Even when facing the Demon King, it would be difficult to win. If we can win, then the tide could turn. What do you think? Lorlan frowned. "Whatever you want to do, I don't feel good about it." Bucci continued. "I agree to declare war, but I have also personally witnessed the terrifying power of the Demon King. I believe perhaps only your Demon Slayer weapon in the world possesses the strength to contend. Or perhaps you should personally fight the Demon King, using your power to make them understand their foolishness." His words made Yuri Dik Dik pause slightly. He lowered his voice and continued. "That's actually quite reasonable." Bucci started to move back. "Then I'll head down now." Lorlan was surprised. "Wait, seriously?" Yuri Dik Dik said loudly. "Let's decide that way. I will personally go and meet that Demon King, to show your cowardly hope what the true demeanor of humans is."
Lolan said agitatedly, "Don't joke around, Your Excellency. Uri Dik Dik, the Demon Lord, is not as simple as you think." Uri Dik Dik replied confidently, "I will confirm this myself. You just stay in your cell and wait for my good news." The entire room witnessed Lolan disappear in the blink of an eye. Uri Dik Dik smiled and said, "All right, prepare for war with the Demon Lord. Shut down all game world services such as shops, merchants, and safe zones. Evacuate all NPCs from the warehouse in front of the safe zone. Throughout the nearby area, lights were simultaneously turned off and Steel Pen was closed. Demon Slayer number 3+. Target the warehouse in front of the safe zone. Prepare to fire." Poochie asked, "Lord Uri Dik Dik, do you intend to abandon that place?" Uri Dik Dik replied, "It's about to become the Demon Lord's final instance. What's the point of keeping it?" Poochie was flustered, thinking to himself, "He's right, Your Excellency Uri Dik Dik, this is a good idea. If we win, my retirement fund could—" Uri Dik Dik commanded from above, "Army, follow me out. Even if we cannot kill the Demon Lord, we must retrieve the elf, and contact the media, arrange a global live broadcast so that everyone in the world can witness the true appearance of hope."
A white sign in front of me with the word closet, closed. A thought crossed Xia's mind. Could it be? He widened his eyes. Today is a legal holiday. The people started running in a panic. "Hurry and get out of the city or you won't make it in time." Xia chuckled, thinking, because it's a legal holiday, they want to go traveling? The man shouted, "Kid, what are you still spacing out for? The Forest Wood Gang is operating. Now run!" Xia was surprised. The Forest Wood Gang is operating? Even the system divine artifact is taking a break? The welfare in this game world is good? Suddenly, a white piece of paper flew by. On the paper was a notice. Housing prices plummet. Finally, Xia realized the seriousness of the situation. No! Suddenly, countless people in black appeared behind him. Yuri Dik Dik smirked and said, "Finally, I found you." Xia frowned and stepped back, a little scared. "What are you doing?" Babylon slowly emerged from the back. Was I sleeping again? In front of her were countless people. What's going on? Could it be that the human demons want to fight over me again? Oh no, the tragedy from 1,000 years ago is about to repeat itself. It's truly heartbreaking. Xia whispered to Babylon, "Don't be scared. I'll count to 3. In front of him, countless people were waiting. 1. Babylon's eyes sparkled. Is the demon going to make a move? Run quickly. You can't defeat the Demon King. Eurydice's side also stared intently, extremely tense. 2. Babylon thought to herself, I truly am a harmful existence to the nation and its people. Could it be that I don't deserve blessings? Xia turned and ran, shouting loudly, "Ah, run!" Babylon in the bag at his side widened her eyes in confusion. Huh? Minka spoke up, asking, Your Excellency, should we pursue? Eurydice stopped him. Wait. His eyes held a hint of caution. There might be a trap. Suddenly, Xia tripped and fell not far away. Minka whitened his eyes and asked again, What now? Eurydice thought to herself, Doesn't this make him seem even dumber? Xia was now tightly bound, extremely scared. Someone save me. Minka stammered, continuing, I didn't expect it to be so simple. Eurydice turned his head. Honestly, it gave me a fright. Did you find the elf or the stone of wisdom? Minka replied, although it was obediently tied up. Searching it felt a bit scary. I didn't dare to. Babylon secretly hid behind a rock, watching them. Her expression was now very worried for Xia. Why? He clearly possesses invincible power, yet he didn't resist? Passive elf, true side eye, Xia, level, LV. Babylon widened her eyes, thinking, what exactly does he want to do?
Suddenly, Eurydice said sternly, Hey. Xia sat still, startled, and replied, Yes. His face darkened, and he said seriously, Hand over that elf. He frowned. Elf? Is your target that elf? Suddenly, Xia grinned sinisterly. How much are you willing to pay? Minka's eyes widened. How much? Babylon looked dumbfounded. Money? Even Eurydice was bewildered. Money? Babylon retreated slightly in fear. Is he going to sell it? Eurydice thought in surprise. He wants to sell it to me. Xia still sat still. What exactly is going on here? His face lit up with excitement. So you want that artifact, huh? You should have said so earlier. You gave me a fright. Eurydice on his side kept grimacing. No way, there's a conspiracy. Definitely a conspiracy. That's a priceless treasure, possessing immense power that can destroy balance, comparable to a divine artifact. How can it be sold just like that? He's either faking being captured or faking a transaction. Fake. It must all be fake. I'm not like Lolan. He absolutely won't string me along. He said loudly in anger, I won't pay a single cent. Everyone froze at the same time, looking towards Eurydice. Xia began to speak. Do you want to get something for nothing? Eurydice was surprised. What? Get something for nothing?
He suddenly shifted his gaze towards Minka. His sharp eyes, so what about you? Do you also want that elf doll? A sudden thought flashed through his mind. I want it. Minka's cheeks flushed crimson. How could I not want it? Xia continued. So how much are you willing to pay? Everyone froze at his attitude. The city residents still kept their eyes on the screen. Minka continued. My monthly salary is 13 gold coins. My current savings are 430 gold coins. If down payment and loan options are available, I think I could accept a price of around 1,200 gold coins. Xia suddenly shouted, Does anyone have a higher bid? Eurydice stammered, What? Babylon, Minka, and Eurydice's eyes widened. What? A higher bid? Eurydice angrily scolded, Do you think this is an auction house? Everyone started to say in unison, I'll raise it by 100. I'll raise it by 500. I can pay on the spot. He glared at them angrily. You guys actually... Babylon also trembled. They actually started an auction. How did it come to this? Everyone was still enthusiastic. Look at me. I sincerely want to buy it. We've been brothers for 10 years. You should let me have it. Raise it by 100 gold. Let me have it. Xia remained still. In just a moment, he had eliminated the hostility of all the soldiers. Babylon was still very scared behind the rock. Could it be? Xia remained motionless at this moment. Suddenly, he smirked. It was all part of his plan.
Under the watchful eye of the live-streaming camera, the soldiers were still enthusiastically bidding 1,300 gold, 1,350 gold, 1,800 gold, 1,500 gold, 2,000 gold, 2,500 gold, 3,000 gold. Xia sat silently, enjoying it. The ever-increasing price was truly the best music in the world. Then he burst out laughing like a madman. After laughing his fill, Xia shouted, Are there any higher bids? At that moment, a soldier hastily reported to Eurydice, Sir, people online have also started participating in the auction. Hearing this, Eurydice asked in a panic, What? The soldier replied, Because you are live streaming globally, people all over the world can see this auction. Eurydice heard the soldier's urgent tone and chuckled. How could these new players know the value of an elf? The soldier, looking at the chaotic comments on the screen, replied, They don't know. They said, as long as it's beautiful, that's enough. Upon hearing the answer, he looked dumbfounded. Then he turned and continued to ask, Even so, where do they get the money to bid? The soldier stammered, They're crowdfunding. Hearing this, Eurydice, Sylar, and the soldier all exclaimed in alarm, That's allowed? However, Sylar, having slept for 1,000 years, curiously asked, Hey, what is crowdfunding? Thus, an explanation session ensued. Crowdfunding is an investment model in which investors invest in projects, companies, or items and receive a certain percentage of claim rights and ownership rights. Now, the money of the entire world was gathered here. At this moment, Eurydice hastily ordered, Quick, turn off the live stream, right now. The soldiers, hearing this, quickly replied, Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, Sylar fell into thought. Not only did it dissolve the enemy's hostility and morale, but it also united people all over the world. She once again looked out at Xia, this demon lord. Xia's appearance now seemed very handsome, perfect, truly different.
But currently, Xia was thinking buying counterfeit goods from souvenir shops and reselling them to these soldiers, while also being able to live stream to sell them. Good heavens, I never imagined such a convenient business model existed. I wonder if I can let Xiao Hao and his group go pick up goods from the souvenir shops. If so, they'll strike it rich. They're truly amazing to be able to acquire such formidable items. At that moment, Hao Ran, as if sensing something telepathically, turned to look. Xiao Yan asked, "What's wrong?" He replied, "I feel like Lord Demon King is missing me." The system immediately reported, "Human Squad Number 1 is currently on a mission to escort mechanical chicks. Upon completion of the mission, 1500 EXP will be received." At this moment, Ciel slowly walked up to Xiaoye, softly calling, "Xia, Mr. Xia." With sparkling eyes, she asked, "Do you really want to sell me?" Hearing Ciel's question, a pang of guilt suddenly shot through Xiaoye's heart. His face fell, and he whispered, "I just want to keep living." Xiaoye recalled Eurydice's fierce and menacing appearance. "I won't spend a single penny." Then he continued, "If I don't hand you over, they will use violence to take you."
Sylar gently asked again, "Why not resist?" Xia replied, "Resistance, violence only leads to more excessive violence." He thought of himself being beaten black and blue, recalling the words, "He dares to resist? Beat him for me. Hit him hard." Hearing Xia's answer, Sylar felt a warmth in her heart. Violence only leads to more excessive violence. Just that one simple sentence. This explained why this world was plunged into war. So he wanted it. For 1,000 years, the tragedy of war had been incessant. As a demon lord, with such noble stature, such compassion, was this a grand scheme? After thinking, Sylar slowly spoke. "If it is as you say," with eyes full of trust, she said, "perhaps a peaceful world without bloodshed can be created." Hearing Sylar's words made Xia freeze for a few seconds. Xia couldn't help but feel amused. Such a cute little doll. The doll trembled all over. "For such a world, I am willing." The auctioneer's voice rang out. 54,000 gold, going once. He was startled to hear that. What? 54,000 gold? Sylar beside him nodded. I am willing." The doll was revealing her power. The auctioneer began to count. 54,000 gold, going twice. 54,000 gold, going 3 times. He raised his hand high. Uri Dick was not happy at all. Congratulations to Congressman Uri Dick for winning the auction with the highest bid. He was crying inwardly. In the end, I still participated in the auction to firmly control the spirit intelligence in my hands, using one person's strength against crowdfunding, going bankrupt but still a brave warrior. Uri Dick still had to reassure himself. But if I can acquire the elf, plus creator number 3, the council and the world will be in my palm. He had regained his spirit. Persevere, Uri Dick. Victory is in sight. But the transaction between the two parties failed. He looked up at the announcement. Elf Sylar has bound her soul to Xia, cannot be traded.
Uri Dick glanced down again. Selly seemed to be chanting a spell. She continued to recite the incantation. Uri Dick was also horrified by the sight. Selly then bowed to Xiaoye. "The contract has been made. From now on, you are my master." Xiaoye could only give an awkward laugh to Uri Dick. "Sorry, big brother. I didn't know it would turn out like this." Uri Dick's anger immediately erupted. "How dare you play me? How dare you play me?" Seeing the tense situation, Xiaoye hastily said, "Oh my god, big brother, I really didn't mean to. Big brother, listen to my explanation." Xiaoye shot an annoyed glance at Selly. She also needed to explain a bit. Selly, with a helpless expression, said, "What's done is done. Give up. Don't harbor any more illusions about me." She sighed wearily. "Besides, your style is too old-fashioned. It's fundamentally not my taste." Xiaoye was startled upon hearing this. She hadn't told her to say that. Uri Dick immediately pointed a gun at Xiaoye. "Enough!" Uri Dick had a giant flying saucer behind him. He said, "If you have anything to say, eat my cannon first, then talk." At this moment, the barrel was ready. Xiao Wang also spotted the cannon barrel, which was whirring in the sky. Kang Yu immediately shouted the announcement. "Order received. Demon Slayer number 3+, prepare to fire." Its shadow almost swallowed the city, targeting the safe zone ahead. The people below were very surprised. "What is that?" They immediately fled. "An area targeting cannon. We're the target. Save yourselves. Run!" Kang Yu gloated from above. "Too late!" Kang Yu was about to press the button. A cat's paw stepped on Kang Yu's hand. Xiao Wang was trying to stop him. Kang Yu was momentarily stunned. Xiao Wang crossed its arms, its face full of menace. "Don't casually point that strange thing at someone's home." But Xiao Wang's weight caused Kang Yu to press the button. Xiao Wang realized this at that moment. It looked up with a dejected expression.
Can this be hidden? The energy beam was immediately fired. People became even more panicked. We're doomed. Projectiles were raining down and the city was about to be destroyed. Suddenly, a blue light flew in. Yuri Dick frowned and looked up. The projectiles had stopped, and not only that, they were gradually retreating, as if being pulled back towards the cannon barrels by some force. Xiao Wang was opening his mouth wide to suck in all the projectiles. Kang Yu truly couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Xiao Wang continued to absorb the projectiles. That was the power of the Creator, the most supreme and unparalleled power in this world. It had finished absorbing them. Xiao Wang turned around, rubbing its full round belly. The taste is acceptable, but it's a bit like the cat food my master makes. Kang Yu flinched in fear. Taste? Xiao Wang spoke up. Excuse me. It looked at him with terrifying eyes. Your map cannons can explode anywhere, but aiming them at my house is quite impolite. Kang Yu turned pale with fear. He still couldn't understand. What exactly are you? Why do you also possess creator-level abilities? Xiao Wang smiled maliciously again. Why don't you go ask my master what kind of being he is? I'm merely... It decided to conceal its identity. Just a kitten he raised, obediently staying at home. Kang Yu was too astonished to speak. From the cannon barrels, a stream of gas appeared. A brilliant light emerged, spreading throughout the space. The people below were once again startled. What's happening again? Explosion, someone realized. No, not an explosion. It's a cluster of brilliant fireworks exploded in the sky. Fireworks! Yuri Dick's group simply fell. Xiao Wang calmly leaped over the debris. It spotted Lorelon floating in a transparent cubic box. He was also stunned. You are... Xiao Wang gave a very cunning smile, happily snapping his fingers. Lorelon's cubic box immediately vanished.
Luolan didn't understand anything. Why? But Xiao Wang quickly ran off, leaving him to silently watch. Everyone looked up at the sky. Something else was falling. Were these fireworks made of steel? Fragments of map fireworks were falling. No way. The young man in blue panicked. If those fall, everyone will die. Another person pointed up. Look quickly. That's... Luolan used his power. Luolan, Your Excellency. Just like a savior appearing from within the fireworks, he used his sword to destroy the fragments, shattering all the falling steel. As soon as he landed, cheers erupted. The wind dispersed all danger into specks of light. So it was Lord Luolan. Lord Luolan saved us. He is indeed the hope of humans. Luolan slowly stepped forward. People quickly surrounded him. Lord Luolan, thank you. Without you, we wouldn't know what to do. Lord Luolan, I'm your fan. Luolan awkwardly smiled and waved his hand. Actually, I didn't do anything. Everyone still admired him greatly. Please guide me, Lord Luolan. Luolan was startled and looked to the side. He saw Xiao Wang sitting on the stair railing. He turned and smiled. The back scratcher you gave me last time is quite comfortable to use. Perhaps Luolan also wondered what that was. Thanks. At this moment, he was left alone. Consider this time repaid. Luolan's face turned red. Suddenly, his mood sank. Wait, what do these stickers mean?
Ori Dick shouted, "Let me show you the power of Creator number 3. Creator number 3 had turned into a water gun. Hadn't it been said that the energy it released could restore everything in the game world to its original form and rewrite them? He was secretly bewildered. Although the real tool was on Creator number 3 Plus, and this was just a reload, it shouldn't have come to this. Why exactly? Suddenly, waves of fireworks bloomed in the sky. Ori Dick glanced over, full of surprise. Creator number 3? He froze for about 3 seconds at the sight, then shrieked. It turned into fireworks? From behind, Xia placed a hand on his shoulder. My friend, you can't use a water gun to scare people just because a deal fell through. You're not a kid. Mobilizing so many forces and telling me to eat fireworks? I didn't expect it to just be celebratory fireworks. Ori Dick was so shocked he nearly passed out. The most powerful weapon granted to them by the system was called Quite Fun, making him doubt life itself to the point he couldn't stand steady. Seeing this, Xia stepped closer and firmly placed a hand on him to steady him. Ori Dick's face went blank, not understanding what was happening. You're smiling. Your personality is quite good, but joking around like that isn't okay. You don't look like a bad person, which is why I'm warning you. Acting like this, you're very likely to get punched. If I weren't such a chicken, I probably would have jumped in and given you a beating. If you meet a real tough guy next time, you'll be completely screwed. Got it? Did you hear me? Answer me, will you? After hearing the whole tirade, Ori Dick completely collapsed. He understood now. From the opposite building, Bellio said, I told you, how could Lord Demon King need them to rescue him? Babylon, who had originally prepared to fight to the death for Lord Demon King, continued, and I didn't expect Lord Demon King's actions to be so untraceable. The two secretly felt proud of their Demon Lord. Hearing the familiar voices, Xia turned his head to look, but the two women had vanished without a trace,
leaving him utterly bewildered.
Seelar asked curiously, "Master, is there something over there?" Shaiyang smiled. "An illusion, perhaps." "All right, if the deal fails, then they'll just go home." Seelar cautiously asked, "Is she also going home with you?" He replied, "If she's already bound to you, then there's no other way. She'll go home with you." "But you don't support freeloaders. Do you have anything on you that can grow daily to be sold?" She thought it seems she didn't have that kind of ability. Shaiyang conceded. "All right then, how are you at housework?" "Oh, speaking of which, when will this legal holiday be restored? Otherwise the safe zone would completely disappear, transactions couldn't be carried out, houses would lose their value, and these days would be truly difficult to get through." A subordinate reported, "Lord Yuri Dick, they have left." At this moment, Yuri Dick had not yet recovered from the previous incident. Indeed. Sorry, he wouldn't dare again. Tears and snot streamed down his face. The subordinates looked on, speechless. Is he beyond listening now? Really? If we had known earlier, why bother doing it? The twilight descended. The result of the live stream was, the elf had been acquired by the powerful Congressman Yuri Dick. The mysterious seller also received a large sum of money. Everyone was speculating, but the actual result was that creator number 3 had been destroyed. Kang Yu spoke up. "Your Excellency Pucci, the fragment has been found." He replied, "Tell someone to bring back the creator number 3 fragment. It's time to report the situation they are facing to the deity." But Congressman Yuri Dick, who was supposed to have won the auction, did not actually obtain the elf. As the head responsible, he was taken back to Sky City to await trial. The humans' first attack on the Demon King ended in failure, and the Demon King rejoiced in victory. Now holding the bill in his hand, Shaiyang cried bitterly, "Why aren't house prices increasing at all?" Babylon and Belial thought to themselves, "This is an unavoidable consequence after this chaos. Many people fled, and the warehouses that previously belonged to the safe zone have completely become the Demon King's territory." Apart from Shaiyang, few people were happy. In the dark room, Lolan stood alone, thinking, "I was actually saved by the Demon King's subordinate?" His face was filled with anger.
Inside the room, darkness enveloped the silent space. Only Lolan stood there, lost in thought. To be saved by a subordinate of the Demon Lord, what a disgrace! But this wasn't the greatest disgrace. The most humiliating part was that he couldn't help but recall the scene where it had saved him, with a smug expression and a condescending smirk. He suddenly exclaimed, "Snap out of it, Lolan. That's a subordinate of the Demon Lord, the most evil enemy in this world. Think carefully. Has it ever done anything evil? Last time you survived thanks to its rescue. Could it be that it's actually a kind kitten?" He suddenly banged his head against the wall, becoming more agitated the more he thought. He was the hope of humans, the one who led players to destroy demons. He couldn't let himself be enchanted by him. Kang Yu walked in. "Lord Lolan, your package has arrived." Lolan turned around, his face flushed. Strawberry syrup smeared across his forehead. Kang Yu froze at the sight. Lolan checked the order, thinking to himself, "I was almost enchanted. Fighting the Demon Lord, I can't let my guard down for a second." He asked, "Is this from the warehouse in the safe zone?" The letter read, "Big Brother Lolan, you were the first to help me, and I don't know how to properly thank you. Hope you don't mind this small handmade item, sent by Xia." As soon as he saw the cat, Luolan melted at its cuteness. He locked himself in an empty room again, face flushed, panting, secretly thinking, "Hey, how can anyone resist this?" It seemed the gift had hit Luolan's sweet spot. Meanwhile, Xia's phone received a notification. Looks like Big Brother Luolan got it. Then he placed a towel on the door. "Your towel is here." Siler, from inside the bathroom, replied, "Okay, thanks." Soaking in the large bathtub, she thought to herself, "The Demon King is so gentle. This Demon King is truly different. He possesses immense power and also great character. The prophecy says humans will be the ultimate victors. No, I cannot allow that to happen. Instead of letting the world fall into the hands of such people, in short, no good people, it would be better to let the Demon King rule the world. If it were him, perhaps he could change the world, eliminate war. I will use the wisdom of the elves to help him achieve all of this." Naming the firstborn Bisi and Elafusha Peace and Love Sha. Oh my, is it really okay to decide this on my own? Feeling a murderous aura about her, Siler fearfully glanced back. Bellio's voice was cold as she advised Siler not to do anything unnecessary. Siler was so terrified by it that she couldn't utter a word. Bellio continued, "There are some rules. Don't blame them for not reminding you." Siler was frightened. What? Are they subordinates of Lord Xia? Look closely. Their S-rank Great Demon level actually exceeds 3 digits. What's going on? Unlike the Demon Lord, they exuded dangerous aura. Could it be that they want to defy the Demon Lord's will, intending to punish me and seize the elf's assets? But I've already helped the Demon Lord. She should have thought of this sooner. Even if the Demon Lord is benevolent, his subordinates are all bloodthirsty demon race. How could they not desire the power of my elf? If I want to resist but don't fight, what will the Demon Lord think? But if I don't resist, what will happen to me? Interrupting her train of thought, Bellio and Babylon spoke in unison. Don't think that just because the master allows you to skip chores and not have to sell your horns, you can consider yourself the mistress. That's right, don't think you're important. After hearing this, Siler's face went blank. What is this? Why does it sound like dialogue from a comic book? The two continued. You should know that in search of the master, you ate countless rotten apples, and were even killed by those hateful humans. It wasn't easy for you to return to the master's side. Noble as they are, they have to act like little pets.
They have to pretend to be friendly with those selfish and wicked humans. Do you know how much they've sacrificed for the master? Do you know how difficult it is? Bellio and Babylon were speechless upon hearing this, finding it very difficult to respond. Why did things feel so unsettling now? Suddenly, Sylar realized something. Wait, I get it now. So that's it. She was thinking too simply. The Demon Lord chose the path of peace, a path fraught with immense difficulties. They must be friendly but not subservient. They must interact but cannot abandon their own kin. The dangerous faction vying for silver coins. Even the 3 great demons are giving their all, yet I thought too lightly of it. It was all because the Demon Lord displayed such power and wisdom that I let my guard down. The matter of having children will be put aside for now. Sylar blushed. Bellio and Babylon saw no movement from her. Why aren't you talking and not even looking at us? Are you looking down on them, little one? Let's give her a beating, then talk. Let's start the fight to show you the gap in our strength. Bellio's eyes fixed on her target, flashing with determination. She delivered a powerful punch. As the blow was about to land on Sylar, she suddenly turned around. Not understanding what was happening, she said, "Please trouble you 2 sisters to guide me from now on."
After hearing that, they were stunned. What did she call me? Sister, she called you sister. Little sister, tell me, what do you need me to teach you? Sylar bowed even lower. Although she was once an elf princess, she knew her kingdom had been destroyed, and she was the only one left of her entire race. Waking up alone in a strange place, despite deciding to contribute her strength for Lord Chaiye, she didn't know what to do. She didn't understand anything Lord Chaiye said. She didn't know how to do housework, and she didn't understand how to refuse. She still hoped the 2 sisters would teach Sylar what to do. If she made a mistake and was expelled, she would be all alone again. The 2 of them were overcome by her cuteness. One of them spoke up. The poor thing, it seems only we can help Sylar. Babylon was also moved, it seemed. All right then, from now on, if you have any difficulties, just tell her. She will help you. She is Babylon, level 101, one of the 7 demon race heavenly kings.
Her special boss-slaying skill is shape-shifting. She particularly enjoys transforming into something large, sturdy, and powerful. Bellio introduced herself, stating she is Bellio, possessing a unique predictive ability. She stands at the head of the 7 heavenly kings, is the only one who knows the demon lord's ugliest appearance, and is also the only demon who has heard the prophecy. The cat guarding the door outside is the future master of the magical beasts. It currently has a connection with the Demon Lord, and the 3rd divine artifact system has been broken by it. However, following Lord Demon King's instructions, they usually disguise themselves as level 1 pets. Babylon added, infiltrating deep into the humans and disintegrating them from within. That is the Demon Lord's plan. Just play your role well and act as the situation demands. Don't worry, with 3 cookies a day, Lord Demon King won't let them suffer any disadvantage. Sylar smiled brightly. So that's how it is. Lord Chaiye said she was a doll, so this must be the reason. Thank you, both of you, for your guidance. If you don't mind, let's be level 1 good sisters from now on. She extended her hand towards Babylon and the other person. Then the 3 of them high-fived in unison. Agreed. Sylar smiled brightly. Let's work together for our master's noble ambition, to build a world without war. Bellio also chimed in. Let's work together for our master's noble ambition, to completely flatten the humans and for demons to rule the world. Amidst the cheerful atmosphere, the noise inside woke Daobao. After all, the master still loves it the most. Sylar pondered, recalling how the maid had served her in the past, so she immediately carried out her tasks, first washing Shine's Superman underwear thoroughly, next serving breakfast meticulously every day. After that, tidying the bed neatly. When water spilled on the floor, Sylar activated her B-rank prank plant still so that Chaiye wouldn't get his shoes dirty. With her meticulousness, Sylar earned the B-rank title, Sun Moon Feudalism. Chaiye felt extremely satisfied, giving a hand signal. Okay, good job. The scene shifted to a strange car parked by the roadside. Inside were Nick and Kang Yu, who were investigating Chaiye. The Demon Lord seemed to be eating his fill and waiting to die, but in reality he had gathered a formidable fighting force. Saying this, Nick held out a folder of documents about those close to him. This is the currently known information about the leader-level creatures under the Demon Lord. Suddenly, he discovered something. Hey! Kang Yu heard this and asked, did you find something? Then Nick, with a gradually serious expression, began to speak. I discovered Bao Bao is still the cutest, accompanied by a thumbs up and an extremely annoying expression, which made Kang Yu unable to help but scold him. Please be serious, this is not a joke. Bellio appeared the earliest, took on the most roles, and moreover was in human form. No matter how you look at it, doesn't it have more potential than Bao Bao? Nick asked again. This is the key point.
He immediately raised a hand to explain. That's right, and the newly appeared elf princess cannot be underestimated. After the Demon King acquired her, his mood was clearly much better, and he didn't seem to intend to destroy the world. So the 2 sides immediately got annoyed and argued, causing the car to shake violently. Kang Yu shouted, do you think it's all a coincidence? Nick was not to be outdone, saying loudly with a stern face, you have a point. I get it. A moment later, Nick wondered, but there's one thing I'm not clear about.
I heard that after the elf appeared, even the variants became more numerous. This elves level only has 2 digits, while the Demon King has 4 digits. Lord Lolon, however, believes that if he can acquire her, he will have the power to defeat the Demon King. After all, what exactly is this so-called elf power that can tip the scales? Kang Yu replied indifferently, "This isn't something we can know." Yet in his heart he pondered, even variants are affected? Elf power makes everyone scramble for it. Kang Yu reminded, "That also has nothing to do with us. We just need to do our job well." Nick retorted, "Doing our job well? Does that mean following the Demon King around while he shops at the supermarket?" Kang Yu half denied, "It's to stand guard here, wait for him to come out after shopping, see if he needs a ride, and then take him home." In another development, Xia was incredibly excited. "Wow, so many discounts. After CL arrived, the biscuits ran out faster, so we really need to buy more biscuit ingredients." He looked at 2 types, one cheap, one expensive, feeling conflicted, so he reached out and decided, let's stick with the old type. Suddenly, he remembered CL's wronged expression and her words, "Yes, Lord Shaw, eating biscuits is fine for me." That radiant, smiling figure would melt anyone's heart. He also remembered her quietly hiding under the desk, eating biscuits alone. So pitiful, silent, and lonely. So he withdrew his hand and decided, never mind. Seeing this, CL asked, "Aren't we buying flour, Master?" He replied, let's go buy other supplies." CL suddenly felt confused but said nothing more. In a flash, the two had bought 2 more cat beds worth 3 silver coins and 50 coppers. A brand new blanket cost 40 silver coins and 50 coppers, plus a new bed for 6 gold and 20 silver coins. A moment later, he smiled and said, "I'll go to the checkout counter." CL happily replied, "Yes." Then Xiaoyao went to scan the payment code, while CL stood waiting in the distance. She secretly pondered, 2 cat beds, 1 bed. Meanwhile, in another development at home, 2 people were inside, still grooming Bao Bao. Both suddenly changed expression, sensing, "What's going on? I have a bad feeling."
Back at the supermarket, Xia came out carrying bags big and small and said, "Let's go home." Siler quickly walked over, "Yes." Suddenly, in the distance, a group of young people were yelling at an old woman, "Stinky old woman, give us your stuff." The pink-haired guy even pushed the old woman down, making her cry out, "Ouch!" He didn't stop, snatching the bag of groceries from her hand and contemptuously said, "You wouldn't do it the easy way, so you'll do it the hard way." Another bald guy excitedly ordered, "We got it, let's go." They ignored the consequences of their actions, with broken eggs and pastries scattered all over the ground. The old woman could only sit huddled and trembling. At this moment, Xia walked over and asked, "Grandma, are you all right?" He picked up a package of pastries and handed it to her, which surprised the old woman a little. Then she sadly replied, "That's my eldest son, and it's not the first time he's done this." The 3 of them went to a nearby empty bench to sit down for a moment. Xia asked, "Did he rob you of your money?" She helplessly replied, "He said he needed money to increase his combat power, otherwise he wouldn't be able to survive. There's nothing I can do." It turned out that the old woman had a production skill, a beginner mechanic. She confided that she earned a small profit by making linen backpacks, but every time he took all her food money, even resorting to violence. At that moment she cried out, "It's truly heartbreaking." The worst part was when Tealbat protected her. He retaliated and did something like this to Tealbat.
It was covered in chili sauce like this. Then a white fluff ball with a bright red head appeared. Seeing such an adorable puppy, both CL and Xiao's eyes lit up. Suddenly, his system popped up, displaying a daily quest to clean Xiaobai with a reward of 200 experience points. Xiaoye thought, 200 experience points? That means this old lady has to go through this multiple times every day. She continued, "Xiaobai knows who is good to it. It always protects me. But it's too weak and not very smart." Xiaoye sympathized, stroking the puppy and offering, "Poor thing, we'll clean it for you." So he accepted the daily quest. At that moment, Xiel spoke up, "Let me do it, master." Xiaoye happily agreed. "All right, I'll leave it to you." CL chuckled cheerfully, "Yes, master." The old lady and Xiaobai both froze at the young people's use of the term master. And then CL put Xiaobai into the bathtub to wash it, gently scrubbing its fur in the bathroom. The other 2 remained outside, chatting. She recounted, "When I was young, I used to play like that with its father." Xiaoye was skeptical. "Oh my." She blushed, teasing, "The only difference is that he called me master." He choked on his drink upon hearing that. Then she asked, "By the way, that girl is an elf, isn't she?" He stammered, "Huh? Yes, she's an elf." "Grandma, how did you know?" The old lady smiled and explained, "I once watched an elf auction livestream, and although I don't know exactly who you are, everyone can recognize you, the famous, mysterious face online." Hearing that, Shide gave an awkward laugh. "Oh dear." He secretly thought, "I'm screwed." She continued, "But I didn't expect you to bring such a noble elf out on the streets." Shaye was puzzled. "What do you mean, Grandma?" For a moment, the old lady's expression changed, turning cold and mysterious. But then she returned to her old expression and warned, "I'm telling you this because I see you have a kind heart and innocent eyes. That is an existence countless people vie for. A slight mistake and it will be snatched away from you." Scene change. A demonic hand was grabbing CL's hand. It was a giant wolf. He said maliciously, "I finally found you, elf."
It introduced itself. "I am Lord Fenrir's subordinate, Variant Frostwolf. I was ordered to find the elf." Only then did I realize it belonged to the level A variant species, level 75. It smirked. That took no effort at all. Rumors say that the defenses in this safe zone are useless, and indeed they were. L retorted, "In Fenrir's name, are you then a wolf variant?" It pointed at her and praised, "As expected of an elf, your intelligence far surpasses that of ordinary people." Lord Fenrir is different from ordinary variants. We refer to him as the king because he awakened an unprecedented talent. Given time, he could become a being that replaces demons and humanity, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Meanwhile, Fenrir, a creature whose level remains an enigma, commanded through a screen, "Capture her." It turned out to be a live stream of the Sky City conference, and the main character was none other than L. Returning to reality, the Frostwolf arrogantly continued, "Thus I was ordered to arrive first. Possessing the strength and intelligence of an elf, the rise of our variant species will be unstoppable."
Xylem remained calm and warned, "You who watch the live stream must know very well that I already have a master." Frostwolf sneered, "Master, are you talking about that weak and short noob, or that old man?" At this point, Sylar was truly provoked. She threatened, "You ignorant and disrespectful creature, you only have one chance. Take back what you just said, and I won't pursue it." Frostwolf bared its fangs and wagged its tongue, saliva dripping everywhere, looking utterly uncouth, and said, "Do you think you have the right to set conditions with me? Even if you're uncomfortable, you can't escape my grasp. Do you think I don't see what the reason is?" Before Sylar could answer, it replied to itself, "That's right, I can find you based on scent. With my top-tier sense of smell, I can sniff it out." Seeing the worry and caution clearly displayed on her face, it stated its conjecture. "Actually, your level is very low, isn't it? That's why you have no power to escape me." On the other side, Xia was stunned by the old woman's words. He repeated the phrase, "An existence many people covet." Suddenly a thought flashed, and he excitedly said, "So it's very valuable, right?" The old woman smiled, showing satisfaction. "Yes, that's why you must protect it well." At this moment, Xia noticed something was amiss. "But it's been so long, I'm starting to get a little worried." The old woman asked, "Do you want to go check?" He hesitated. "But," looking at the bright pink sign ahead, he sighed, "Women's restroom, how can I go in?" So he sat still again, calmly thinking, "Maybe I'll just wait a bit longer." On the other side, Frostwolf pulled Sylar's hand, continuing to persuade, "Come with me obediently. After witnessing Lord Fenrir's power, you won't regret it." She could only remain silent, staring. Suddenly, Frostwolf cried out, "Ah!" It turned out Xiaobai had bitten his hand. Frostwolf was annoyed. "What?" It looked at Xiaobai, who was biting and wouldn't let go, and snarled, "Well done, you little brat. Are you a useless creature that can't evolve?" Sylar was also surprised by the brave action of the puppy. She thought, "Could it be that it wants to protect me?"
The monster used its large hand to tightly squeeze the small beast's head. "Want to die!" It flung it hard, causing the small beast to cry out in pain. "Woof!" Sela, startled, quickly looked in the direction it was thrown. Frostwolf grabbed her hand, turned his face, and said, "If you don't want to suffer a lot of pain, then obediently follow me, elf." Sela lowered her darkened face. First sin, uttering arrogant judgment towards Lord Demon King. That is disrespect. Second sin, although the kingdom has fallen, I am still the elf princess. Not obeying my will is also disrespect. It listened but seemed not to understand, asking back, "What are you talking about?" She was immediately enveloped by a layer of blue light. Sela said, 1,000 years ago, because I didn't want anyone to exploit our power, I chose to seal myself away. But do you know what this so-called elf power, which can shake the balance of this world, truly is? It began to tremble slightly, asking back, "What?" A strange blue light suddenly appeared around the bodies of all three. The puppy stood up, its two legs continuously trembling. It glanced over and was surprised. The puppy was still alive. As soon as it woke up, it barked directly at Frostwolf. "Woof!" Seeing this, Frostwolf sneered. Just an illusion, or a resurrection spell. He looked above the puppy's head. Its level has become level 75, just like mine. So that's it. Is this elf power? No wonder so many forces crave to possess you. To be able to raise another's level in an instant, it truly is astonishing. The puppy suddenly leaped very high. "Woof!" But Frostwolf stood up, swung his arm, and shouted loudly, "Even with equal levels, my combat power still holds an absolute advantage." The puppy lunged forward and effortlessly hooked Frostwolf's head. Frostwolf's eyes showed disbelief, as if he were dreaming. "Ah!" He looked at his level display. "What is this? My level has become level 1.
It wasn't a target level up, but a swap. Suddenly, a red light flashed. Someone was holding a phone checking the voting results. Unexpectedly, a huge explosion occurred above a tall building. The two people in the car immediately opened the doors and got out. What's happening? Towards the supermarket, both rushed inside. Could it be related to the Demon Lord? Hurry! What are you doing? Are you preparing to declare war on the Demon Lord, you idiot? Of course, we're going to protect the Demon Lord. We absolutely cannot let anyone disturb his pleasant supermarket stroll. Both stopped in front of a tall building. This is the building, 4th floor. Their eyes met Siler, who was standing inside where the explosion had just occurred. She was unaware that someone was watching her. Elf! Siler gently closed her eyes and said, "This is truly messed up." The puppy kept biting the lizard even though it was already dead. Whine, whimper, bark, bark. Its face covered in blood, it looked up at Siler. Bark, bark. I have to bathe again. The puppy immediately jumped into her arms. Siler whispered, "Master can't know. I couldn't even do such a simple task well. Can you help me keep it a secret?" A sound from below caught Siler's attention. She leaned over and looked down curiously. Below were two small figures looking up at Siler. Are those humans from Sky City coming to fight the mutated species? They only show up after everything's resolved. Siler sighed. They're always like this, stirring up conflicts everywhere, yet they can't even protect their own territory. This world truly needs Lord Demon King to save it.
The Demon Lord is currently pacing outside the restroom. It's been a long time. Should I go knock and ask? Would that be rude? I just heard a very loud noise. Could something have happened? Two girls passing by looked at Xia and whispered, "Look at that person. They look familiar. Aren't they a pervert?" Hearing that, he also panicked internally. "I didn't do anything. It's a misunderstanding." At this moment, from another entrance, a fragment of ruins appeared. The sound of shoes hitting the ground. Siler landed safely. She landed in front of both of them, holding a puppy in her arms. They were stunned by Siler's beauty. Up close, she was truly beautiful. She spoke first. "If you've come for the mutated species, then it's probably a bit too late." The two were startled and quickly stood at attention. "We are extremely sorry. May we ask if Lord Demon King was affected?" Her cheeks unexpectedly flushed. They also call Master Lord Demon King. Could it be that they are like me, also people from the Central Faction who wish for Master to build a peaceful world? Recalling what Sister Belial and Sister Babylon had indeed once said, "Do you know Lord Demon King's plan? It is to make them disintegrate from within." Siler seemed to grasp the truth and sprang to our feet. "I understand now. I understand everything." She looked at the two and pondered. They are from the Central Faction, rushing here to protect Lord Demon King. Oh my goodness, they are clearly so small and weak, yet they are determined to sacrifice themselves for the Demon Lord.
Siler's eyes showed admiration. As expected of the Lord Demon King, she thought. My reputation is higher than I thought. That's great. Suddenly, she changed her expression immediately. But what's done is done. Siler made a terrifying face and threatened them. Mutated insects entering the safe zone. I hope it doesn't happen a second time. The two men flinched in fear upon hearing this. Although she was smiling, her words were full of menace. Protecting the lives of the humans here, isn't that your responsibility? No matter how small or weak you are, you can't even handle this small task, can you? Are you going to rely on luck every single time? After speaking, Siler smiled brightly again. Right? What I really mean is, I just happened to be here, so it was resolved with no one getting hurt. But they understood it as, 1, don't let there be a second time. 2, whether the safe zone can remain peaceful depends on them. 3, crushing them is as easy as crushing an ant. If they don't want to die, then they'd better step up. In fear, they prostrated themselves, bowing their heads. We apologize. We understand. Seeing this, she was slightly stunned. Oh, hey, are they kneeling to me? I didn't expect them to love the Demon Lord that much. Siler shone like a deity. Good that you understand. Rise. The two men quickly obeyed, replying, yes. She crossed her arms and continued. After that, there's one more thing. She held up the blood-stained puppy and asked, can I entrust this little one to you? Xia paced back and forth, full of worry and unease. As soon as he saw her step out, he rushed over. Siler, you're finally out. Are you done with your bath? Xia asked expectantly. What met his eyes was the sight of two men cleaning the floor, wearing pink aprons. Xia asked with a bewildered expression, did a pipe burst? Siler smiled. Indeed, a lot of water was wasted.
He turned. That must have been tough for the two of you. They waved their hands. Not at all, not at all. It's what we should do. And then he said to Siler, if I had known earlier, I would have come to help. Next time, remember to call me. She replied. Siler was negligent. Xia smiled. The old lady's task is complete, she said. She was surprised. Oh, darling, after your bath, your eyes look much livelier. She took something sparkling from her bag. You said you couldn't gain experience, so here's this for you. Consider it a thank you. He wondered. This is, she waved her hand. It's nothing expensive. Xia was curious, not knowing what it was. The system panel appeared, displaying statistical data. He froze. Is that a prize draw? That's cool, but the probability is too low. She smiled. What you get depends on your luck. Xia smotched his head. And it's really messed up. My luck is especially bad. Siler, the old lady, and he intently watched the paper package. Hearing the system's voice, Xia received Sword Cultivation, Elementary Purification Potion. He gave an embarrassed laugh. See, I really am useless. Siler comforted him. But Master himself isn't doing it for the reward. The greatest gain is the joy of helping others. Xia was surprised. Ah, the old lady was surprised. Oh my goodness, you two boys are so kind. He turned his back. No matter what others say, today was a lot of fun.
Next time, let's go for a stroll with the supermarket together. Cywar followed. Yes, master. The supermarket secretly thought, no thanks. Don't come next time. Thank you. Under the protection of the Demon Lord and his subordinates, this place is also very safe. The building was lit up in the middle of the night, the quiet air filled with tension. She smiled. Go to sleep. A new day begins tomorrow. Although we are very helpless, this is the job of low-level NPCs like us. I'm sorry I couldn't protect me, leaving me to endure such hateful things every day. Suddenly, a pink-haired person kicked the door open and burst in. Old hag, did you earn any money today? I want to go drinking with my friends. Give me tomorrow's share.
Then he looked down at the dog at his feet. Huh, he smirked. You came to me again on your own accord? How many times do I have to teach you a lesson, you stupid dog? The dog lunged to him. Woof! Scene change. Bucci was sitting in the toilet, looking at his phone. He scrolled past an article about an old woman with the headline, Thug Seriously Injured by Dog Bite. What did you say? Mutant species appeared in the safe zone? Kang Yu stood outside. But the mutant species appeared near the Demon King. I'm afraid it will anger the Demon King and cause an apocalypse. Bucci asked again. What? Mutant species are affected by the Demon King due to mutated flora and fauna. They cannot escape their bestial nature and fundamentally still rely on instinct. The lizard mutant species that previously attacked the safe zone had LV-84. They only possess combat power without advanced thinking, so they barely reach a high level. A mutant species capable of digging such long tunnels appearing so close to the Demon King, seemingly possessing high intelligence, how can it be such a coincidence? He looked up. Where is Lo Lan? Kang Yu replied. Lord Lo Lan is still on leave. Bucci mused. Is that so? It seems this incident was a huge blow to him. He won't be of much help for now. He opened the door. Then I'll go. Kang Yu wondered. What do you intend to do, sir? He said sternly. I am the manifestation of the God who created this world, Lord MOSI. The images of Sky City, Divine Demon-Slaying Weapon, and Bot Gang are the system's weapons against the demon race, bestowed by Lord MOSI. Bucci looked at the scene before him. To be destroyed to such an extent. The righteous warrior Yuri Dick has been punished, but what should we do next? He glanced at the Grand Pontiff. The Demon Lord possessed terrifying power, making him impossible to defeat. The Grand Pontiff clasped his hands in prayer, reassuring him. There's no need to worry. Sincerely trust the prophecy, and we will surely win. My Lord MOSI never deceives us, does he? The Grand Pontiff frowned and said, No matter what, report the destruction of Demon Slayer Device Number 3 to Lord MOSI. He will guide our next steps. He raised a chalice, brought it level with his head, waved the staff in his hand, and chanted a spell. The Grand Pontiff stood in a blue light, the chalice and staff hovering. He offered the two items before Lord MOSI. The Grand Pontiff remained motionless. My lord is not responding at all, he thought to himself. He wondered, what's going on? Bucci suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the Demon Lord's power is so immense that even the Lord is affected? The Creator God jolted awake, muttering, Oh no, I accidentally fell asleep. He looked at the screen and saw many missed calls. The Grand Pontiff saw the eyes of Lord MOSI's statue flash. Lord MOSI has manifested. He is responding to us, he exclaimed. Bucci was stunned. It's the Lord. He smiled triumphantly. Excellent. So he hasn't abandoned us after all. The Creator God spoke. My children, you have toiled hard. He suddenly paused. I didn't expect that even Demon Slayer Device Number 3 couldn't defeat the opponent. The Grand Pontiff joyfully covered his mouth and said, Lord, have mercy on me. As expected, you know everything. You always care for us. I'm so touched. The Creator God refuted. It's not that I care all the time. Mainly, he looked at the utter devastation behind the NGU. A quick glance was enough to see it.
Grand Pontiff hesitated. As you know, the worlds merged, players descending. But some unexpected situations have occurred. He offered the book in his hand. Everything that has transpired I have recorded in here. Please review it. Creator God looked at the book. This is the war report between us and the demon race. Truly something to look forward to. Opening the first page, Creator God began to examine the war between us and the demon race. He read page after page, then fell silent. Creator God slammed the book onto the ground. He snapped, I told you to fight him, not to flatter him. The Grand Pontiff cautiously spoke, but with our current forces, fighting would surely lead to defeat. You said the Demon King's descent was only in its nascent state, but this is completely different from reality. Creator God asked suspiciously, What do you mean? Are you blaming me? The Grand Pontiff panicked. We just feel that if your prophecy had been a little more accurate, we wouldn't have been so miserable. Creator God scoffed. Even if I told you the Demon Lord had a 4-digit level, would you dare to fight back? He stammered. That's not entirely fair to say, because the misinformation almost cost Lorlan his life. Creator God roared furiously. And you still say you're not blaming me? He bowed.
My apologies, sir. You know everything. You are always right. It is we who are wrong. Creator God conceded. All right, I admit your blame is reasonable. The Grand Pontiff froze, utterly exasperated. This is incredibly annoying. Creator God lowered his gaze, falling silent. Even existing as he does, he shouldn't have been terrifyingly strong right from the start, even capable of destroying the divine demon-slaying weapon that I myself created. He looked at the book in his hand, falling into contemplation. This level is truly astonishing, but there are two ways to confront him. One is to wait for the players to develop. Creator God hesitated. The second is for me to sacrifice myself and descend.
Rose smiled. Oh, it's just for show. Just say whatever. Now is not the time. The Creator God statue emitted a terrifying pressure. The Grand Pontiff was astonished. This is the power of God, the power of creation. Pucci was stunned. God has unleashed a miracle again. System of demon-slaying artifact number 3 was slowly enveloped by light. Then the light gathered in one spot, and a dazzling light burst forth. He rejoiced. System of demon-slaying artifact number 3 is repaired immediately, as expected of God. So powerful, truly so powerful. Rose typed on the keyboard. Yuri has become history. Humans need new combat power to protect adult players. A pistol appeared before Pucci. She commanded, New owner of Demon Slayer number 3, you have been chosen by me. Take up the weapon and continue fighting for humans. He pointed at his face in astonishment. Huh? New owner? Me? She continued, I see ambition and courage rising within you. He trembled all over. No, you're mistaken. I just want to live, God. But even though Demon Slayer number 3 was repaired, it still couldn't win. Creator God reassured, Don't worry, if you die in battle, you can go to heaven. Hearing that, Pucci was bewildered. Huh? Heaven? The Grand Pontiff looked over. What a blessed fortune to suddenly have the chance to go to heaven. Then he clasped his hands together and smiled. How envious. He turned to him. I'll yield it to you. He shook his head. No thanks. Creator God said sternly. Don't worry. For the past 1,000 years, humans have conquered every race in this world, never been defeated, and this time will be no exception.
Bucci wept tears. I prayed with the utmost sincerity, hoping I could live to see that day. He placed his hand over his chest, where his heart was, radiating an aura of loyalty. But only a few seconds later, he looked at the Grand Pontiff with pleading eyes, yet the Grand Pontiff merely smirked and glanced away. Rose lay down on the bed. All right then, just continue to ensure Luolan and the adult players are safe. There's nothing to worry about. Whether by talent or faith, that child was chosen from countless others. After being chosen as the hope of humanity, his perseverance and excellence continued to surprise me. No matter how strong the opponent, he never gives up, always finding a way to defeat them. If it's him, even if the Demon Lord is terrifying, he will surely fight to the very end, for he is the unyielding hope of humanity. One more thing. Go call Luolan's father back. The Grand Pontiff was startled. General Li, the #1 Demon Slayer, is holding the defensive line. My lord, have things become this serious? The Creator God replied, Nonsense. Do we wish for the hope of humanity to continue to fall into depravity? Scene change, on Dada's side. He had his hands in his pockets, watching the sunset. Baiyu ran from a distance. Senator Li, there's a divine edict for you. It says there's a major issue, asking you to return to Sky City immediately. He replied, I know. Consider yourselves lucky, you damned demon race. Once I return and retrieve the Li family's treasured artifact, I will slaughter all of you, catching you in one fell swoop. Below, monsters with glowing red eyes radiating killing intent. Li Dada was one of the 20 senators, was also one of the highest-ranking individuals in Sky City. Unlike other senators, this seat was hereditary. Since the founding of Sky City, the Li family had always been at the forefront of the war against the demons. The current patriarch, Li Dada, was a war god who had never been defeated. Thanks to the demon-slaying Wrath Divine artifact bestowed by the gods, he had fought undefeated against the demon army in 49 battles. The corpses of the demon race, tragically slain by his hand, piled up like mountains. With his decisive, ruthless methods and absolute calm rationality, he was known as the Iron-Blooded Demon Slayer. At this moment, Dada arrived in front of the building. What matter is so urgent, Uncle Mosi, that you would call me back from fighting the demon race? Baiyu replied, It concerns Lord Luolan. Hearing this, he slowly turned his head to look at him. He asked again, doubtfully, Luolan? Li Luolan, my only son. He is the heir of the Li family, who dared to descend to Earth first, leading the human players in battle. Although I am known as Iron Blood on the battlefield, as a father I have never interfered with his growth. I understand his excellence. He is more diligent and capable than anyone else in Sky City. He is the hope chosen by Lord Mosi, the one destined to lead us to ultimate victory. From a young age, you have never disappointed me. You are an excellent heir who makes me proud. So tell me, what achievements has Lolan made since descending upon Earth? Dada slowly walked inside. Inside it was silent, not a soul in sight. He widened his eyes at the sight, freezing for a few seconds, unable to speak. He turned back and asked Baiyu, "Where are the Li family's family heirloom treasures?" Upon hearing this, Baiyu could only force a smile. A moment later, Baiyu recounted everything. These were the things that had happened to Lord Lolan in the rear while he was fighting the demon race on the front lines. Dada surveyed.
This also means that Lolan had given all the gifts he could to the Demon Lord, and took the rest to fight monsters beyond his level, with the goal of finding an elf to be the Demon Lord's pet. In his heart, he was trying to calm himself. Calm down, don't panic. It's just a small matter. With the title of Iron Blood on the battlefield, even facing 3,000 enemy soldiers alone, he was not afraid. At this moment, he absolutely had to put himself in his son's shoes and reflect carefully. He thought Lolan must have a reason for doing this, even if it meant being utterly defeated, stripped bare, and surrendering. Baiyu continued. He said he had already told you about taking the ultimate treasure. Dada couldn't keep his composure at this moment and shouted, "He said he wanted to take the dragon claw, but he didn't say to sweep everything clean." No, calm down and think. Could it be that the pressure of bearing the responsibility to save humans was too heavy for him? The sunset glow slowly illuminated the entire sky. He thought maybe he should find a psychologist to examine him. At this moment on the table were the profiles of 3 girls, whose experiences seemed quite suitable. Lolan picked up the paper and read through it without saying a word. "I'm very sorry to disappoint you, Father, but I don't need this. Things are not as you think, Father." He spoke up. "Lolan, do you know why our family can be victorious in every battle and hold the status we have today?" Lolan was a little surprised to hear that, but still replied, "You once said it's because we completely trust Lord Mosi." Dada put his hand into his sleeve. "That's right, but it's not merely a slogan." He wondered, what is this? He took out a necklace that emitted a golden light, unlike those unstable artifacts. "This is the true ultimate treasure of our family, the Demon Slayer Divine Artifact No Moke bestowed by Lord Mosi. It is the Durano necklace. The more devout the owner is to Lord Mosi, the more their combat power increases. Of course, it can also be used to test their loyalty to Lord Mosi, because only those who are 100% loyal and faithful to Lord Mosi can unleash its power. You know I've never lost a battle against the demon race, so I don't understand what's so terrifying about the demon race." After saying that, he glanced at Lolan. But what about now? Hearing this, he could only avoid Dada's gaze.
Dada handed the pendant to Lolan. "I have decided to entrust it to you." Lolan looked at the pendant, thinking to himself, "Isn't Father suspecting me?" He reassured him, "You are still young. Fear is natural, but unwavering resolve is the strongest force." He took it. "Father, I've disappointed you, and being misunderstood is not something to be blamed for. After all, you have never lost to the demon race. No matter how perilous the situation, you never lost heart. Demon Slayer number 1, I'm entrusting it to you, meaning that by using it, you will gain the power to fight the Demon Lord. Father, I understand your good intentions. I will definitely cheer up." Suddenly, both looked at the pendant. Dada snorted. "Why is there a speck of impurity in the holy light? Is it broken? Impossible. In the family's 1,000-year records, it is never broken. Could it be that loyalty to Lord Mosi has a flaw?" Lolan, standing nearby, his face darkened. He picked up a piece of information and shouted, "Father, please introduce this psychologist to me." He was startled. "Oh, good eye. I like this type too." A moment later, Lolan lowered his head. The strangeness of the Durando pendant must be related to this. He brought out an object. Its dazzling brilliance startled Dada. "This is—"
The object was a tiny cat the size of a marble. He was skeptical. "Is this a prize item?" The cat slowly glanced back. He flinched. Looking closer, it was a system-level demonic artifact. Impossible. Its eyes flashed with a red light. Dada broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell is this? A system-level prop? This world should only have the 13 items bestowed by Lord Mosi. Slayer number 8 bought Gang, possessing absolute sealing power. Its components were fragmented and used to create safe zones on Earth, a total of 66 zones. Demon Slayer number 3, Benyanji Pao, possesses the power of essential programming. The power of faith can be transformed into physical and spiritual strength. The stronger it is, the greater the combat power. Durando Slayer number 1 pendant has no limits. These 3 items are all system-level divine artifacts, but this one currently cannot cause significant damage to the Demon Lord. He looked at the cute little cat in his hand, but this item, though seemingly ordinary, was more powerful, more profound, and unfathomable. Excellent, truly amazing. Lowland, with this, no matter how strong the enemy, we can still easily win. Dada was excited. "Where did you get it?" Lowland replied indifferently. "The Demon Lord gave it to me." Hearing that the Demon Lord gave it, he was so shocked his face changed color. The Demon Lord gave it? The boy continued. Moreover, the Demon Lord has many of them at home, probably just made for fun. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Many of them? Just made for fun?
He was calm. Moreover, the near system-level S-grade item Alpha Stone had also fallen into his hands. Dada's expression darkened. I understand. Seeing him like that, Lolan called out, "Father," in confusion. He walked over and embraced him. I understand what you truly have to face. I didn't know he was such a formidable enemy. He must have made you suffer a lot of grievances. His eyes reddened. Father. Don't worry, Father. I've regained my spirits. You entrusted Demon Slayer number 1 to me, and I will surely defeat the Demon Lord and not disappoint you. Dada's face darkened. Demon Slayer number 1 alone is not enough. I never thought this day would come, but I will pass on the family's ultimate trump card to you. Lolan excitedly exclaimed, "The ultimate trump card? We have something even more powerful?" He patted his shoulder. "Yes, when facing a powerful enemy, even the Demon Slayer cannot defeat them. This is our family's ultimate move, one that has not been activated for 1,000 years. Raise your right hand." Lolan did as he was told. Then Dada continued, "Raise your left hand as well. That's an act of surrender." He smiled at Lolan's bewildered gaze. He turned and shouted, "Don't joke, Father. Is this also called the family's ultimate trump card? I just made up my mind a second ago." Dada rubbed his chin. "What? You saw my other ultimate move too?" As expected of my proud heir. Lolan looked at him suspiciously. "What ultimate move?" He knelt down. "Upgraded version, kneel and kowtow." He shouted helplessly, "Father, are you making the Demon Slayer so pathetic?" Dada replied, "Aren't you the hope of humans? We're equally matched." He grumbled, "Father, where's my resolve now?" He sighed in expiration. "Seriously, no jokes. I give up."
In front of the shrine of Babylon and Belial, a voice rang out. "Things have become serious. Lord Demon King cannot be found, Belial is nowhere to be seen, and now Babylon is also out of contact." Shui Qiao said irritably, "We are truly cornered now." Swinner pondered in silence. Li Tian sighed, "We must send another squad to investigate the whereabouts of the Demon Lord. But we only have one more squad left. If they have to go, we won't be able to protect the base and the young ones." Swinner took off her glasses. "If we still can't find the Demon Lord this time, we're doomed." She placed her hand on her chest and said, "While we haven't been exposed yet, let's take a risk. Demon Squad, move out." Scene change. Somewhere, wheels were rolling on the road. Following was a group of people, their footsteps raising dust. The Demon Squad and the human convoy met. The driver jumped in fright. "It's demons! We've run into the Demon Lord's subordinates." Li Tian was also scared, his hands trembling. "It's the human army. We've only traveled 3 kilometers and already encountered the human army. What terrible luck!" The human convoy slowly stopped, and the people in the vehicles began to disembark. The demon side also got into a ready-to-fight stance. A person from the human side drew their sword and shouted, "Audacious demons, let's fight to the death." Li Tian was not to be outdone. He ordered, "Kill them all, leave no one behind." Then he added, "I'll hold them off. You all run quickly. You must find Lord Demon King." Both sides slowly approached each other, then charged into a fierce brawl. Suddenly, a brilliant red pillar of light shot down from the sky, right where the two sides were clashing. The dust and smoke blinded both sides. Li Tian was stunned. What the hell is that?" Appearing from the dust and smoke was Fenrir, S-rank, mutated wolf, level, ? The human side retreated slowly in fear. Impossible! An S-rank mutation, and its level exceeds 100. The wolf drooled as it looked at the group of people. One of them said in fear, "This shouldn't be possible." It grinned sinisterly. "I smelled food, so I dropped by." With that, it vanished. Then it lunged at the crowd and attacked. The wolf pounced on an unlucky person and put them in its mouth. With just one bite, the person's head was flattened like a watermelon split in half. Who would have thought there would be such an unexpected surprise?
The terrifying red-bodied monster, Fenrir, whose intelligence and power had indeed increased. Fenrir, an S-class monster whose voracious appetite enhances its strength and levels it up by devouring creatures. Stacks, 34. Cooldown, 29 minutes 30 seconds. Fenrir, with a distorted face, commanded, "If we keep going like this, we might actually be able to devour a demon. Let's take it instead." Its companion shrieked, "Lord Fenrir, quickly come here and see." The people from earlier seemed to be escorting this vehicle. At this moment, the car door opened, creating a piercing sound that attracted them. Fenrir's narrowed, glowing red eyes widened as if it had spotted a plump prey. The children huddled inside the car spoke in panic. "This is..." Each and every one of them trembled violently and cried loudly. On this side, Poochie, with an incredulous and panicked face, exclaimed, "What? The children in the safe zone are missing?"
Bayou reported, after Demon Slayer event number 3, we formulated an evacuation plan, moving those under 16 out of the safe zone to avoid the Sand Demon King and protect them. However, this time contact was lost near the Lakeside Forest Park. According to investigations, a battle had taken place at the scene. At the same time, there were traces of demons and mutated species. He was surprised to see both types of traces. Is number 007 tracking the Demon Lord? Has he taken any action? He stammered,
According to the report, the Demon Lord did indeed leave his lair early, moving towards the center of the safe zone. Bai Yu recalled important details and recounted. During that time, the Demon Lord helped an old lady cross the street. The Demon Lord's every action continuously appeared under his surveillance, feeding stray cats by the roadside, pointing out a pervert on the bus. The Demon Lord Xia Ye had received the title Kind-Hearted Righteous Person. He set up a stall in the central square of the safe zone, didn't sell out his goods, but chatted with aunts and uncles for 3 hours. Bai Yu reported clearly and thoroughly. Now the Demon Lord has returned to his lair and is taking a nap. That infuriated Pucci. The Demon Lord is truly insidious and cunning, concealing his cruelty so deeply. I completely don't understand what he ultimately wants to do. It's impossible to determine if the missing children are related to him. Continue the investigation, he replied. Yes. At this moment, Pucci was alone in the large room, deep in thought. Oh no, the children went missing because of the NPC's plan. If this gets out, Sky City's reputation will definitely be affected. We must quickly find the children, the hope of humans. It's time to pull myself together. To his surprise, the answer he received was, "The subscriber you have called cannot be reached." In the spacious and airy room, his desperate shout echoed, "What are you doing, Lolan?" At this moment, Dada was boasting. "I chose for a long time and finally bought a welcome gift for the Demon Lord." Lolan thought dejectedly, "The father I've always been proud of since childhood is actually a shameless old man." Duratadan pendant, 99% purity. Please check the owner's loyalty level. He yelled, "Being friendly with the Demon Lord is only temporary. Our ultimate goal is to defeat him, remember?" He replied, "Isn't that obvious? Why do you have to specifically say it? And you're saying it loudly and openly right in front of someone's house." Lolan coughed and said in a low voice, "Just in case, I'm just reminding you, Dad." Dada found him strange. "Then I'll go ring the doorbell." At this moment, a captivating ding-dong suddenly echoed in the spacious area. Just then, the door opened, revealing a monster baring its fangs and threatening, "Are you trying to find your own death?"
Lolan's eyes became panicked and trembled. Could this be the Demon Lord's warning to those who wish to enter his domain? Just then, Dada spoke in a weak voice. "I've sensed it." Lolan asked in surprise. "What?" He immediately continued. "I've sensed this Demon Lord, and he has also sensed me. I am the bloodthirsty demon slayer, having killed countless of his subordinates. This illusion is what he sent me, the most direct warning. How dare he be so arrogant? How dare he be so presumptuous?" Just then, the doorbell, a subordinate of the Demon Lord, spoke up. "My master is not available right now. Please come back another time." The two of them froze, speechless like chameleons. The doorbell reminded them, "It's useless for you to look at me like that. I won't say anything."
At this moment, they shifted their gaze to the cat sitting behind the gate. Shawang Bagua simply said, "He's taking a nap." Lolan asked, bewildered, "A nap?" The cat reminded them, "If you're willing, you can sit there and wait." The two immediately sat properly in their chairs, obediently waiting. Time passed. From an orange sky until it was pitch dark, they were still scrolling on their phones. Just then, a phone beeped, signaling a low battery. At that very moment, as Lee Dada took out his phone, Lolan reprimanded him. "Dad, be serious. If the Demon Lord comes out and sees us scrolling on our phones, do you think that's okay?" A little more time passed. Just then, Xia Ye hurriedly ran out to open the door. "I'm really sorry, big brother Lolan. I slept so soundly that it took me a while to wake up." Lolan gave a forced smile and replied, "It's nothing, we just arrived." Lee Dada chimed in, didn't wait long at all. Little did they know their entire bodies were trembling, and their bottoms were completely numb. Xia Ye wondered, "Who is this?" Lolan generously introduced, "He is my father, Lee Dada, currently working at the Sky City Parliament." As soon as Lolan finished speaking, Xia Ye's mind froze. "Why would a parent bring someone to meet me?" Lee Dada explained awkwardly, "After watching your live stream, I became your fan. I heard Lolan knows you, so I wanted to come and meet you." Immediately, Xia Ye's eyes lit up. "So you're a fan of that live stream?" "That was just a misunderstanding. Everyone misunderstood me. Actually, I'm not some big shot, nor am I a wealthy tycoon. I'm just a small, ordinary person with no combat power." Lee Dada gave a forced smile. Yes, that's right. I understand. I'll play along with you. But I didn't expect Mr. Shaw to be much more handsome than in the video." Xia Ye said shyly, "You're too kind." Lee Dada laughed heartily. "I'm telling the truth, really." He enthusiastically massaged Xia Ye's shoulders. "Shall I give you a shoulder massage?" Xia Ye was stunned. "How can you do that?" A moment later, Lee Dada immediately knelt down to polish Xia Ye's shoes. "You might not know this, but my shoe shining skills are also top-notch." Xia Ye was astonished. "You really don't need to go to such extremes." Oh my goodness. Lolan witnessed the scene before him. Not knowing what to do, he could only exclaim, "Dad!"
Xia Ye's eyes widened in surprise. Do high-level NPCs all idolize people like this now? Uncle Lee, I'm just an ordinary person. Can we just act normally with each other? He playfully stuck out his tongue. Understood. Can't overact. It'll ruin the Demon Lord's disguise. Finally free, he smiled. That's great then. Dada took out a gift box. I have a small gift I'd like to give you.
Xia was bewildered. Huh? As soon as the gift box was opened, it emitted a dazzling light. What is this? An S-grade automatic dust mop equipped with the latest AI. The automatic cleaning mode can be activated after startup, freeing your hands for a happy life. He proudly boasted. This is a dust mop containing elemental power. Your dungeon's a fey. Your house is too big. I thought this would be the most suitable gift for you. At this moment, the materials in the box floated in midair, astonishing the two girls in the house. Bellio didn't hesitate to tease it. Oh, don't come over here. Suddenly, the mop handle wrapped around a lock of her hair. Oh, sensing something was wrong, she froze, her smile slowly fading. At the same time, Xia was seriously observing the reactions of the two of them, who were bouncing with joy. He smiled sweetly, finding it quite amusing. Dada was satisfied seeing his reaction. Success. To be able to make the Demon Lord laugh so happily, it's no wonder it's me. Then he turned to Lorland, proudly boasting with a triumphant look in his eyes.
He whispered, "Gifts must be based on personality, preferences, and living conditions. This automatic mop can not only help him clean his house, but also play with his subordinates with surprising effectiveness. It not only perfectly meets the Demon Lord's living needs, but also makes him remember us every day he sees the mop working diligently." Lolan praised, "As expected of father, you're brilliant. I've learned the secret." He said proudly, "But do you think this is all there is? Do you think I'm a shameless sycophant?" Lolan replied, "Isn't that so?" He replied, "Both you and the Demon Lord have been fooled by me, underestimating my true wisdom." Lolan asked with a bewildered expression, "True wisdom? Could it be?" Dada said gravely, "That's right. This S-rank artifact seems harmless. In reality, it's equipped with the newest divine power system, capable of precisely calculating the most pleasing course of action. Prolonged use can paralyze the Demon Lord's mind, making him deluded and lose his will. At that point, it will be our time to win without fighting. It's truly the Demon Slayer blood hypothesis, never failing in its fight against demons for so many years." Dada planned meticulously. "Let me try to control it." The power switch was quickly turned on, creating a shimmering illusion around it. Seeing the situation turn a bit strange, he was astonished. What's happening? Oh my, the mop just gained a few more functions. With modern equipment clearly installed, it looked like a giant cannon intelligently arranged. After a moment of automatic installation, it transformed into a gun. Xia, with eyes like stars, asked, "Uncle Lee, how did it transform?" He was dumbfounded, stammering, It's...
Dada felt like he was about to have a nosebleed. That's right. Why though? He frowned and thought. How strange. Normally speaking, how could it turn into a great killing machine the moment it's touched? Furthermore, it was equipped with the latest Shenlian, far surpassing the capabilities of humans. It could instantly analyze and obtain comprehensive information about its owner and calculate the best mode to satisfy them. Suddenly, a bad premonition appeared in Dada's mind. Could it be... After analyzing the Demon Lord's information, it immediately chose to surrender. This bam chip, where's its integrity? At this moment, Dada knelt down on both knees with a jarring sound. Xia was stunned. "Huh? Uncle Lee, why are you kneeling like that?" He explained awkwardly. Sorry, my legs suddenly went numb and I couldn't control them." The young man said, "Then please sit down and rest quickly. You're not feeling well, yet you brought such a precious gift. I truly thank you." Xia suddenly paused for a moment, then spoke, "However, I cannot accept it." He frowned and thought, Shenlian has flattered him to this extent, yet he won't accept it. Could it be that living creatures with life are more to his liking? Mr. Xia truly prefers small pets, doesn't he? If you already have an elf, what do you think of Cobal and Gluon? Xia shook his head. No, actually there's something I'd like to ask the two of you to help me find, if possible. I should be giving things to you two. If I accept your gifts, I feel it would be difficult to bring it up." He smiled. "So that's it? A different task?" Lolan wondered. "What is it?" He began to recount. "On the way back just now, I heard that some children have gone missing." At that moment, the sorrowful woman spoke. "Xia, you're a big shot now, living in a luxurious house, even befriending high-level NPCs. If there's a chance, please help your uncle think of a way. Even if you just advise Li Lolan a bit, everyone here knows he listens to you the most. If he's willing to participate, he can definitely save the children." At this moment, Lolan was charging his device while on the phone. "So that's it, I understand. Send the documents to my device." A notification immediately appeared on the screen. Mutant species attacking humans is a normal state, but for the guards to be annihilated before they could even provide aid, their combat power must be overwhelmingly crushing. However, attracting the attention of the Demon Lord, this incident likely contains a destructive threat. Xia spoke. "Although it's very presumptuous, can the two of you save these children?" Lolan, as if startled, immediately exclaimed, "What?" At this moment, tears of compassion streamed from his eyes. "Because I'm also very worried about them. Sincere, kind, with a heart for the world." Oh, witnessing that scene left both Lolan and his father gaping, eyes wide.
Lolan thought to herself doubtfully, is he crazy? He's the mighty Demon King, yet he wants us to go rescue the children. If the war drags on, these children are precisely the future force that will fight against the Demon King. This also means that children are hope, but also one's future enemies. I wish they would all just die. Xiaoyao innocently and shyly put on an innocent face, but in reality was harboring some wicked and cunning plan. Lolan looked at her phone screen and said, "The report indicates traces of mutated species. They didn't kill those people on the spot, but dragged the vehicle away. Currently, their behavior and motives cannot yet be determined."
But intentionally taking the children away certainly has some purpose. If there's a purpose, the children are likely still alive. Xiaoye replied, relieved and happy. Still alive? That's wonderful. The Demon Lord expressed gratitude. Laurent, seeing this from the side, was speechless in bewilderment. Then he helplessly thought to himself, the acting is too exaggerated, and I still have to pretend to believe it. But I can only stabilize him. What are these humiliations? Immediately changing his demeanor, he choked up and emotionally clasped Xiaoye's hand, saying, "It truly is divine blessing." Xiaoye chimed in, responding, "Yes, I think so too." Then he confidently and cheerfully declared, "Don't worry, I will definitely bring the children back." Xiaoye beside him was overjoyed. Big brother Laurent is so capable. "Then I'll tell them to await your good news." Laurent clenched his fist, resolutely stating, "I will certainly complete the mission." What great acting, not a single flaw visible. Afterward, Laurent stepped through a portal into a modern space with many people working in front of computers. He ordered, "At the NPC warehouse, receive orders to target mutant species exceeding LV50 within a 100-kilometer radius, tracking their actions for 3 hours. Filter out groups showing signs of collective action, and simultaneously announce a mission to players, prioritizing hunting carnivorous mutant species and collecting clues about missing children." Then he stood tall, smiling smugly as he thought, "This way I can get news as soon as a clue is found. Await my good news, Demon Lord." Outside, Xiaoye was secretly observing Laurent. He thought to himself, Laurent has regained his motivation by completing the Demon Lord's mission. The Demon Lord chose to cooperate with him, rejecting the S-rank Divine Power broom. Laurent has done better than me at winning over Afei and stabilizing the Demon Lord.
Honestly, it puts my mind at ease, and I can return to Parliament with peace of mind. Jia Da hoisted the weapon onto his shoulder, put his hands in his pockets, and nodded, saying, "Only by stabilizing those treacherous high-level managers can Laurent have time to develop. As Senator Number 1, I am the only one who can do it." Then he took the weapon off his shoulder and placed it against the wall. "In the future, you shall take my place beside my son, Divine Power AI." As the weapon touched the wall, a red light appeared, and a voice echoed, "Divine Power AI has linked into Sky City's dedicated network. Divine Power AI is deploying a surveillance network for all people in Sky City. If there is anything unusual, report it to the Demon Lord as soon as possible." Hearing this, Jia Da immediately said, "That's right, it has joined the enemy." Then he turned pale, frantically screaming in his mind, "This is the real reason the Demon Lord refused to accept Divine Power AI." Next, his voice rang out, "The Demon Lord is truly cunning and devious." In the evening, the stars twinkled. Everyone gathered around Xiaoye, and he announced, "Big brother Laurent has joined this matter. Everyone can rest assured, we will definitely be able to rescue the children. If even he can't do it, then perhaps no one else in this world can." An aunt next to him happily replied, Yes, we know. Sky City has just announced many quests, calling on everyone to hunt mutant species, search for the children's whereabouts, and offering very generous rewards." Hearing this, Xiaoye happily replied, "Is that so? That's really great, then we can rest easy." Another aunt next to him said, "Although we don't understand the specifics." The other aunt replied, "But we heard that completing many can also increase your reputation in Sky City, and all future costs will be reduced by 5%. This means shopping, trading, and learning production skills will all be 5% cheaper, which is extremely beneficial." Hearing this, Xiaoye's face fell, and he pondered while everyone continued to chat. "But hunting mutant species is a bit dangerous, isn't it? Moreover, I asked Big Brother Laurent to help with these quests, and he just announced them. If people knew I was also participating, I'd feel a bit awkward." An aunt happily turned to him and asked, "Xiaoye, are you interested too?" Hearing this, he scratched his head and smiled, saying, "I'll pass for now." Another day, Xiaoye carried many large scrolls on his back, holding a writing board, bringing quests to earn money. He stood in the middle of a bustling street. Many people walked back and forth, but no one paid him any attention. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Xiaoye's idea is trending online." Xiaoye surprisingly turned to inquire, "Who are you?" A young man with purple hair appeared. Xiaoye recognized him and said, "Class monitor." Jiak said sarcastically, "I saw you on livestream before. I thought you'd become a big shot. How did you end up in a situation where no one needs you like this?" Xiaoye scratched his head awkwardly, replying, "It's a long story." Not far away, a chubby boy sat slumped on the ground, his voice panicked. "All the rewards are here. Please take them and let me go. I'll also be there on time tomorrow." Dewey said arrogantly, "If you don't want us to post your photos on the World Channel, then you'd better remember this." Thanks to the class monitor collecting a lot of offline information for this new mission, we've been able to enjoy benefits and earn a lot of money. Linda, beside her, smugly added, "We had to collect a lot of nude photos. The class monitor is amazing." "I feel like we should celebrate a bit." As she spoke, she glanced over, saw Jiak and Xiaoye nearby, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Class monitor." Jiak, on his side, clapped Xiak hard on the shoulder, saying, "What a coincidence, huh? I told you, you're not that talented, are you?" Xiaye replied, "That's right, I'm still at LV1, unlike the class monitor, who's always been good at everything." Seeing this, Linda smirked and said, "Oh dear, has the class monitor discovered a new side story? Truly a model student." Dewey, beside her, immediately said, "Isn't that our class monitor, renting a place off campus and not even coming to class?" She calmly replied, "I'm not trying to impress anyone."
Gak arrogantly threw 3 silver coins towards Xiaye and said in a condescending tone, "Seeing how pathetic you are, I'll help you out a bit. Consider it a reward." Xiaye looked at them and gave a silly smile. Xiaye's income was 3 silver coins. Then Xiaye looked at Gak and asked, "Hey, class monitor, your ranking is considered high, right?" Hearing that, he laughed loudly. "Of course it's high. You still don't understand anything." Z and Linda approached without anyone noticing. As soon as Z heard Xiaye speak, he chimed in. "Only 0.1% of people can make it into the top 5,000 world strategists. That's incredibly impressive. A novice like you has no discerning eye whatsoever." Linda also said proudly, "Before, the class monitor even won the school's esports championship." Gak arrogantly waved his hand in self-satisfaction. "No need to mention those things." Hearing that, Xiaye was delighted and made an offer. "I truly don't understand much. Could I invite you guys to lead me on a quest? I've been waiting for a while now and haven't found anyone both capable and willing to take me along. It's really difficult." His eyes filled with disdain, he continued to mock. "Ha! 3 silver coins aren't enough, and you still want to cling to our coattails for a quest?" Xiaye immediately said, "I can pay." Gak laughed and said, "Oh, please, how much can a novice level 1 pay to demand a party?" Suddenly, a notification sounded. "The other party has requested a transaction and will pay you 2 gold coins. Confirmed." Gak's face turned pale, sweat dripped down, and he thought in a daze. He actually offered 2 gold coins.
All the assets I've saved up until now are just 2 gold coins. Why does he have so much money, just like me, a top 5,000 world strategist? At this moment, Xiaye gently made an offer. "A total of 5 gold coins. I'll give you the remaining 3 gold coins after the mission is done. What do you think?" Given my level and ranking, it wouldn't be reasonable for me to accept anything less, he thought to himself. After all, even the world's top 1 squad only pays 10 gold coins. Jack cursed inwardly, annoyed. Damn it, this is my team. Why does it feel like he's ordering us around? That fringe kid in class gets to go live once and gets all arrogant? Then he flashed a cunning smile, plotting inwardly. He hadn't originally intended to lay a hand on him, but now he changed his mind and decided to trick him into a secluded spot. He'd teach him a lesson, then take nude photos of him, beat him black and blue, and steal all his money. Let's see if he still dares to prance around in front of me. Next, he smiled and said, "We're all classmates. What's with all this talk about silver coins? Helping each other out is normal, right?" At the monster hunting spot, Jack, G, Linda, and Xiaye were all present. G spoke up. "Don't run around carelessly. If you get eaten by a mutant species, I won't be able to save you in time." Xiaye, sitting behind him, said, "Class monitor, stop trying to scare me. You'll protect me, right? I still have to pay you after all." Jack immediately laughed and said, "Honestly, I don't care about your money at all." On this side, Xiaye was busy with several scrolls, happily exclaiming, "These ones are done, but these others aren't yet. To get the reputation reward, how many should I do? This should be enough." After submitting all the quests, he could receive the reputation title, Sky City's Ultimate Friend. Then Jack approached him and said, "Since the mission's done, let's head back." Xiaye immediately replied, "Is it already dark? Sorry, I really did quite a lot of quests." After that, the group walked together. G suddenly spoke up. "Before, the difficulty of search quests was always very high. Why has it changed so suddenly today?" Linda immediately said, "I don't know. Let's go turn in the quests and ask." Jack glanced at Xiaye, thinking to himself, "It's just the right time for it to be dark. I can lead him to a secluded place." A moment later, Xiaye unexpectedly asked, "Class monitor, are you sure there are no problems on this side?" He was slightly surprised to hear that, thinking, did he find out? Xiaye continued, "Because there are several monsters around me. I don't think it'll be easy to defeat them." All around were high-level monsters that looked extremely ferocious.
Realizing the danger, Xiaye screamed in panic, "Everyone, run!" Suddenly, as he was running, a decisive hand pushed him towards the monsters rushing at them. Vaguely seeing them run, he thought to himself, "Do these elders want to abandon me and save themselves?" A giant monster was opening its mouth wide, with huge teeth, preparing to swallow him whole. Seeing this, Xiaye muttered, "Damn it, I'm done for." Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, he was locked in an old, dilapidated place. Xiaye jolted awake and sat up, overjoyed. "I'm still alive. That's great. Next time I should still find a top 10 player to lead me, even if the price isn't cheap." Suddenly, the sound of a little girl crying caught his attention. Crying. Could this place be holding the missing children?
He looked around, guessing to himself, and also the missing player guards. Then, looking to the other side, he saw the 3 people who had abandoned him were also locked up. Those elders hadn't escaped either. Not only the children, but all the missing people were still alive, just as Big Brother Lorlan had said. What exactly did the beastmen want? In the same cell as him, a little girl cried out, "I'm so scared. It's so dirty. I want to go home." Seeing this, Xiaye immediately took out a golden brown delicious chicken. The blonde girl stared blankly and let out an, "Oh."
The little girl pouted and said, "Mom, you don't need to say the protein content is too high. I can't digest it." Then he took out a sword, and the little girl said, "It doesn't glow. It's not cool at all." Xiaye then took out a Sailor Moon doll, and the little girl replied, "Brother, are you a weeboo?" Xiaye felt hurt, thinking to himself, "Kids these days are so hard to comfort." Seeing this, the little girl innocently asked, "Brother, what is that?" A small box appeared, containing many items. Xiaye explained, "This is a C-rank production skill I received from a previous quest. The primary purification potion, when used, can purify low-level negative statuses." The little girl held a small bottle and asked curiously, "So can it also purify feelings of fear, anxiety, and unhappiness, brother?" Xiaye happily replied, I hope so." But there was nothing to be afraid of in the first place, so the little girl asked blankly, "Really? But just now I saw you were scared to death." Seeing this, another boy stepped forward and asked, "Why don't we need to be afraid?" Xiaye explained, "Because someone will definitely come to save us." The little girl said, "Really?" He happily replied, "Of course. By then, all these monsters will be destroyed, so there's no need to be afraid." The little girl exclaimed, "You have a point." The worried boy suddenly asked, "But these monsters are very powerful. Who will destroy them and save us?" The little girl sadly replied, "That's right." Hearing this, Xiaye smiled and said, "Have you ever heard of the hope of humans?" In the forest, a person on a motorcycle was speeding away. On the vehicle, a notification sounded from the screen. "The whereabouts of the bus carrying the children have been detected. They have invaded the entire southern region, showing no mercy to any players or NPCs after capturing the children. They were also brought to this location." Lorlan, driving the vehicle, said decisively, "Send the exact location to my phone." The screen then displayed another notification, "Keep them alive." Why? Lorlan thought firmly to himself, "This matter is not simple." Inside the cell, as Xiaye was comforting the children, a deep, terrifying voice echoed, "It is you who brings hope to save us." An S-rank Fenrir, a mutated insect leader with a wolf-like head and a gigantic body, slowly approached. It narrowed its glowing red eyes, looked down at everyone, and then spoke. "Indeed, good news, because I have been waiting for him."
2 guards detected movement outside. They vigilantly raised their weapons, shouting loudly, "Who's there?" They threatened, "This is the domain of Beast King Fenrir. Without an audience, you are not permitted to enter." From the darkness of the night, from behind the thick fog, Lolan's tall and posing figure advanced unflinchingly. His golden hair gleamed under the moonlight, his face glaring angrily at the 2 guards. The 2 wolves recoiled in panic. They trembled in fear upon seeing Lolan's overwhelming might. "Wait!" Lolan said little. He flashed past them, advancing forward, leaving behind the dismembered bodies of the 2 gatekeepers. Suddenly, Beast King Fenrir's domain shook violently in waves. Beast King Fenrir panicked. "What's happening? An earthquake?" A subordinate rushed in, reporting in a panic. "Lord Fenrir, it's Lolan. Lolan has killed his way here." He was surprised by Lolan's sudden appearance. He gave a savage smile. "I've waited a long time. He's finally here." He muttered for a long time. "If only I can meet him, I can—" Suddenly, an immense force shattered the wall. The force from the punch sent the subordinate flying. Roar! Fenrir quickly searched for the perpetrator.
From the building, a massive, earth-shattering explosion shook the entire structure. A large hole appeared in the wall behind Fenrir, who was bewildered and hadn't yet grasped the situation. Luolan stepped out with a terrifying expression. He growled, "Hand over those children." Fenrir, the leader, was startled by Luolan's appearance. Even though it had mentally prepared itself, it still jumped in fright. It offered praise. "As expected of the rumored hope of humans, your aura and courage are truly admirable." Luolan didn't have the patience to listen further. He snapped, "Enough babbling! Where are they?" Leader Fenrir happily pointed behind him, chuckling. "Ka-ha-ka! Don't be so impatient. Not a single one is missing. They're all here." Behind him, the children were fearfully huddled around Xiaye. Xiaye looked at Luolan with sparkling, admiring eyes. Seeing the captives, Luolan's face froze for a few seconds. His expression twisted immediately afterward, exclaiming, "My mother's father! Why is the Demon King here too?" Xiaye cheerfully cheered Luolan on. "Big brother Luolan, I've been waiting for you for so long. I knew you'd come. Before, I asked you to save the children, but I didn't expect it would be to save me now." Xiaye was overjoyed internally. "I've been waiting for you for so long. I've 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 been waiting for you for so long." The 3 looked at each other in silence. A strange quietness enveloped the space. Luolan's face twitched. "So you were waiting for me because you didn't trust me. You specifically came to supervise me."
Luolan thought to himself. He's trembling with anxiety, wanting to see my reaction, to see if I'd show up. Xia, across from him, still didn't understand what was wrong with Luolan and scratched his head in confusion. Luolan made a decision. If that's the case, I'll draw my sword, and I'll perform a little better so you can see clearly.
An overwhelming surge of power emanated from Luolan, unsettling Fenrir. "Luolan, your excellency!" Luolan let out a roar, his bloodshot eyes burning with fury. "Hand them all over to me!" The terrified children ran to Fenrir, crying out, "It's too scary! Help! Please don't hand us over!" Fenrir also recoiled a few steps in panic, stammering, "Who exactly is the villain here?" Fenrir, sword in hand, wasted no words and charged forward like a released arrow. Luolan swung the sword powerfully in his hand. The first slash grazed Fenrir's chest, blood splattering. Fenrir leaned back, his face panicked, fortunately dodging the full impact. Luolan's attack generated immense power, pulverizing the rocks and earth around the combat area. Outside, the thugs were stunned. Belial recognized the source of that power. Such powerful sword chi. It's truly... Luolan, at this moment, was frantically swinging his sword, slashing at Fenrir. Fenrir, terrified, used all its strength to avoid collapsing under Luolan's assault. It leaped backward, panting as it pleaded. "Wait!" It desperately explained. "Actually, I captured these humans with no intention of harming them," it roared loudly, trying to stop Luolan. "It's all to attract the attention of those above. I wanted to meet you all." Luolan stopped, looking directly at Fenrir, silent. The surroundings were a scene of desolation and ruin from the recent battle. Xia was surprised to hear Fenrir's explanation, that its purpose was not to kill Big Brother Luolan. Luolan curled his lip in disdain. "What do you mean?" Fenrir continued. "Look at my rank and level." The system displayed, "Fenrir LV-101. Luolan looked at the notification panel, raising an eyebrow in question. "LV-101? Fenrir smiled. "That's right. I awakened a super powerful growth characteristic. Eating an intelligent creature can increase 1 gluttony layer. Consuming 1 gluttony layer can increase 1 level. It boasted, "In just 2 short days, I've reached LV-101. Although I've accumulated 15 layers, I haven't used them yet, and perhaps I won't need to, because apart from you and other divine artifact wielder, I am already an invisible existence, aren't I?"
Fenrir made a request. If I, the champion, wanted to form an alliance with humans, what would you think? He thought to himself, that's right, my goal isn't to become an enemy of humans, but to seek opportunities for coexistence, so that many mutated races can continue to live in this world. I told him my true strength only to gain an advantage in negotiations. Knowing my power, Li Lolam would surely be surprised. Suddenly, Fenrir realized something was wrong. Huh? He showed no surprise, instead looking towards the humans. Why? Fenrir's words didn't register with Lolan. He stared wide-eyed at Xia, seeking approval. Fenrir mused to himself, could it be that he's still angry about me attacking the humans? I must dispel his hostility towards me. Acting on the thought, Fenrir immediately apologized. Regarding that, I can apologize. I captured them only to create an opportunity to speak with you. Furthermore, it would be better to say that I saved them. Only then did Lolan pay attention to Fenrir. You saved them? What do you mean by that? Fenrir recounted. When I encountered them, they were being attacked by variant demons. He proudly thumped his chest. It was I who killed all those demons and saved these humans. Once again, an eerie silence enveloped the entire space. In the distance, 2 figures were observing the battle.
Both were bewildered when they saw Fenrir rambling on. "Are you looking for death?" Luolan's face darkened, realizing the situation. Seeing the situation seemed promising, Fenrir secretly rejoiced, thinking that Luolan had wavered, understood, and seemed to have been moved by his sincerity. He looked behind Luolan and said, "And the young man behind you from AS, I found him and his comrades when they were in danger. To prevent them from being killed by demons, I conveniently rescued them and locked them up." Suddenly, Fenrir fell silent when he saw Luolan's expression. "Huh? Why? Why are you looking at me with that expression?" Luolan's face was complex, his eyes looking at Fenrir as if looking at a dead man, beyond all hope and despair. Fenrir repeated his request once more. "Let's cooperate, Luolan," he said confidently. "We have a common enemy, the Demon Lord." Meanwhile, the real Demon Lord was actually right behind Luolan. Indeed, this Demon Lord was Xia, the very person he had just rescued. Luolan couldn't listen anymore. He drew his sword. "Nonsense, I can't let you speak another word." Suddenly Xia spoke softly. "Oh, it's fine. I think it's quite interesting." Luolan, who was about to unleash a move, froze at Xia's words. He then tremblingly asked Fenrir to continue. "All right, you may continue," Luolan permitted. Emboldened, Fenrir regained his confidence. "I knew you'd be interested. I've come up with a perfect plan." Everyone listened curiously to Fenrir's proposal. "We mutant species are gradually evolving high-level intelligence, and we also know that the current unknown whereabouts of the Demon Lord and Great Demons is a good opportunity to hunt them down and eradicate them.
I will help you kill demons, and you will help me become the monster leader. Afterwards, I will command all monsters to only consume demons and not encroach upon an inch of human territory. Its request surprised everyone.
He excitedly thought, "It's perfect, you can't refuse, can you?" Lolan didn't answer, and the atmosphere plunged into an endless silence once more. Lolan turned to look at Xiaye, who looked very pitiful. Xiaye gave a bright smile and said, "That sounds good." Xiaye's single remark led Lolan to infer all sorts of possibilities. "I understand, I get it," he thought to himself. He mentally drew up a scenario. First, the Demon Lord sent me here to prevent me from cooperating with the mutant species. He let the other party reveal their plan to observe my reaction. His thoughts went further and further. That means he already knew the mutant species' intentions. Everything is unfolding according to his calculations. His judgment is too strong, his schemes too profound, and his desire for control too terrifying. Meanwhile, Fenrir remained unaware of what Lolan was thinking. He was confident Lolan would agree. What a win-win solution, even if it's just a short-term cooperation. At this moment, he has no reason to refuse, Fenrir thought. Lolan's words were like a direct slap to Fenrir's face. "I refuse!" Fenrir's face went blank. Seeing Lolan running towards him, Fenrir quickly shouted, Wait, why?" Lolan, charging forward with strong resolve, replied, "Of course, because the Demon Lord is watching." Fenrir couldn't believe it. He roared, "Why? If you have any other demands, you can state them." But Lolan lunged and struck him with a single slash. Fortunately, Fenrir managed to dodge. He angrily shouted, "Come again!"
Fenrir tried to negotiate, discussing silver coins a bit. Luolan at this moment was radiating killing intent, refusing to discuss any silver coins. He continued to charge forward. "I want to represent the Demon Lord and destroy you." Fenrir was so scared he started crying, asking, "Whose side are you on after all?" Luolan's power was immense, creating a huge explosion that cracked the ground. After retreating, Luolan seriously said, "Although we are both level 101, you are a mature type, incapable of fighting me, and furthermore, I am invincible." He stood sternly and let out a cold snort. Seeing Luolan's demeanor made Xiaye slightly surprised. "Huh? Big brother Luolan just said he represents the Demon Lord." In his mind, he secretly wondered, why? Could it be? At that very moment, thick smoke and dust rose all around. After Luolan's attack, Fenrir seemed unharmed. It muttered, "Is my intelligence not awakened enough? If not, why can't I completely understand the logic of these humans?" It continued, "All right, then you don't need to give me any benefits. I will release the prisoners for you and even fight those demons that have descended upon Earth on your behalf. Now, can you give me a way to live?" Luolan couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing this. What? He seemed to suddenly realize something again. I understand now. The second meaning of the Demon Lord personally coming to supervise is fear that I might spare this mutant species. Therefore, Luolan still resolutely refused. No. Fenrir gradually lost patience. Why not? It continued to negotiate. "Then I won't be a monster leader anymore. Just let me live. I'll be your subordinate." But it couldn't sway Luolan. No. It offered another condition. "Then all my subordinates will be your subordinates." Still unable to get Luolan to agree, his attacks became even faster. No. Fenrir was so scared he burst into tears. "Someone tell me, why does he say no to everything I say? Is this guy sick?" It retreated backward, yelling, "I'm just trying to find a way for the mutant species to survive. Does it have to be so heartless?"
Pent-up anger and fear accumulated. Fenrir decided, since it's come to this, I won't hold back anymore. The system displayed, Fenrir consumed Gluttony Tier 50, leveled up 30, from level 101 to level 131. At this moment, the Creator God in the temple then spoke up. Haven't I told you? The Grand Pontiff respectfully replied, "Didn't you say that mutant species are low-level intelligent creatures?" Then the Creator God explained, "The Demon Lord is stronger than expected. Influenced by the Demon Lord, mutant species are also stronger than expected. Doesn't that make sense?" The Grand Pontiff was astonished. "What I mean is, why didn't you say so sooner?" The Creator God said in a low voice, "If I didn't say it, couldn't you have figured it out yourselves? Always relying on me. What are you? Don't you reflect on yourselves a bit? I am a god, not your mother." The Grand Pontiff flinched. The Grand Pontiff quickly backed down. "I apologize. It's all our fault." The Creator God interrupted. "But it's a pity." The Grand Pontiff, puzzled, turned back and asked, "A pity?" The Creator God suddenly revealed a sinister smile. "Yes, an opportunity for alliance has turned into a great danger." Meanwhile, on the fierce battlefield, Fenrir had grown larger and his power had increased. "Do you really think I can't defeat you?" Loran. Fenrir turned savage and lightning began to flash from its eyes.
Immediately, Laurent turned to warn his teammates. It's a wide-area electric attack. It wants to kill all of us. Be careful.
Immediately, he used Flash Step, Ultimate Skill, and his life-saving skills, holding nothing back. Lolan's subordinates nodded in agreement, then used the Barrier Wall skill. Jack, meanwhile, used the True Word Shield skill, and Belial used the Stealth skill. The children were no less capable. They also contributed with skills like Defensive Halo, Protection Blessing, and Armor Guard. Seeing everyone's fervent fighting spirit, Xia froze. Hey, I'm the only one who has nothing. Lolan began to activate the S-rank Divine Power Defensive Shield. On the other side, Fenrir also launched its attack with immense power. This made Lolan's subordinates exclaim, "Although Lord Lolan's shield is taking the damage for us." Fenrir's attack power was too strong, causing everyone to lose health and scream. Xia and the children also couldn't avoid the attack, with desperate shouts of "Ah, ouch," coming from them. But then Xia suddenly realized, it's not that painful. Lolan's shield gradually weakened. The power was too immense, the level gap too vast. If he used an enhancement item, Hell Breakthrough. Lolan began to activate another skill, but Fenrir quickly broke through his shield. The situation was now critical. Lolan looked at Fenrir, who was level 132, and assessed, "There's no chance to use an enhancement item. My own strength is limited here." And he frowned, thinking, "I also refused the mutant species' invitation for cooperation. Isn't the Demon Lord going to help?" In contrast to the grim atmosphere on this side, Xia on the other side was surprised. What's strange? Why don't I feel pain? How lucky. Seeing his demeanor, Lolan thought to himself, his acting skills are terrible, yet he pretends to be foolish, deliberately avoiding my gaze. Fenrir continued its attack, roaring, "Hateful hope of the humans." Only now did Xia dazedly turn to look. Big brother Lolan. At this moment, Lolan thought to himself, "My strength has reached its limit. Aren't you going to help?" As soon as he finished speaking, the little girl with 2 pigtails ran up and threw 2 bottles of blue liquid to Lolan. "Big brother, I've come to lend you a hand." Lolan was also quite surprised. He wondered, what is that? The bottle was thrown up in front of Fenrir and shattered. The scene suddenly plunged into darkness, everything stopping for a moment. Then the blue liquid splashed out, creating a massive explosion that shattered the surrounding rocks. Thick smoke billowed, obscuring the subordinate's vision, and everyone anxiously called out, "Lolan!" Looking at the smoke slowly dissipating, Xia frantically called out, "Big brother Lolan!" At this moment, as the smoke gradually faded, a beam of light appeared, a glowing yellow orb in Fenrir's mouth. It was Lolan activating his Divine Power Shield skill to protect himself from Fenrir's attack, surprising Fenrir. What? The force has changed.
The monster opened its mouth wide, creating a massive sphere. Just a moment ago, it also used this shield, and I easily broke it, but this time something was different. It quickly launched the sphere towards its opponent. Lolan spoke up, "Your level is different." It glanced down at him and asked, "What?" Fenrir, under the influence of the purification potion, had its violent state dispelled, restoring its original level 76. "My gluttony frequency is all gone," it said. It recoiled backward. Even its form and dense body condition had returned to their original state. Fenrir looked at the broken potion bottle lying on the ground. That potion? Impossible. Grade C potion neutralizing a Grade S rare trait? How could this happen? Lolan tilted his head, looking over, intending to ask, "What exactly is this potion?" Xia, bewildered, hugged the pile of potions in his hands and replied, "I didn't expect this stuff to be so effective. I still have a lot. Do you need more?" He and Fenrir froze upon hearing that. The atmosphere around Lolan suddenly turned gloomy. So that's it. This time he understood. He had prepared his methods, not acting, only because he and the werewolf hadn't completely become enemies yet. Only when both sides were fighting to the death would he arrange for the child to act. He watched him and the werewolf fight desperately, as if enjoying a play. The more he thought, the gloomier he became. We were always under control, just mere clowns. Lolan, with teary eyes, spoke, "Do you have anything else to say?" Fenrir, confused, yelled, "Why are you so angry? I'm the one who's cornered." He drew his sword, his body enveloped by a glow. "Is this your last will?" It stammered in fear, its words unclear. Whoosh, whoosh. Fenrir leaped into the sky and vanished into thin air. "I don't want to be involved with you guys anymore." Xia, eyes shining brightly, walked up to him. "Lolan, big brother, I knew you would come to save us. You saved us again. How can I ever thank you?" It wasn't easy to gather the courage to come out, wanting to get some quest rewards, but who knew we'd run into something like this? Luckily, you arrived. Lolan didn't reply, but glanced at him and thought to himself. Sure enough, when the matter was over, he returned to his fake facade, as if everything that just happened had never occurred. He unexpectedly sighed, his eyebrows slightly furrowed.
But then Lolan also started to get into character. "Mr. Shy is right. Please rest assured, as long as I'm here, I won't let any mutant species harm anyone." He was excited, his eyes shining. I felt the same way. He tried to smile and asked, "If you've had enough fun, how about we head back to the city?" Xia tilted his head slightly and asked, "So this is considered resolved." His eyes clearly showed his exhaustion. "Otherwise, what do you think?" He innocently pointed and replied, "The mutant species ran away, didn't it?" Lolan, with a weary expression, explained, "Its characteristics have been purified, so it's definitely no longer a threat." Xia sighed sadly, "But for low-level players, it's still a very dangerous existence, isn't it?
Although it originally only killed demons and didn't harm humans, didn't you just refuse to form an alliance with it? He tiredly got into the car, preparing to leave. Got it, I'm heading off now. Seeing this, he clapped his hands in excited praise. Suddenly, someone approached and called out, Lord Lalon. He glanced over and instructed, the rear is entrusted to you. I've eliminated all the troublesome beastmen nearby. You just need to bring the children and other normal players back to the safe zone. The other person hesitated and asked further, what about the Demon King? Lalon sighed and replied, bring him back to the safe zone too. Remember to appease him so nothing else happens. As soon as Lalon drove off, Chaillet immediately waved his hand, cheering, Big Brother Lalon, you can do it. Everyone was being loaded onto vehicles, waiting to reach the safe zone. Suddenly, someone approached and said, Mr. Shah, please take this vehicle. Chaillet turned around and exclaimed in admiration, oh, he happily got into the vehicle. Well then, I'll gladly accept. Outside the window, someone suddenly approached and asked, are you Chaillet? Belial bowed low, raising a hand to brush back his hair. I apologize. I said I would leave you on the mission, but I failed to protect you well.
Belial stood outside, bowing and calling, Chaillet. She smiled brightly. I didn't expect you to know Li Lalon. Jiak unexpectedly interjected, oh, that's right. I'll return these 2 gold coins to you. We're all friends. Why bother calculating silver coins? If there's a chance, let's team up again. Seeing this, the driver also became cordial. Are you friends of Mr. Xia? He also offered, why don't you all get in the carriage too? Hearing this, he was about to step in. Then, Chaillet, sitting inside, immediately denied, I wouldn't call them friends, would I? I hired them to escort me on a quest, so how can they be considered friends? What's more, when danger struck, they even pushed me away. That's just too much. The driver's face lit up upon hearing this. I understand. He took out a rope and tied all 3 of their hands. In that case, please take this carriage back. They were still confused, their mouths agape in surprise. Huh? In front of the gate of a large and luxurious building, a person holding a stack of papers looked up at them. What mistake did you just say you committed? The group sitting neatly behind iron bars heard the next question. Extortion and fraud, correct? His gaze flickered down to the paper in his hand. A line of red text stood out on the page. Crime, pushing the innocent Demon King Chaillet. Sentence, 3 years of correctional imprisonment. He put the paper down and stamped it, making all 3 of them stunned. Changing it to extortion and fraud is fine too. This morning's news, the Sky City Guard inadvertently uncovered an illegal extortion case, charging protection fees from low-level players. We urge all players to enhance their combat strength through official channels, live in harmony, and together create a harmonious world.
Additionally, news from the front lines reports that the missing children have been found. The suspect is a mutant species werewolf named Fenrir, currently in hiding. The hope of the humans, Li Lan, is in pursuit. This time, the rescue of the children may proceed smoothly thanks to the enthusiastic assistance of Mr. Chaillet. The microphone was extended. Mr. Shah, may I ask your thoughts? He smiled, his face slightly flushed. Aha, it was all just a coincidence, a coincidence. The reporter immediately moved closer to Chaillet. Mr. Shah, it seems you also participated in the recent spirit auction event. Just as she was about to ask more, someone else stepped in. The public rumors say you are a god-level expert. May I ask your identity? His hand blocked the camera lens. That's enough, no more questions. Yet questions continued to pour in. Why don't you appear on the rankings? Is Sky City hiding your identity? Do you and Li Lolan have secret dealings? Belio and Babylon sat at home watching the news. She turned to her and asked, could that wolf's target be? On Fenrir's side, it sped away at 140 kilometers per hour. It ran, muttering to itself, I cannot fall here, though I still don't understand why things turned out this way. Clearly, with my unique attributes as an outsider and the ability to propose a perfect cooperation plan, humans still wouldn't give me a chance. Fenrir's eyes glowed crimson, but it doesn't matter. As long as I still exist, later I will make Lolan my dog. Before this, I heard that after the demon descent upon Earth, a base was built. The great demon is absent, the base is empty. Originally, I wanted to keep it as a food reserve, but now is the perfect time to use it. It approached a tall building with an unusual architecture. Inside, children were playing happily. No one knew Fenrir was crashing in through the window. I want to return once more, and for that, I can only sacrifice you all. It roared, its shadow falling over the children. Become my nutrients. The glass doors shattered, shards flying everywhere. The demon caretaker immediately stepped forward to shield them. A mutant species of level 76 dares to trespass into demon race territory? Fenrir, without a word, powerfully swung its claws. Get out of the way! An attack was launched, making her cry out in pain. Actual level 36. One blow will make you obediently step aside. A red flash streaked over their heads, making the children tremble in fear. Nanny! Fenrir opened its mouth wide, revealing long, sharp fangs. Gluttony. Time to feast. The children cried loudly in fear. Wah!
Suddenly, an unexpected blow landed heavily on its back. The nanny shakily stood up and said, It's not over yet. As long as I'm alive, I won't let you harm the children. Fenrir kicked its feet into the air, flying towards her. It slammed hard into the nanny's stomach, causing her excruciating pain. Her entire body was flung against the wall, and many cracks appeared on the surrounding wall. The nanny lay motionless on the ground, with only just over half of her health bar remaining. It turned around, saying a little shakily, Who are you guys? Two figures stood in the distance, watching it. Belial and Babylon put their hands on their hips, not answering the question. It's Lord Belial and Lord Babylon. Fenrir, seeing them both, startled and took a few steps back. Great demon? Why aren't you dead? Could my investigation have been flawed? It seemed to realize something about her. Wait, I can smell a mutated wolf species. You...
Behind Belial, Shaye's figure briefly appeared. You smell like that young man. The more Fenrir spoke, the darker her face became. That only happens if you've slept together. Babylon glanced over in disbelief. No way. Ever since we met Lord Demon King, we've always slept in the cat bed. Belial's expression suddenly changed, making her scream. What kind of look is that? Could it be true? Babylon spat blood and fainted on the spot. The little ones looked at each other and started gossiping. What? Lady Belial met Lord Demon King? What? Lady Belial slept with Lord Demon King? Did everyone hear that? Belial had a child with Lord Demon King? Bao Bao suddenly appeared from somewhere and said, "Silence." It looked at Fenrir and asked, "You can recognize the master's scent. Werewolf, have you met the master before?" Hearing this, it also wondered to itself, "Master? Someone who can make a great demon call them master? Don't tell me." Shaye's image trembled with fear. That young man is the demon lord. Therefore, he had already prepared a purification medicine for my gluttonous nature. He feigned helplessness, but was cunning and calculating inside, deliberately getting caught. Then he completed his plan, sneaking into my lair. And yet, what words did I say in front of him back then? Including, but not limited to, kill those demons, only eat demons, take demons as food. That's why Lolan loudly declared, representing the demon lord, "I want to destroy you on behalf of the demon lord." Only then did Fenrir become extremely frightened. I didn't know anything. It turns out it was just me. Bao Bao slowly walked over from a distance. "Now that you know the truth, you can rest assured on your way, right?" It immediately lay flat on the floor. "The thing is, I won't get up. Fine, I really don't want to live anymore." Its hand stopped as it reached Fenrir's front. It seemed to see something and paused slightly. The power of the mutant species comes from the master, so why is the source of power concentrated on him like that? A hint of confusion crossed Bao Bao's face. Could it be, the master wants to keep it because it's still useful? It jumped off Fenrir and glanced at it. "I'll give you one chance. Lead them to meet the master and atone for your sins." The two girls watched Bao Bao walk towards them and spoke up. "After watching TV, we know its goal, but we're still not at ease. It's a lot of trouble for Bao Bao, Your Excellency, to come with us on this trip." It raised its head and turned to look back. "If we are blamed by Lord Demon King for acting on our own, it will all be your fault, understand?" The two people and one cat stood on the large crack in the wall. "All right, let's go home." Bao Bao's gaze suddenly caught something. Behind a not-so-distant rock, a shadowy figure was peeking out, watching them. Lolan was frightened, clutching the rock tightly with both hands. "Oh my gosh, OMSI, we accidentally discovered the demon's main base."
My name is Roland, once the hope of humans, but now I am plunged into despair. I was ordered to track down the idealistic kidnapper Fenrir, but I accidentally arrived at the demon space camp. After being discovered, I alone faced the encirclement of 3 great demons. Babylon spoke. "I apologize, but we can only kill you to silence you." Roland's face darkened. "My strength is the best among humans. In a one-on-one situation, neither Belial nor Babylon is my match. But at this moment, I have no chance of winning." Bao Bao suddenly leaped high, saying, "See you in hell."
Lolan bowed his head and gritted his teeth. This was the only way. Lolan activated the Lee family's ultimate trump card skill, which was "The Demon King told me to come." Bao Bao's claws suddenly lunged to attack, and a glowing circle appeared on the ground. Bao Bao's voice was stern, and his eyes were sharp. "What did you say?" They were all standing amidst the ruined buildings. Lolan gave an awkward laugh and sighed. "It seems your subordinates are only so-so. No one knows the Demon King's plan." Belial gritted his teeth in anger, saying, "You understand the master's plan better than us, you arrogant fool." Babylon loudly said, "Nonsense." Bao Bao suddenly interrupted with a stern tone. "Let him speak." Loland continued, "Initially he gave me a mission and asked me to rescue the children abducted by the mutated species. Such weak and pitiful children should stay obediently in the safe zone. I was really worried. Could you go and rescue the children? After I arrived, I found that he was already waiting at the scene. Then the mutated species ran here and we met you." Babylon interrupted in surprise. "How can that be? If you want to kill mutated species, just kill them directly. What reason would the Demon Lord have to be this bored?" Belial spoke up. "No, he's telling the truth." Babylon looked over. "What?" Belial suddenly gave a sinister smile. "As a humanoid demon with prophetic abilities and the closest to the Demon Lord, I've known about this plan for a long time." Babylon was surprised. "Huh?" Bao Bao continued. "If everyone already knows, then I won't pretend anymore. This is indeed the master's plan." Babylon was startled. "Nani?" Babylon gave an awkward laugh, thinking to himself, "Only I didn't know." Belial smiled and said, "After all, I've slept with the Demon Lord before." Lolan suddenly spoke up. "It's just as I thought.
If we can confirm it with each other, there's no mistake. The Demon King has long known that his subordinates would be in danger, but he seemed to just sit back and watch. In fact, every step hides a true purpose behind the mutated species. Whether it's rescuing human children or killing mutated species, none of those are his true goals. He's merely using the guise of rescuing human children to bring his demon subordinates back to the safe zone. Bao Bao's face darkened, and he gave a sinister smile. Let's say you're right. Small footsteps stood above, looking down. Lord Bellio, who are they talking to? It seems to be a human. It's Lowland. Lowland suddenly stopped, looking up. The eyes, somewhat angry, said, "Kill him, ease the Demon King's worries." His body quickly leaped upwards before the children's eyes. Lowland gave a radiant smile with sincere eyes. "Let's go." The children stared blankly, wide-eyed at his attitude. "Huh?" Lowland continued, "I'll take you to meet the Demon Lord."
Red marks appeared on the system board. Your application has not yet been approved. Your application has been rejected by the system. Your application has been rejected by the system again. Suddenly, Xia heard a bell ring. Who's here? He looked blankly at the people standing at the gate. They said, "Xia, look at Bao Bao sitting on Fenrir's back. We want to raise this one." He looked up at Bao Bao. Bao Bao said, "Rejected." Suddenly, it raised its claws with sharp eyes. "So what if it's rejected?"
Xia continued to explain. "You can't even support yourselves, yet you want to raise pets? Have you thought about who will pay for its food?" "Wait," Xia recounted. "My own food expenses are also—" Babylon and Bellio in their miniature forms were extremely scared. They conceded. "Actually, I spoil you guys a lot. If you really want to keep it, take it to the backyard and tie it up." Bao Bao secretly thought, "Look, this is truly what the master wants, yet he pretends to refuse, scaring me for a bit." Fenrir cried, wagging its tail slightly in fear, "The Demon Lord has forgiven me. Demon Lord, from now on I am yours." It lay obediently in the iron cage, constantly squirming. "Demon Lord." Laurelland smiled. "Mr. Xia, then I'll trouble you to take in these children as well." He was surprised. "Is that okay? Why is it considered a given?" Laurelland's face froze, staring intently at Xia. He secretly thought, he really does have such a plan. After I spoke, the way he looks at me is completely different now. Xia's expression darkened slightly, and he smirked at Laurelland. Suddenly, he leaned close and whispered, "I've been following Fenrir all the way, and found that these children were also victims who almost died under the wolf's claws. Their background and identity cannot be traced, so there will be no problem and no citizens will be suspicious." Xia gave an awkward laugh. "Unclear background and it's not a problem? What is this? Is Roland, Pig Brother, a government employee asking me to help society? He has indeed helped me a lot, so refusing would be a bit awkward. It's really difficult to take care of all of them when they all live in my house. How about this? I have some basic equipment here. I'll distribute it to everyone to keep warm. Those are slow-selling products."
After that, I will sponsor an orphanage. When I bought that building, I was also given a piece of land that had never been used. Lolan's eyes widened in surprise. "An orphanage?" Xia pouted. "I really can't give any more. It hurts so much I'm spitting blood, HP minus 100. Suddenly, a small weak hand tugged at his sleeve. Demon hero Xia looked at the children. "Are you orphans? The kind without anyone to rely on?" Xia's hand slowly reached out in pity. "Oh, how pitiful." Suddenly he paused, his eyes wide in thought. "Come to think of it, that might actually work. If Roland Big Brother truly needs my help, I have an idea." Roland's eyes widened. "What idea?" Xia continued to explain. "Why not build a guild, attract people to join, bond closely, care for, and help each other? With an organization, they wouldn't be considered without anyone to rely on anymore. If I have to shell out money, at least it should be mutually beneficial." The conditions for establishing a guild are extremely strict. Not only does it require a very high fee, but there are also requirements for strategy and the number of people. But after having a guild, the processing fee, though high, can be reduced by 15%. Additionally, considering my reputation, there will be an extra 5% discount, totaling a 20% reduction. Furthermore, the guild can be used to participate in more activities and earn more money, so it won't be a loss in the end. This time, it's truly a coincidence, otherwise it would be convenient. Lolan looked at the guild registration application, thinking to himself, pretending to refuse in order to establish a guild. If it's just at this level, then it's fine. A message appeared on the screen. Roland approved. Guild successfully established. Roland was surprised. This guild name? Lolan was still bewildered by the message that appeared. Congratulations to Xia for establishing the Overworld Guild. Everyone turned their eyes to look at them. Overworld. The children's eyes sparkled. Overworld meaning the whole world, meaning everyone from all over the world can join and rely on each other. How warm. Siler smiled. Overworld meaning beyond the world, meaning the master wants to create an unprecedented world where all races can live in peace. Bellio's face darkened. You fools. It obviously means. Lolan still didn't understand what was happening. Over means end. World means world. He gasped, tears streaming down his face. What had I just approved?
Right now, the new guild overworld has been established. Hao Ran excitedly said, Lord Demon King has already established the guild. Xia Ye intently looked at the system panel. Qin Hao Ran, An Liu, Lu Ju, Xiao Yuan all sent requests to join your guild. His eyes intently read each line of text appearing. Everyone was gathered. You have joined the guild overworld.
Hao Ran was surprised by the current situation. This is, the system announced, you have become the dungeon leader, LV3635, and received the titles Qin Hao Ran Rogue, Demon King's Fangs. Xiao Yuan unconsciously turned his head to look behind him. Xiao Hao. Suddenly many people appeared, all holding weapons in their hands. They stammered in surprise. What's wrong with them? Suddenly, a dark shroud covered everything. Why? Hao Ran's face darkened, and he turned his head with a sinister smile. He suddenly transformed into an opposing faction. At this moment, Xiao Ye's house was extremely quiet. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared on Phantom Image's body. What is this feeling?
It suddenly transformed into a giant monster, becoming an LV-103-109 dungeon leader, and received the title Demon King's Lair Overseer. Huan Yang was excited. Originally, it was just a phantom image, but Lord Demon King suddenly bestowed it with a physical form. On the screen, a map appeared with a red location. Kang Yu said sternly, a red dot suddenly appeared on the map. It's a dungeon instance. The person next to him added, Hao Ze, the safe zone where the Demon Lord resides, has completely turned into a dungeon instance. Pucci observed carefully, recalculating the risks. The risks were too great, incalculable. He murmured, the player's leveling progress hasn't improved much, but the Demon Lord's power is expanding rapidly. Humans have never faced such a formidable enemy. He clutched the Holy Cross tightly in his palm, softly calling, my lord. Rose sat gracefully on the bed, looking at the glowing screen before her, and softly said, please bless us. She smiled and said, don't worry. In the worst-case scenario, I will personally descend. At this very moment, in front of Xia house gate, Lolan stood alone in front of the gate under the dazzling sunlight. He looked bewildered. How could this be? I feel I no longer have the face to continue being the hope of humans. You cannot give up, Roland. No matter how dark the path ahead, there is only hope. Roland lowered his face and gritted his teeth. Only hope, never disappearing. Suddenly 2 figures appeared, looking down from above, saying, serves you right. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. Because, Bellio continued, Lord Demon King has already prepared everything. Babylon added, our victory is an undeniable future. Bellio slowly said, but for us... Suddenly, Syl opened the door and called inside, sisters, it's time to eat. Babylon and Bellio's eyes sparkled, and they said in unison, coming. Bellio, in her miniature form, sat before the food and said, as for us, the 3 of them said in unison, just being our master's little pets is enough. At this moment, Fenrir was also engrossed in enjoying its food. Suddenly, it paused, looking up ahead. Huh? Lord Demon King, why are you here? Xia's face darkened. You are the mutated Wolf King who intends to cooperate with Roland to eliminate the demons of the world. His tone was cold. I'm not mistaken, am I?